Now, how many of you in life already live by a belief system that says, in my life, whatever happens, it happens because I've created it, if not by my physical actions, by my consistent thoughts? How many follow that? Say aye. Then all we're doing is asking you to live by your own beliefs. There's a gentleman I have the privilege to work with, and I've worked with him now for 5 years, who's a financial trader, one of the top on earth. In fact, he made $500 million in one day. Now, you can't live on that, but it's a good start. And there's only one man on earth that I'm aware of that's made more money in a day, and that's a man named George Soros, who's also a financial trader, who made $1 billion in one day. But this gentleman I work with, and I worked with him for 5 years because he made $500 million in a day and then lost money for 3 years. It was like the guys that go to the moon. The astronauts go to the moon, and so they look for it their whole life. They went to the moon, they came back, ticker tape parade, shook the president's hand. Now what? They got depressed because they felt like they had nothing to look forward to after being on the moon. See, if you got to go to the moon to feel a sense of adventure, then you got a problem. When you can find adventure in a smile, then you're rich. So that way you can go to the moon too. But you're not waiting for the moon to have the experience that you want. And so one of the things that I really want you to experience while you're here is that you got to be willing to take risks. Now, obviously, we feel we've limited the risk to the best of our ability, but you got to make the decisions, because in real life is not like real life in America. Real life in America is if things don't go your way, you sue somebody. You blame somebody else. Real life in America is we all know that the real reason our life isn't perfect is because of our parents. If it wasn't for them, our life would be working perfectly. All right? If we didn't have to deal with all their imperfections. In fact, everybody knows now that the reason their life's not working is they came from a particular kind of family. What kind of family is that? Dysfunctional. It's the word of the 90s, isn't it? You never heard it in the 80s, or at least not in the 70s. It's a new word, dysfunctional. Everybody's from a dysfunctional family now. It's not even unique. So what's interesting is everybody's pointing. We live in a society that's so out of control at this stage that not only do you sue somebody, but also if you commit a crime, it's somebody else's fault. Have you noticed that? That's the newest thing. It's like it's not only someone else's fault if you screw up, but if you commit a crime, someone else must have induced that in you at one time by abusing you or doing something terrible to you. So we have two young men that take out shotguns. Remember the Menendez in LA? And they kill both their parents at point blank range. And they go to a jury trial, and the jury goes, yeah, but are they really guilty? They admitted it! And they're saying, yeah, but are they guilty? Are they really guilty? It took 2 jury trials. That's how sad it is. We live in a society today where a woman gets upset with her husband, decides to take matters into her own hands, so to speak, takes out a big knife, middle of the night, and whap! And when they go to the jury trial, they go, yeah, but is she really guilty? Now, don't get me wrong. If he abused her, I want him to pay. I want him punished. But there are laws for that stuff. This one woman is responsible for more men sleeping on their stomachs after a fight than any woman in history. And even really good religious folks, you know? I personally am a Christian. Whatever people believe, I'm supportive of. But I hear a lot of my Christian friends say, yeah, but you're preaching the power in you. That's not God. Where do you think it came from? I mean, think about it. I mean, it's like, where did it come from? No, if it's God's will, then my life will work. No, I got news for you. Lying on your butt watching Jerry Springer eating Cheetos is not going to make God work for you. Right? That's not it. That's called you got a fat butt as big as Chicago. That's the problem. Okay? Because you aren't moving. That isn't God's fault. A lot of you know the old story, don't you? Story about the preacher. He's traveling across the country, preaching the gospel everywhere he goes. Passionate man. He gets to the Arizona deserts. He's out in the middle of the desert, and in the distance, he sees this magnificent, I mean, absolutely magnificent garden. He knows that, you know, it's obviously not real. It's obviously a mirage. But as he gets closer, it's really real. He can't even believe, in the middle of the desert, this magnificent garden, flowers and trees and fruit and everything. So sure enough, he decides to go knock on the house. There's a house at the back of this garden. He goes and knock on the door because he wants to make sure the gardener understands who created this garden. Sure enough, he bangs on the door as hard as he can. He's very righteous. Gardener opens the door, he's a very kind man. Says, Mr. Minister, how can I help you? He said, sir, I just want to tell you that the Lord has done a fine job with your garden. He was very intense. The gardener looked at the minister and he smiled and he said, I understand your message. He said, I agree with you. He said, if it wasn't for the magic of the seed and the soil and the sunshine, there'd be no garden here. He said, but I can tell you something, Mr. Minister. You should have seen this place when God had it all by himself. We got to do our part, right? So you can't blame anybody else. Got to be responsible. So tonight, while you want to be responsible, it's not just be responsible for the problem, because you're going to have a great experience. The truth is, most people, when they screw up, most people are good people. They take responsibility. They go, oh, it's my fault. In fact, sometimes they take too much responsibility. Right? Sometimes they pity themselves. That's not the goal. The truth is, you're going to have a great experience tonight. What you don't want to do at the end of the night is go, well, look what he did to me, because I'm not going to do anything to you. What I will do is be a good coach for you. I'll help you steer your rudder a little bit to get you back into open seas, because learning is remembering. Socrates said that. So maybe what we can do is remember what we already know. Maybe I can give you some words, maybe I can give you some tools so you can remember what's already inside you so you can use it. It's not a gift I'm going to give you, it's a gift that's inside of you. But you got to take responsibility to give yourself the credit for it too. You want to make sure you understand you're the one doing it. And by working together, human beings can accomplish more than they do by themselves, because we coach each other. That's the essence that we're talking about here. A lot of people think that their life would be great if, the weather would cooperate, if they had great weather. Does the weather determine how you feel, yes or no? I'm hearing some yeses and nos on that. Okay. Well, some people think their relationship determines how happy or sad they are in their life. Does your relationship determine the quality of your life? Okay. Some people think the amount of money you have determines the quality of your life, yes or no? Some people think politicians determine the quality of life, yes or no? One answer, everybody agrees, no. Now, the truth is, the answer to all of these questions in reality is no. The weather doesn't do it, your relationship doesn't do it, the money doesn't do it. That's the real answer. The honest answer for most of us emotionally is we'd probably say yes to some of those, right? Because we have fallen into the trance of believing that these external environments determine how we feel. Are there people who have people that totally love them, great relationships, but don't feel really happy, yes or no? Yes or no? Are there people with tons of money who are totally unhappy, yes or no? Are there people with tons of money who are happy? Sure. So the money doesn't do either one. Money will magnify whatever you're already doing. If you're a pain, you'll have more to be a pain with. If you're loving, you'll have more to be loving with. It'll just magnify. If you're fearful, you'll be even more fearful when you got more money. Right? If you're centered, you'll be even more centered. All it does is magnify. Money doesn't do it. Relationship doesn't do it. Only one thing determines how you feel: the way you communicate to yourself in that moment. You can have a lot of money, but if you're communicating in a way that makes you feel like there's scarcity, you're going to feel broke. You can have a great relationship but not feel very happy or very loving if you communicate in a way that makes yourself feel unhappy. So it's not the things in our lives, it's our communication. That is the whole ball of wax. Are there people who have been through unbelievable physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, financial, sexual traumas even, or abuse, whose lives have turned out phenomenally well, yes or no? And then you find somebody who's been given all the love, all the education, all the background, all the family support, all the money, all the things they thought they want, and they're a drug addict. Explain the difference. The difference is that it's never the things of your life. It's always the way you communicate. It's the meaning you make up for it. And some people take all their abundance and say, I'm abused. Some people take all the abuse and say, boy, there's a gift in here somewhere, I'm going to find it. It's all communication. Your life has nothing to do, the quality of your life has nothing to do with your real life. It has everything to do with what you communicate here. So whether you're really happy today or sad today, whether you feel like your life is a success or a failure, is not whether it's really successful or a failure, it's just what you communicate. And what you communicate with certainty, you believe. And since you believe it, you feel it. And whatever you feel, that's your life. Nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning I give it. Nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning I give it. What does that mean? It means, well, one person has an experience and they say, what does this mean? They communicate to themselves, this means God hates me and my life is over, because he's obviously punishing me. Someone else has the exact same experience and they go, what does this mean? And their brain says, what this means is God is challenging me to reach down deep and find out who I really am so I can do something even greater. What's the difference? The difference is one person is suicidal and the other person is driven and excited. What's the difference? Communication to oneself. There is not a single skill in your lifetime that will be more important for you to master. And there are few people, very few people that really master it. But anyone can. It's just not the primary focus, because we're busy doing other stuff, thinking that if we do enough of this other stuff, we'll finally feel good. But we don't change the way we communicate, so now we reach for a drug to make ourselves feel good because we don't know any other way. Then we get smart and go, that's not going to work. So then a doctor who really cares and means well says, we'll help you feel better. We'll give you another drug. That seems like a natural transition from one drug to another, right? But for some reason, I'm still unhappy because I haven't changed the way I communicate to myself 100%. A large amount, but not 100%. And because I haven't changed that, I still don't have the final change I'm after. The only change that will have an impact is changing your communication. And that means changing what things mean. Because here's what all the achievers of the world try to do. All of us in this room, most of you, I would say, are probably strong achievers. Most of you had to be an achiever to get here, for God's sakes. So the bottom line is, most achievers try to control events. And most achievers are pretty good at controlling a lot of events. What's happening around them, their environment, what's going on. But all achievers run into places where they can't control those events and it freaks them out. You can't control all events. You just can't. You can't control your father passing away. That's not something you control. You'd love to, but you can't. Here's what you can always control, what things mean. And when you control the meaning of something, you control the key and the secret to life itself, at least the quality of life that you want. But if you don't control this and you keep focusing on this, you got no future. Because there's going to be a lot of these you don't like. But you know what? Even ones you don't like, you can find an empowering meaning for. And that's when life works. That's all it takes. And that all comes down to communicating well with yourself. I mean, I'll give you an example. Look at a guy like John Belushi. This guy was beloved by millions and millions of people. And you know what? He achieved all his goals. He wanted to be funny as heck. He wanted to be a national television star. He wanted to appear and play on Broadway. He wanted to be in movies. He wanted to play music. He did all the above. He wanted everybody to love him. He got tons of people to love him. He wanted to have a great wife. He did that too. Now, was this guy successful, yes or no? No, he's dead. That's called failure. Not being negative towards his name. I thought he was a great guy, but you got to call a spade a spade. This guy was great at communicating to whom? Everyone but his. So he felt torn up inside, so he turned to drugs as a way to try and change the way he felt because he didn't change the way he communicated to himself. So now a great talent, a great spirit is gone. You must master your communication with yourself. Contrast him, for example, to a friend of mine who got shot down in Vietnam. His name was Jerry Coffey. He wrote a book a few years ago. I've known Jerry for about 10 years. Jerry was shot down. He was one of those Top Gun guys. Two of his guys shot down with him. He gets locked up for 7 years, beat every day, tied with shackles, in a cell that is not much wider than my body and 6 feet long. That's the width. With nothing to take care of his necessities except a little hole in the ground and a metal pan with some water in it. Beat on a regular basis, abused on a regular basis, isolated, 7 years. Now what's interesting is Jerry came out of that and said that's the most powerful experience of his life. He wouldn't trade those 7 years for anything else that could happen to him. You go, the guy's on drugs. No, what he did was become a master of his own communication with himself. Because here's what's interesting. What happened is every day he realized when he first got locked up, he said, you know what, I might be here a while. And he thought for himself, okay, what does this mean? He said, you know what, if I say this means my life's over, then it is. If I say, why'd you do this to me, God? He said, then I'm just going to be, living here in pain. So he said, okay, how can I use this? And that was his question. And by the way you change your communication with yourself is you ask a better quality of question. Questions shape our entire thinking process. In fact, thinking is nothing but the process of asking and answering questions. And the problem is most of us are asking questions of ourselves on a regular basis, but they're unconscious. We don't even notice it. We say things like, how come I always screw this up? We ask that a lot. Well, maybe you don't screw it up, but ask and you shall what? Ask a lousy question, what do you get? So if you say, why do I always screw this up? You don't, but your brain's going to come up with an answer. It says because you're a schmuck. Right? Ask a lousy question, get a lousy answer. So someone says, how come I can never lose weight? Because you're a pig. I mean, that's what your brain will tell you. You ask a lousy question. If you say, how do I lose weight? It says go on a diet. But then you go, I hate that. Diet equals pain, so I don't want to do that. But if you say, how can I lose weight now and enjoy the process? Wow, new question, new answer. You might say, wow, I might like to go horseback riding. Maybe I learn to play polo or do something fun. Wow, in the midst of doing that, I don't even think about losing weight, but I will. If you want a better answer, you got to ask a better question. And most of us have habitual questions that we don't even realize we ask that control our whole thinking. So instead of saying, why did you do this to me, God? He said, how can I use this? Good question. By asking that question, he got some new answers. And what he decided to do was to control his communication with himself. And so each day, he asked himself new questions. And the questions were, okay, let's pick a day out of my life. And he relived all the days of his life. He'd literally think the entire day through and see what he could learn from each experience of his past life, because there's nothing to stimulate him there. Each day he physically stimulated himself, did hundreds of push-ups and sit-ups, even though he was getting bread and water most of the time. He came out of this thing stronger mentally, emotionally, spiritually. He said he came out closer to God than any other time in his life. He said there's no one else to talk to. So he had to create that. But what's interesting is he was shot down with 2 other people. One guy committed suicide in the prison. The other guy is still, to this day, in a psychotic ward here in the United States, a couple decades later. Now, what's the difference between my friend and his friends? Only one thing. The way he, with who? That's it. I know it doesn't sound very sexy, but it's your whole life. And so maybe it's time to take control of it. And the way you take control of it, number 1, is asking better questions. And number 2 is starting to develop incantations that empower you versus those that destroy the quality of your life. Because that's what people do. I can't believe this happened to me. I can't believe this happened to me. Why does this always happen to me? And they incant negative phrases and negative questions until literally that person is immobilized or overwhelmed with negative emotion. You must ask those that empower you. And that's what he did, and that's why his life really works. So the quality of your life is the quality of your communication. And by the way, communication is not just words. Most people think of communication as words, but think of it this way. Words, research shows that when 2 people meet and they're communicating, what actually influences another person to change the way they feel, to actually do something different? What affects them the most is usually not words. There's a few words that do it, but most words don't do that. In fact, the last study was done at USC, and they found that words in human communication represented only 7% of what actually influenced someone to change how they felt about something. Words are only 7%. Now, most business people, or most negotiators, most salespeople, most marketers spend an inordinate amount of time trying to figure out what to say and how to say it so they can get someone to respond. And while words do play a role, they're 7%. They're the smallest role in actually influencing someone to change the way they think and feel and do. So what affects us more than words is voice qualities, or voice cues as we call it. So when you think of communication, don't just think of words, think of voice cues. Because voice qualities represent 38% of what actually influences someone to change how they feel. Now what's a voice quality? Well, tonality is an obvious one. Timbre, the quality of the sound. Volume, tempo, the particular pattern someone begins to speak radically affects the way we feel, doesn't it? If someone says, I love you, it feels different than if they say, I love you. I really love you. Different feeling, different experience, just by tonality. That's all it takes. Now, what affects us even more than voice qualities, though, is physiology. And again, remember, physiology is a fancy word for how you use your physical body. Physiology represents 55% of what actually influences how we think, how we feel in the moment when someone's communicating to us. So this is true of other people as well as ourselves. So what's physiology? It's facial expressions. It's muscular tension or relaxation. It's the way you gesture. All of these things influence us much more than just words. If somebody looks at you like this and they say, I love you, this gives you, even if the voice sounds okay, gives you a little different feedback than I love you. Have you ever left somebody's presence? I'm exaggerating only slightly. And they said something in your gut, you went, it's not going to happen. You didn't know why, but you just knew it wasn't going to happen. How many of you have that experience? Say I. That's because your brain is trained to look for what we call incongruencies. Incongruency is when your voice and your body and the words don't match. People notice that. So when you say, sure, they notice that. They notice when the inflection doesn't match the word. And even if they don't notice it consciously, they notice it unconsciously. And so you've got to communicate congruently. Now, this is not only true of other people, but yourself too. Now, where is this really valuable? Well, it's really valuable when you're communicating to yourself. If you say to yourself, okay, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, I'll do it. What does your brain say? He goes, there's no way in a million years you're not going to do it. Who are you trying to kid? I'm not stupid, you know. There's no physiology here. You're incongruent. But if you say, I'm going to do it, then your whole brain, body, everything gets, you mean it, and you'll show up. So you want to not only get good at communicating well with other people, but first you got to get good at communicating well with yourself. Does this make sense? So one of the things we want to do is get you so you are congruent, so that when you go to do something, all of you is saying yes, not just the words, your body, your voice, everything. And when all three are aligned, then you have this thing called power, congruency, consistency, the capacity to get yourself to do what's necessary like that immediately. That's part of our target. And that comes from congruent communication. Good example, by the way, of congruent communication is the mafia. When they communicate, do people know exactly what they mean? Yes. In fact, if you remember, there was this one Don they were after forever, and they could never get this guy. And they finally got him a few years ago. And the reason that the authorities could never capture him is he understood the power of communication. And he was really smart. He protected all his communication networks. Not only when he said something, people knew what he meant, but also he protected all the ways he communicated so no one could grab a hold of information. So for example, he had an accountant for many years who was a man who could not speak and could not hear. Makes it very difficult to testify in court that way. So one day though, what blew the whole thing up was this accountant gets called in to the mafia boss's office because the mafia boss freaks out and realizes he's missing $3 million from his accounts. He pulls in this accountant who he can't talk to. So he has to talk through a finger sign, interpreter. So he turns this guy and he says, to the interpreter, he says, you tell this guy I'm missing $3 million. I know he has it and I want it right now. Interpreter turns and says, he says that he's missing $3 million. He thinks you've got it and he wants it right now. Well, the accountant gets this funny look on his face, starts flashing fingers back. I don't know why he's coming to me. I'm a trusted, loyal employee. I've been here forever. Tell him look somewhere else. Well, the mafia boss is watching his hands going back and forth in hyperspeed, right? So he turns to the interpreter and says, what'd he say? What'd he say? The interpreter turns to the mafia boss and says, well, he said he's a trusted, loyal employee. He's been here forever. He doesn't have any of your money, and you have to look somewhere else. Well, the mafia boss didn't have much patience, so he pulled out a very big gun, put it direct at the head of the accountant, started screaming, you tell that accountant I want my money right now, I'm blowing his brains out. The interpreter turns, starts flashing signs. He says he's very upset. He knows you have the money, he wants it right now, he's gonna blow your brains out, right? All of a sudden, this accountant starts flashing signs very, very rapidly. He goes, stop him, stop him, stop him. I'll tell you where the money is. It's in my cabin by the lake under my bed. Well, the mafia boss is watching his hands going back and forth at incredible speed. He turns to the interpreter and says, what'd he say? What'd he say? And the interpreter turns to the mafia boss and says, he says he doesn't think you have enough guts to pull that trigger. Moral of the story. We don't want to misinterpret ourselves this weekend, right? Now, if you're going to be effective then in communicating, you probably should know how your brain functions. Understand what really triggers your brain to work. Now, we understand, first of all, that no matter what happens in our life, it's not what happens that determines the life, it's what we do with it, right? It's what we communicate and what action we take. How many buy that? Say aye. And so what we've got to be able to do then is understand maybe why we do what we do. Now, most of you know at a very basic level why you do what you do. Most of us do anyway. We know that everything we do, ultimately, we do for one of two reasons. We do it either out of our need to avoid what? Or out of our desire to gain. That's the whole game. Now, what's interesting, though, is this. You and I as human beings have a unique ability. We don't actually avoid real pain. We don't actually move towards real pleasure. We move towards what we think will equal pleasure, or what we make up in our head will equal pleasure. And we avoid whatever we make up will equal pain. We're unique. We're not like dogs. There isn't a clear pain and pleasure. We make stuff up. Can someone make up something that's really good for them in their mind, make it up that it's painful? Is that possible? Can a hunger striker literally starve themselves but feel pleasure instead of pain because they associate a higher moral ground to what they're doing? Yes or no? Sure. You look at Nelson Mandela. Of all the people I've had the privilege of meeting, people ask me all the time, who's the person you respect the most? By far him. Could you imagine somebody taking 27 years of your life away from you and you not want to kill everybody in sight? And then you not only don't kill anybody or come out and do anything, but you come back out and say, listen, let's rule the country together. You people that put me in jail for a quarter of a century. That shows you what a human being is capable of. And when I met him, I said, how did you make it through that suffering? And he looked at me and said, what suffering? I said, well, 27 years, what'd you do? He said, that wasn't suffering, Tony. He said, that was preparation. He said, while I was there, I was preparing for one of two things. Either I would die and my death would spark a revolution in my country, and I knew then my life's purpose would be met, or I'd get out and I'd end up running my country. So I was preparing to be a great leader. I mean, most people probably didn't have that communication with themselves. That's why you don't know Joe Schmo, but you do know Nelson Mandela. Because Joe Schmo never communicated with the darn it, you know who he is. Communication is everything. Mastering that communication is everything. And we have that power. So we have the ability to decide what equals pain, what equals pleasure. But here's the problem. Most of us do act like dogs. We let other people tell us how to feel. In fact, the average American watches television 7 hours a day still, even with the internet. 7 hours a day is the national average. That's it, 7, right? And what's happening there is people are being taught what to feel. And advertisers know how to get you emotional about dog food or women's hygiene products, right? You know, I mean, it's unbelievable what's on the news now. Plus, now they got drugs. Here's this drug. It's really wonderful, but it may not work, and it may kill you. It may give you brain hemorrhaging. It may do this. It may make you kill your best friend. But please call your doctor and see if you'd like it for you. But they play the nice music while they're saying it. It's like a Saturday Night Live commercial. Have you seen these commercials the last few years? It's like staggering the stuff they put on there. You know, you may have a brain hemorrhage, right? Because they know how to condition you to link pleasure to things that could actually be painful. So if you don't take conscious control, if you don't have a plan for your life, I guarantee you someone else has one for it. So you better be conscious or you get to pay the price of being reactionary. Ultimate success formula. What this is based upon is something very fundamental. And that is that people who succeed in any situation have a pattern of what they do to succeed. And it doesn't matter whether that person is succeeding in a business context or in a relationship context. It doesn't matter what the environment is. The fundamental lessons or laws for succeeding are very, very basic. So if we're looking for the ultimate success formula, the very first thing we have is you'd have to know what you want, which we call know your outcome. If you're going to succeed at anything, it's hard to succeed, hard to hit a target when you don't know what it is. And so it's going to be very, very difficult to achieve what you want when you haven't defined it. But this is going to become a question we're going to want you to ask yourself a lot. What is my outcome in this situation? I even have a time management system that I developed. It's really a life management system, which we call OPA, because the first O stands for what's my outcome. Because you can come up with a question like, what should I do? And you're going to end up with a long list. But as you do all these things, what will happen is you can cross everything off your list and still be unfulfilled and not really achieve anything that matters. So you'll say, what's my outcome first? Then you begin to decide what you need to do to get the outcome. So in this case, we want to say, what's your outcome? You want to make it a habit to ask this question a lot. You're in the middle of a conversation. Stop yourself if it seems to be going nowhere and say, what's my outcome here? Do I want to connect? Do I want to influence this person? Do I want to learn something? What's your outcome? If in the middle of that argument you were to ask yourself the question, what's my outcome here? I guarantee you your brain would say, well, my outcome is not to fight, my outcome is to resolve this. And as you get clear on what your real target is, your behavior will change automatically. So very, very few people know what they want. And the more clear you can get about what you want, the more you can really achieve. Clarity is power. The more clear you can become about what it is you really want, the more power you're going to have. Because your brain is like a servo mechanism in a bomb, as an example. When they send a missile out, it has a servo mechanism. It knows what the target is. And when the target moves, it follows it. Well, your brain is very similar. When you decide exactly what it is you want, you start picking up information that you never would have picked up before consciously. For example, have you ever bought a particular car maybe, or maybe a certain outfit, and then all of a sudden you see that car or outfit everywhere? How many of you have had that experience? Say aye. Well, was that car outfit already around you all the time? Yeah, but you didn't notice it because there's a portion of your brain that is responsible for one thing, and that is screening out 99% of what you see, hear, and feel in life. Because if you were to notice everything that's going on in this room right now, you go stark raving mad. But most of you don't. You pay attention to a small number of things. If you could right now, notice what? Millions of things. You can notice my voice. You could listen to what I'm saying. You could notice what's going on in the background, the screams. You could hear the air conditioning. You could smell your neighbor after all that jumping up and down and notice that. Right? You could feel that maybe a little sweat trickling across your chest or whatever was going on after all that jumping up and down. You could feel the blood maybe vibrating or circulating through your left eardrum. But you don't think about those things until maybe I mention them or something triggers it. So this part of our brain that's responsible for deleting most of our thoughts and most of the things that are going on around us, that part of our brain, when it knows what you want, it makes you notice those things. You suddenly see that car because it's important. It's called the reticular activating system. For short, it's called RAS. The reticular activating system tells your brain what to pay attention to. So when you say, this is what I really want, now anything that relates to that you wouldn't have noticed before will start popping up into your focus. And a lot of times people say, it's amazing. I decided this and it was kind of, synchronicity. These things started popping up. Well, these things were probably around you before, but you never noticed them because you hadn't decided your outcome. Now, when you know your outcome, you're ahead of 95% of the population. But that's not enough. The second thing you got to know is a lot of times you know your outcome, but you lose your drive. You want something, but you forget the most important thing, which is know why you want it. Know why you want it. You got to know the purpose. In our OPA training system, when people are managing their lives, we have them ask, what's my outcome? And then why do I want this? Because any person successful, really successful, knows exactly what they want and they know why. The reason you gotta know why is, remember I said yesterday, reasons come first, answers come second. If you get enough reasons, you can get a big enough why, you can figure out how to do about anything, but you gotta have purpose because purpose provides drive. Now, if you know what you want and you know why, you're light years ahead of most of the population, but you gotta go to the step that most people seem to avoid, and that is you gotta take massive what? That's right, and the key word there is massive. Massive action can be a cure-all when you know what you're after and you know why you want it. Because when you know what you're after, when you take action, you won't just be expending energy. You'll be moving yourself in a direction towards something you really, really want. And what stops people from taking action? Primarily what? Fear. And the way you get over that fear is, what do you think is the number one fear most people have? Failure. And the reason is they feel if they fail, they won't be loved. They'll be rejected. They'll be hurt. They'll be judged. So what they really are afraid of is losing love. And they think that this rejection, or I should say this failure, will lead to that rejection or loss of love. The truth of the matter is you can't fail unless you don't try. If you try something that doesn't work, you just learn from it, and that'll make you better the next time you go about it. Now, if you know your outcome, know why you want it, and take massive action, you're now in the most small percentile of people on the planet. So what's the next step, though? Well, you can take a lot of action and get caught up in a pattern. Like become so determined that you became like tunnel vision, like, I know this is gonna work. And so you keep running east looking for a sunset with total certainty and a lot of belief, high standards, still doesn't work. So what you have to be able to do to succeed so you don't get caught up in some old pattern is you gotta know what you're getting. Know what you are, know what you're getting. The word we use for this, as for short, is we call it sensory acuity. Sensory acuity is the idea that you want to become acutely sensitive to whether what you're doing is working or not. You don't want to just say, okay, I know what I want, I know why I want it, I'm just going to make it happen, this is how I'm going to do it. You keep hammering it and hammering it and hammering it, doing something that doesn't work. And people do this all the time, right? Do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's called insanity. You can't do the same thing again and again, expect a different result when you can see it doesn't get the result. But we get caught up in our patterns. So we want to get really sensitized, acutely sensitized, sensory acuity, to whether what we're doing is working or not. And by the way, sensory acuity is really the measure of a person's intelligence. What I mean by that is, how do we measure intelligence? Intelligence is a measure of the number and quality of distinctions you have in a given situation. Like, for example, if you talk to Eskimos, that's actually not the politically correct term anymore, I guess it's Inouye. If you talk to an Inouye, what we formerly called Eskimos, you'd find out that Inouye have more than a dozen words for the word snow. More than a dozen. Now, I'm from Southern California. Guess how many words I have for snow? One. I don't see any of it. It's called snow, baby. Right? But they got to know what kind of snow. They got to make more refined distinctions to be effective in the world, to get their outcomes. They got to know what kind of snow you can build an igloo out of, what kind of snow you can take your dogs through, what kind of snow you can eat, right? What kind of snow you're going to fall through. So who has more intelligence, who has more power in that snowy environment? The Eskimo or me? Which one? Eskimo, because they have more sensory acuity. They have more refined distinctions about what each of these elements mean versus I just see it as snow. Now, if you took that Eskimo and you stuck him in my car in Los Angeles, then we'd find out that maybe I have a little more intelligence because he might try to steer the thing using the rearview mirror, right? He just doesn't know. So since he doesn't have that acuity, he doesn't have those distinctions, he wouldn't do terribly well there. See, some people, I could hold this up and I could say, what is this? And they'd say, well, it's a cylinder. Other people say, no, that's a blue, white, and black cylinder. Someone else says, no, that's a blue color marker. A few people say, no, that's not just a blue color marker. That is a Pilot super color, bright and wide color marker, and if you get it in your clothes, it'll never come out. Now, which one of those people has more power? 1, 2, 3, or 4? 4, because they have the largest number of distinctions. The thing that can affect your life the most in terms of your ability to achieve your outcomes, the greatest resource on earth is other human beings. An example, have you ever had somebody mistake your being polite for you're actually being interested in what they were talking about? Or worse, how many of you have ever thought somebody was interested in what you're saying, found out later they were just being polite? How many of you have been in that place? Say aye. That's kind of an uncomfortable situation. When that happened to you, you were missing your sensory acuity that day. So now, if you know your outcome, you know why you want it. You got your purpose. You got your drive. You got your A, an OPA. This is outcome, purpose, action. You know the massive action. You're taking action, and you notice if it's working. What happens if you notice it's not working? You're taking action, but it's not getting you closer to your outcome. What's the obvious 5th step? The 5th step is change your approach. Change your approach. If what you're doing, your acuity says is not working, change it. Now, what if you change your approach and that's still not working? Then what would you do? What would you do? Come on, what would you do? What if that doesn't work? What do you do? And what if that doesn't work? What do you do? What if that doesn't work? What do you do? What if after all that it still doesn't work? What do you do? And what if you try that and it doesn't work? How many times? Until you find out what works. Do not say to yourself, I've tried everything. That's bull. If you tried everything, you'd have what you want. Well, I haven't tried everything, but I've tried millions of things. Millions? Number them, name them. Well, maybe tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? Name 1,000. Well, maybe 100. Name 100. Well, maybe I did these 2 things over and over again that don't work. Okay? But when we start saying, I've tried everything, we tend to incant that, don't we? We make it an incantation, and then we believe it. And since we think we tried everything, we just give up. It's garbage, not true. Hey, let me ask you a question. How long would you give your average baby to learn how to walk? You know, before you shut them off and didn't let them try anymore. You know, what are you, crazy? My kid's going to keep trying until he or she walks. Magic formula. No one, almost everybody in the whole world walks, right? But see, when you're a kid, that's what you do. You do whatever it takes. When you get to be an adult, you try something that doesn't work. You go, did anybody notice that? Okay, I'm never doing that again. And you lose all your power, okay? So this is the ultimate success formula. It comes down to knowing what you want, why you want it, taking massive action, know if it's working, and simply changing your approach until you get it. That's it. Anyone who succeeds does this. They may not call it Robbins' ultimate success formula, but I guarantee they did it. I mean, corny example, Thomas Edison, these lights in here. Did this guy know his outcome, yes or no? He was absolutely clear. Without knowing the outcome, he couldn't have built that in a million years. It didn't exist before. He had to decide he wanted to create this result without the use of candles. Did he know why he wanted to do it? You bet. You read his writings, this man had a sense of incredible purpose and drive. Did he take massive action, yes or no? Oh, yes. Tens of thousands of experiments. Did he notice when it wasn't working and learn from it, yes or no? And did he keep changing his approach? That's why right now in this room we don't smell candlelight, right? Now, if you know the old story of him, it's written about him in his early days. He says he's got his best friend with him. He's doing this experiment, and as he's doing it, he creates a small explosion, which shakes the room, scares both of them very, very severely. And then at the end of that, he gets up, and his friend is totally shaken, freaked out. He pulls out his journal, and he starts writing. And it's his 9,999th experiment. And his buddy says to him, what's the matter with you? Insane? You almost killed us. So you're going to wait till you have 10,000 failures before you give this stupid idea up? And Edison's response to him was, I didn't have a failure there. He goes, that's your 9,999th failure. He said, no, it's not. He said, I discovered the 9,999th way not to invent the electric light bulb. But I did discover how to create a small explosion, which may be useful in the future somewhere else. Interesting, right? Because he understood what this process was. Hey, did Bruce Springsteen use this? Do you think he just went out and used his gravelly voice and said, hey, baby, born to USA, and everybody went, yeah, you're it, man. You're the boss. You're it. Is that what happened? No. What really happened, if you know his story, was that all the agents and people who went to try and book with said, just play the guitar and keep your mouth shut. Your voice is gross sounding. It's gravelly. It's irritating. No one is going to like the stuff. Keep your mouth shut and play the guitar. But he knew what he wanted. He had all the drive you can imagine, knew why he wanted, took massive action, kept changing his approach until he got what he wanted. How about Sly Stallone, Sylvester Stallone, Rocky? Rocky's story is this even, right? But Sly's is too. Sly's a good friend of mine. And when I first met him years ago, he's listening to my tapes and stuff, and he invited me over for dinner. We started talking. And I said, I've heard your story from other people, but I really love to hear it from the horse's mouth. I don't know how much is mythology, urban myth, and how much is true. So he told me his whole story. He said the essence of it, though, was he said he knew his whole life what he wanted to do since he was very, very young. He wanted to be in the movie business, period. I mean, not just TV, movies. And he said why was, for him, it was a chance to have people not only escape, but to inspire people. And by the way, that drive is what made most of his movies, inspire people to what they're capable of, to overcome unbelievable obstacles, because in his own life, he felt like he did that. When he was born, he was pulled out by the forceps. That's why he looked the way he did. That's why he talked the way he did. And he said, so I really want to do that. And he said, I knew why I wanted to do it, and I wasn't willing to settle for anything else. And he said, what happened was, I went out to try and get jobs, and it's not like I went, hey, Adrian. They went, you're a star. It didn't work out real well. They looked at me and said, hey, you're stupid looking. Do something else. What is it talking like this? There's no place for you in that stuff. You're never going to be a star in the movies. You're insane. No one's going to want to listen to somebody who looks dopey and talks out of the side of their mouth, right? And he got no after no after no after no. He said, I was thrown out more than 1,500 times of agents' offices in New York. I said, there aren't 1,500 agents in New York. He said, I know. I've been to them 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. He said, remember one guy, I went in there, and I got in there at 4 o'clock, and he wouldn't see me, so I stayed there, and I would not leave. And I stayed overnight. They came back the next morning. I was still sitting there. He said, that's how I got my first job. The guy said, fine, come in here. And he sat down, and he went through this, and he gave me my first movie. I said, oh, really? I thought Rocky was your first movie. He said, no, this other movie, I'd never heard of it. I said, well, what character did you play? He said, well, I was in it for about 20 seconds. I was a thug that somebody beat up. He said, because they made me feel like, people hate your guts. You getting beat up, it'll be a good thing. And he did like 3 movies like that. Never got anything. Kept going out. Rejection, rejection, rejection. So finally he realized it wasn't working. So he changed his approach. He said, I was starving, by the way. He said, I couldn't pay for even to have heat in my apartment. My wife was screaming at me every day to go get a job. I said, well, why didn't you? He said, because I knew that if I got a job, he said, I'd get seduced back and I'd lose my hunger. He said, I knew that the only way I could do this is if it was the only choice, if I burned all other bridges. Because if I did a normal job, pretty soon I'd be caught up in that rhythm and that stuff, and I'd feel okay about my life, and I feel like my dream would just gradually disappear. And he said, I wanted to keep that hunger. That hunger was the only thing I thought was my advantage. He said, but my wife didn't understand that at all. And he said, we'd have these vicious fights. And he said, it was freezing. So I was broke. We had no money. And he said, so I finally went to the public library one day because it was warm. He said, I didn't want to read anything. So I went in, New York Public Library. He said, I was hanging out there, and I sat down in this chair, and somebody left a book there. And he said, I looked down at this book, and it were the poems of Edgar Allan, stories of Edgar Allan Poe. And he said, so I started reading it, and he said, I got totally into Edgar Allan Poe. And he said, I know everything about it. He goes on for another 20 minutes telling me about Edgar Allan Poe. He knows everything, how he died, what it was about, what really happened. And I said, well, what did Poe do for you? He said, Poe got me out of myself. He got me to think about how I could touch other people and not worry about myself so much. And he said, it made me decide to become a writer. I said, just imagine Rocky the writer, right? And he said, so I tried to write a bunch of screenplays, nothing worked. I was totally broke. He said, I didn't even have $50. And he said, and finally, he said, I sold a script. And it was called Paradise Alley. He said, it's a movie I made many years later, but I sold it. And he said, I sold it for $100. He said, but $100 was a ton of money, man. I was so thrilled. I thought, I'm on my way. But it never led to anything. And he said, so finally, he said, I kept going and going and going. He said, finally, we were so broke. He said, I hawked my wife's jewelry. He said, Tony, there's some things in life you should never do. He said, that was basically the end of our relationship. She hated my guts so much. He said, now we were so broke, we had nothing, no food, no money. And he said, the one thing I loved most in the world was my dog. He said, I love my dog because he gave me unconditional love, unlike my wife. And he said, so what happened was, though, we were so broke that to survive, I couldn't even feed my dog. So I went to a liquor store. He said, it was the lowest day of my life. And I stood outside the liquor store trying to sell my dog to strangers. He said, I tried to sell my dog for $50. And he said that finally this one guy negotiated with me and bought my dog for me, my best friend on earth, for $25. He said, I walked away from there and I cried. He said, it was the worst thing that ever happened in my life. He said, 2 weeks later, I'm watching a fight between Muhammad Ali and Wepner, this white guy that's getting bludgeoned but just keeps on coming. And he said, I got an idea. He said, as soon as the fight ended, I started writing. He said, I wrote for 20 straight hours. I did not sleep. I wrote the entire movie in 20 hours straight. Right then. Saw the fight, wrote the movie. Whole thing, done. He said, I was shaking at the end. I was so excited. He said, I really knew, man. I knew what I wanted. I knew why I wanted it. He said, just like you teach that formula. He said, but I said, man, I took the action. Now it's time to deliver. And so he said, I went out and started trying to sell it to agents. And they all would read it and they'd say, this is predictable. This is stupid. This is sappy. He said, I wrote down all the things they said and I read them the night of the Oscars when we won. Right? He said, it was really good, right? The greatest revenge is massive success. And he said, so what happened was, he said, I kept going, trying to sell it, nobody got it, I'm broke, I'm starving. He said, finally, I meet these guys, they read it, and they believe in the script, and they love it. And they offer me $125,000 for my script. I said, oh my God, you must have been out of your mind. He said, I was. I said, just one thing though, guys, you got a deal based on one thing. And they said, what's that? He said, I got a star in it. They went, pfft. What are you talking about? You're a writer. I said, no, I'm an actor. I said, no, you're a writer. I said, no, I'm an actor. That is my story, and I'm Rocky. He said, I got to play it. I got to be the head person. I got to be the starring role. And they said, there's no way. We're not going to pay you $125,000, take some no name and stick you in that and throw our money away. We need a star, And they want to have Ryan O'Neal play Rocky, to give you a picture. Can you imagine? That's who they'd picked, right? And so he said, no way, Ryan O'Neal isn't Rocky, I'm Rocky. Went through this whole thing, right? They said, well, take it or leave it. He said, I left the room. I said, if that's what you believe, you don't get my script. And he left. Here's a man with no money, none, totally broke, offered $125,000 more money he'd seen in his lifetime. And he walked away because he knew his real what? Knew his real what? And why he wanted it. He was committed to it. So he said they called him a few weeks later and they came and brought him back. And they offered him $250,000 not to star in his own movie. He turned it down, $250,000. They came back, their final offer was $325,000. They wanted this thing. He said, not without me, and they said no. They finally compromised, and they gave him $35,000 and points in the movie, because they said, if this is going to happen, then you're going to take the risk with us. And the bottom line is, we don't think it'll work, but at least we won't spend a bunch of money on you. And then they only spent $1 million to make Rocky, and it grossed $200 million at the time. It was done pretty well. But what's interesting about this is, I said, what'd you do? Even $35,000, it's not $250,000. That's a lot of money when you don't have $25. I said, what's the first thing you did? I figured you went out and partied or something. He said, I went to that liquor store for 3 straight days and hoped that the man who had my dog frequented the store. He said, because I want to buy back my dog. I thought that was so cool, right? That was really cool. I said, what happened? He said, third day I was there, this guy walks by, and I see him, and I can't believe it, and there's my dog. And I looked at him, and I said, sir, remember me? And he said, it had been about a month and a half by the time this had all come about. And he said, remember me? I'm the guy that sold you the dog. And I goes, yeah, I love the dog. He said, look, I was so broke, I was starving. He's my best friend. I'm sure you love him too, but I got to have him black. Please, I beg of you. He said, I'll pay you $100 for the dog. I know you paid me $25, but I'll give you $100. And the man said, absolutely not, no way. He's my dog now. You can't buy him back. Right? And Sly said, Tony, you say know your outcome? I said, yeah. He said, I knew it. And he said, I kept changing my approach. So I went $500 for the dog. The guy said, absolutely no way. He said, $1,000 for my dog. The guy said, no amount of money on earth is ever going to get this dog from you. I said, what'd you do? He said, I knew my outcome, right? Because he listened to these tapes, kept to him. He said, I decided to take massive action. He said, I got my dog. I just kept changing my approach, so I got it. I said, what'd it cost you? $15,000 and a part in Rocky. The guy's in Rocky. You know that dog in Rocky, Butt Kiss? That's Sly's real dog, right? That's the dog. He bought him back. So he put his dog in the movie, and he put the guy in the movie and paid $15,000 while he had $35,000. Isn't that pretty cool? Pretty awesome. So there's always a way, if you're committed, Just got to keep changing your approach. Now, let me offer you, there's going to be so many things we're going to cover and we're going to do that in order for you to be able to really retain it, your brain needs kind of some triggers that will remind you of the basic content of this. So you might want to write these 4 words down. The first word is the word perception. Perception. This is a core principle of life, and that principle is simple. Whatever you perceive is going to be true for you. Whatever you perceive is going to be true for you, so you better control your perceptions. Don't let your perceptions be controlled by others. And we're going to learn lots of ways to change our perceptions and therefore immediately change the way we feel, the way we behave, the way we think. You know, if somebody perceives that the witch doctor has pointed at them and put a hex on them and they're going to die of a heart attack, when a person believes that with certainty, they give an unquestioned command to their body and their heart stops. Happens in all the cultures of the world. That's the power of perception. Perception can make you feel euphoric or it can make you feel depressed about the same thing. It just has to do with how you structure perception. Most of us are running around allowing our perceptions to be shaped by others or shaped by old scripts, old dialogues, old belief structures that we never really consciously designed, and we're paying the price for them. So one of the things we're going to do is show you a variety of ways of changing perception. Another key word for your file cabinet is going to be the word physiology. And when you change your physiology, it changes your perception. So this is huge leverage. It is the great gift your Creator has given you. Most of us have not consciously used our physiology effectively. We want to do that. And you might want to notice right now because you have a lot of old habits. Old habits are you sit in a chair with a notebook and you go into a deep trance. Now one important way to keep your physiology up, besides breathing and being up, is to yell back the answers to what we're talking about because that'll keep you in what we call uptime. Uptime is where your mind is fully active. It's easy to be passive, but if you have to communicate out loud, that's why I ask you to do that, it'll keep you up there. So you want to do that, yes or no? Yes. Outstanding. Third key word is the word rapport. Rapport. Rapport offers you a really simple distinction, and that is anything you want to achieve in your life, anything you want to learn, any skill you want to master, anything you want to see or do or experience or have. There's somebody else out there in the world who can help you do it more rapidly, more effectively, if they wanted to help you, that is. But no one's going to want to help you unless you first help them to get what they really want. You're never going to know what they really want unless you first develop a relationship of rapport, a relationship of total responsiveness with that person. So we're going to show you a variety of ways how to get rapport, all the way down to sitting next to a stranger and, again, feeling what they're feeling without them even talking. And then lastly is the word strategy. Strategy. And a strategy is a consistent way to get a result. Once you know the strategy for something, you get the result again and again and again and again. It's no longer a question, can you get the result? You can do it at will, as often as you want. And there are all kinds of strategies. Most of our strategies are unconscious in nature. For example, if you've ever been feeling really creative and things are flowing through you, if that's happened more than once in your life, you have a strategy for being creative. Here's the problem. You don't know what it is. So hopefully the environment triggers you to feel that creativity. But once you know what the strategy is, you can get yourself creative on call in a millisecond for the rest of your life. In life, you're not competing with everybody. It's so much easier than that. So few people even know that have not even decided that they're going to win the game. And if you don't have enough reasons to follow through on it, nothing else is going to help you. And so this is a good metaphor because games are a reflection of life. The way you play a game very often is how you play life. Not absolutely, but very often what most of you do is you get in the game and you don't decide on what the outcome is and you start playing. Or you get in the game, you know the outcome, but you don't decide to win. Well, it's not that important. Maybe life is. Maybe giving your all is what the important thing is, not whether you win or not. If you decide to win, you're going to have to give your all. Decide just to play, you don't have to. There's a strategy for most things in life. There's a way to really win in your relationships. There's a way to really win financially every time, long term. There's a way to win in any area if you know what the strategy is.
Nightingale Conant is proud to present Unleash the Power Within, an exciting live audio seminar by Tony Robbins.
Think of a change in your own life, or maybe someone you know, that was really hard for you to make. like really hard. You kept trying to change, never followed through. And finally one day, wham, he said, that's it, no more, never again, it's over.
You're about to participate in a groundbreaking audio seminar by Tony Robbins, the world's leading expert on the psychology of peak performance and human potential. Recorded live at Tony's life-transforming Unleash the Power Within weekend, you'll experience the essence of the Tony Robbins experience, a powerful, high-energy examination of your life and its grand possibilities.
At the end of your life, I don't think you're going to remember all the experiences of your life. I just don't. I think you'll remember certain moments. And you can create them, or you can hope they show up every once in a while. Rarely does the quality of life just happen. It must be created and constructed with conscious thought, caring, and desire. That's what makes a great life.
Tony has spent over 20 years sharpening his life-enhancing strategies while coaching people around the world. Unleash the Power Within is the culmination of all he's learned and the tools that you need to make your life extraordinary. His dynamic powerhouse style, combined with his empathic approach to human transformation, have made Tony Robbins America's results coach and a world-class leader of profound sensitivity and insight.
So this is the ultimate success formula. It comes down to knowing what you want, why you want it, taking massive action, know if it's working, and that's it. Anyone who succeeds does this.
Take a front row seat for Tony Robbins' Unleash the Power Within. You'll learn to immediately break through your self-imposed limitations, create lasting change, and condition your mind for a lifetime of constant and never-ending fulfillment.
There's so much in our lives that we can do. We could all be up at 6 a.m. with total passion for living. We could all be as fit and healthy and as strong as we can imagine. We all have the capability for that. We could all have the impact on our friends and our kids and our families that we want to have. We could also be happy every single day. We could. It's not impossible. The problem is our belief systems keep us from actually engaging the parts of us that would make that a must and not a should. Because we all got lots of shoulds, right? I should do this, I should do that, I should go on a diet, I should follow through, I should spend more time, I should make that extra call, but we don't actually do it. We just what I call should all over ourselves, basically. And so we want to turn those shoulds into musts, and anybody can do that. How many of you have had an experience where in a moment, something you've been working on for years or struggled with for months, you just like nothing worked and all of a sudden, wham, I mean you just, something happened, you said that is it, never again, no more, and you made the shift in a relationship, in your business, in your career, someplace in life. How many can relate to this? Say I. This is really the beginning of a journey, and it's a journey that I can promise you will be one you won't forget, not because I'm so great, but because you got all these things inside of you. If you came here for me to be your guru, you came to the wrong place, because that's not what I'm about. I'm just a guy. I have some really good solutions to ideas because for 2 decades of my life, 21 years now, it's been my obsession. What makes people what they do, and how do you change it quickly when what they're doing is not what they want? How do you produce results? And I've been now with about 2 million people from 65 countries, so you don't have to be too smart over 2 decades of that many patterns to start seeing there are patterns in human behavior, and they're predictable patterns. And when you know what they are, you can change things in lightning-like speed, just like your mechanic knows how to fix your car, hopefully, or your computer expert pretends that they know the answer to that. Each one of you have your focus. You have an area of your life that you know much more than I do, and you're an expert in that area. So I'm not coming to you this weekend as having all the answers, but I've got some that work just because they work globally, meaning worldwide, no matter what your background is, what your past experience is, your gender, your color, your religious beliefs. There are certain fundamental laws of the human psyche and the human physiology that when you engage them, you will get results, period. In fact, I got a question for you. How many of you in this room have ever gone to an educational experience of any sort, a seminar, university experience, anything? You learned something you really thought was valuable. I mean, you really truly knew was valuable, but then you never actually applied what it is you learned. How many of you have had this experience? Say I. How many of you have this happen to you more than once in your lifetime? Say I. How many still feel like you're intelligent? Say I. How is it that an intelligent person like you and I could learn something more than once, know it's valuable, and then never use it? Well, the answer is because we've all been taught a big lie. The lie is that information is power. Information is not power. Information is potential power. Only one thing gives you power, and that's action. But I want to tell you right now, I don't believe in positive thinking. Positive thinking says go to your garden and say, there's no weeds, there's no weeds, there's no weeds, there's no weeds. Okay? I got news for you, buddy. There are weeds there and they're gonna take your garden. Okay, so I'm not one of those positive thinking people. I want you to be clear about that. I believe in intelligence. Intelligence says this: number one, see it as it is, but don't see it worse than it is, which is what most people do out of fear. Most people are so afraid of being disappointed again that they say they're skeptical or they're pessimistic. When someone says they're skeptical or pessimistic, you can translate that real quickly as I'm fearful. I'm afraid to get hurt. I'm afraid to get my hopes up. I'm afraid to try again. I'm afraid to go through the disappointment. I'm afraid of what other people say if I don't look good and it doesn't work out well. I'm afraid to fail. That's pessimism. That's skepticism. Courage means you got to see it as it is, but you also, step two, got to see it better than it is. You got to know how it really is, but then you got to get a vision for what you want. There's a great book called The Good Book that says, without a vision, people perish. And you know what? We all have to have a compelling vision, a compelling future. How many of you know exactly what you want in your life? How many have no clue? Where are the rest of you people? Kind of in between? Well, I'm not quite sure. On the cusp, are you? Right? So we're going to help you develop what is that compelling future. But you got to see it as, you got to see it better than it is, and then you got to make it the way you see it. And the way I'm going to show you how to do that is really fundamental. It requires three things I've mentioned. Number one, you want to change your life? There's only one way. You've got to raise your standards. And I know that sounds unbelievably stupid and simplistic, but it is the only way in which a person's life changes. What does it mean to change your standards? It means you have to take the shoulds in your life and make them musts. Because as long as it's a should, you'll do it when it's convenient, and convenience does not create consistency. And if you're good at anything, you're consistent. If you've got a great relationship, it's not because once in a while you show up and are passionate and loving. It's consistency that makes a relationship work. It's consistency that will give you financial independence, not being good for a while with your investments or being good for a while in your earnings. It's consistency. And the only way to get that is to have a standard, a must. And people, all of us in this room right now, have exactly what we must have. You say, no, Tony, I'm struggling. I don't have what I must have. Trust me, I must have a better relationship than this. I must have more money than this. I must have less weight on my body than I got right now. Trust me, it's a must. No. Not yet. Unless you're in the process, unless you really are making progress, the answer is no, it's still a should. And so what we got to do is get it to a must. And when it's a must, everything in life changes. Michael Jordan, great example. And one of the things that's neat about Michael is if you ask Michael, you know, what is it that separates you from everybody else? What's made you the best that exists? He's very humble, really warm. And he's, thanks for the comment. And I say, you know, is it talent? Is it ability? Is it God-given gifts? I mean, what is it? And Michael will tell you, he said, Tony, no one has a higher demand on themselves than I have on me. He said, I don't compete with other people. I compete with what my best could possibly be. Because if I competed with other people, then I'm only going to push myself so hard. His standard is really simple. He modeled it from a man named Dr. J. Dr. J in his day was probably the best player of the league. And he had a simple philosophy. Dr. J, somebody came to him when he was in his mid-30s, and they said to him, Dr. J, how come you're so darn good? How come you're so lucky to have all these skills? And Dr. J was a very cool guy. He never got upset. But he also got a little heated, and he said, let me tell you why I'm this way. Because every day since I was 7 years old, I've demanded more from myself than anyone else could possibly expect. I thought, isn't that interesting? If every day you demanded more from yourself than anyone else could expect of you, if it wasn't the standards of what other people think, but it was the standards of what you were capable of, if that was the must for you, not the should, then would you eat differently today? If you had to be that great every day in your relationship, even though you're exhausted and tired, you're going to go home and be that passionate, that committed, if that was a must, to be your absolute best every single day, to have a higher demand on yourself than your spouse, boyfriend, or girlfriend could ever imagine. If that was your standard for yourself, how would you show up on a daily basis in your relationship? What would your relationship look like? You could take that any area of your life. But people the best have those standards. Most of us wait for life to give us the have-tos. It's like if you don't push yourself, you don't stretch yourself, then God shows up and says, you need a little growth, and provides it to you in a way you probably won't find very pleasant. So I believe in raising my own standards, so hopefully God doesn't have to step in too many times with me. Right? Maybe God just gives me the opportunity and I can make some intelligent choices. Second thing that all people do who get what they really want, who expand and have a quality of life, is they change their limiting beliefs. Because the only thing keeping you from getting what you really want really is the belief that you can't have it, even though you say you think you can. The unconscious belief. The belief inside of you that says, oh yeah, I can do this. And this voice inside says, who are you kidding? We're going to give you a few skills on how to get your beliefs aligned. Have you ever been in a place where you were so focused, it was like you and the task at hand, and there was nothing else in the world but what you were committed to? Bombs could be going off, you wouldn't know about it. How many of you have ever been in that place? I call it a genius state. How many been there? Say, I. Okay, that's the state you're going to get yourself into. Absolute certainty. The bottom line is, what you're thinking about in this moment is controlled by your beliefs and your values, the way you've been raised, right? But many of you never chose those consciously. You just kind of pick this stuff along the way, and it affects your life. So we're going to decide consciously. And we're not only going to destroy what doesn't work, you're going to install what you need. And when your beliefs are on track, when your values are on track, you are pulled in the direction you want instead of being pulled apart. You ever been in that place? It's like you want two things that are totally in conflict. I'll show you how to resolve that. And that'll be a huge, huge shift for most of you. And then the third thing you need to really make your life work, besides incredibly high what? Uh-oh, we're in deep trouble already, I can see. Really high what? That's right, you gotta raise your standard, whatever it is. It's gotta be the next level of standards for you. You can't get to the next level of your life with the same level of thinking, with the same level of standards as you have right now in this moment. So I could give you a million skills, give you all the ability, you get pumped out of your mind, leave here, and unless it's a must for you, you'll go back to doing the same stuff. You know, you have like a nice month or two of like riding high on the float to the seminar, but I'm seeing permanent, lasting change. And the only way you do that is get enough leverage on yourself that change is a must. And once you change it, it's so reinforcing, you stick with it. Not because you're so disciplined, but because it's so rewarding. Then the third thing you gotta have is the right strategy. Because it's one thing to have a high standard, like you go, I'm gonna go out and change the world. That's my must. And then your voice inside goes, who are you kidding? And you got a problem. But let's say you got the standard and the belief. And let's say your goal is to see a sunset, and your strategy is start running east looking for a sunset. I don't care how much you believe, you got a problem. You got to have the right strategies. Strategies for overcoming fear, strategies for taking action, strategies for attraction, causing attraction to happen to another person towards you and vice versa. Strategies for feeling love, strategies for making decisions, strategies for creating rapport, things that work. Why do they work? Why is it a strategy? It's proven. Because people of all directions, backgrounds, genders, all can do the same result. It's a strategy when anyone can do it, as long as they do it that way. It's like a recipe. Once you know it, you create the same result as often as you want. But you got to have the right strategy, or you can work real hard and be a really good person and be a real hard worker and still have nothing. And most people have this in lots of areas of their life. Their financial life is an obvious example. 95% of this population ends up dead broke or dead by age 65. Why? They don't have the right strategy, and they have low standards and they don't believe. But some of them even have those two, but they don't have the strategy. So we're going to work on all three of those elements. Does that make sense? Let me offer you a possibility. We know you've learned from the past and not done it. Why? Why is because all this information came at you. But as I said to you, information doesn't change your life. We live in the information age, supposedly. There's too much information. You can't possibly absorb it to you. Where's it coming from? Everywhere, right? Right? It's coming from CD-ROMs and pretty soon DVDs for many of you, and it's on the internet. We are drowning information and we're starving for wisdom. We're starving for those things we can actually use to actually get what we really want. Otherwise, you can spend all your time on the internet reading more information or chatting or buying something and never have any change of life. The internet's not going to make your life better. You have to make your life better by using your resources differently. But here's the deal. We're not in the information age. We're in the entertainment age. Here's what really grabs us, something that moves us emotionally. We don't remember all that information. When something grabs us, man, we remember. Some of you old enough to be around long enough to know this, remember where you were when you heard John F. Kennedy was shot. Right? For some of you, maybe it was John Lennon if he was an associated hero for you. For others of you, it's, you remember everything about Monica Lewinsky. By the way, she's now just Monica. It's like Oprah, right? Michael, right? It's now Monica. Everybody on earth knows who Monica is, right? There's an emotion, right? There's a feeling. There's something there. It's not the information that's getting you, right? O.J. Simpson was the big focus before that. Why were people watching every single day? Drama, entertainment, emotion, feeling. So the only reason people pay attention though when we get something is you add feeling to it. So here's my goal with you. I don't want this to be a class. We're going to try something different. We're going to go into 21st century learning. See, this was designed for you to obey, to enter the 20th century, where your job was working in an industrial complex of some sort, maybe building cars or something. And so they trained you from birth that you'd arrive on time, check in, do what you're supposed to do, and sit and shut up till someone told you what to do, and then you only did what they told you to do, and you didn't talk to your neighbor. Now today in business, if you don't talk to your neighbor, you're out of business, right? Today, if you wait for somebody to tell you what to do, you're in trouble. I mean, today you got to think, you're in teams, you got to make it happen, you got to create it, you got your own business. It's a different world. So this has trained us for a world we're not in. So we have to be in a proactive, aggressive, entertainment-driven, emotional world. That's where we are. That's what you want. So the only way to get that is to learn in that state. So this is going to be very different for most of you. I'm going to ask you not to be the passive, deep trance, hypnotic subjects. I'm going to ask you to be outrageous, playful, crazy, silly, and fun. If you and I are going to be effective as people, which means have fun, be fulfilled, be passionate, get results, achieve, learn, grow, all that, then we've got to become active rather than passive in our experience. In order to do that, it starts with the way we move and the way we think. And so I have a metaphor for myself. I think the most influential people in the world are kids. How many of you have kids? How many of you ever tried to say, no, you can't have an ice cream cone to a kid and saw moves you've never seen in your life before? Right? They don't hear no, it goes right on by. So if we want a quality life, one thing's for sure, we've got to become people of influence. You got to be influenced your kids and your family and yourself. You got to get yourself to do what's necessary. I mean, influence is the base skill for quality life. Influence with integrity. So if you're going to influence yourself, then you might look at kids because they're good at influencing. And they do it a lot of ways. They do it with their energy, don't they? They do it with playfulness. They do it by asking a gazillion questions. They do it because they're having so much fun that even when they annoy you, they make you laugh every bit, right? Somehow they pull it off. And so my view is I'm always going to be a kid, no matter what age I am. Because kid or adult or old person's all a mindset. I know a man who's 84 years old who has just started lifting weights about 6 years ago, now lifts bench presses 450 pounds. I mean, unbelievable. This guy is like pure stud, right? And there's all kinds of research showing now about people starting in their 60s and 70s start lifting weights and get as strong as men and women in their 20s and 30s. And his mind is the best part, though. That's why he does it. I mean, sure, anybody could learn to do that. But most people don't have that as a standard. I mean, come on. We're all in cultural hypnosis. I mean, when you're in your 60s, it's over, baby. Right? You're getting old. Baby boomers start freaking when they hear those kinds of things. Right? They go, wait a second, I'm in my 50s now. I'm in my late 40s. I'm going to defy all that stuff. Right? But most people in their 60s and 70s don't have that as their standard, saying, I'm going to learn to bench press 450 pounds, so they don't. It's a should. It's not even a should. It's a never maybe. They don't have any belief that it's possible, any sense of certainty, and they have no strategy. He had all three. I also know a young man I was talking to recently, he's 21 years old, he's probably the oldest person I've ever met in my life. Because everything is impossible for him, and he's tired all the time, and he can't accomplish anything, and the world is forever terrible. It's a mindset, isn't it? How many want to be a kid for a few days here? Say I. Okay, then if you're willing to do that, here are a couple ways to do it. Number one, when I ask you a question, yell back the answer. Not so we have a rah-rah session here, but because research shows if you sit and listen to me passively, within 4 weeks you'll remember 10% of what I said. If you listen and take some notes, jumps up into the 50 percentiles. If you listen, take notes, but physically are active, like you yell back the answer, your attention is in the 90 to 95 percentiles, because what happens is, like when you yell an answer back, it's like driving the grooves of what you learn deeper inside of you. Plus, you're going to know the answer to anything I ask you. I'm only going to ask you questions you know the answer to because I want to help you to have strong self-esteem. It's easy stuff. But by yelling yes, you'll also keep your energy high. How many want to do this, especially when you don't feel like it, so you build some emotional muscle? Do you agree with me that if you really want an extraordinary quality of life, that one of the things you got to master is your ability to get yourself to take action, to influence yourself, number one? How many agree with that? Say aye. How many agree, number two, you'd have to become good at influencing others with integrity, meaning getting people to do the things they normally won't do for themselves? How many agree with that? Say aye. Outstanding. So if influence is a skill, it starts in the first moments of human communication or connection. So I want you to try something silly. I want you to notice little things. You know, most people think little things don't matter. They want to see the big thing. But I have a different mindset. When someone negotiates a deal that changes planet Earth, like, Gorbachev and Reagan get together, and for the first time in human history you destroy nuclear bombs, I want to know what caused that. And everybody looks at the big thing. But I get together, and I've had the privilege of being with both those guys, and I found out exactly from them what was the little thing. They didn't even notice at the time. Like later on in retrospect, they figured out what actually made them become friends, actually made them make an agreement. Little things change everything. If you're heading this direction, and we make a little 10-degree shift, it looks like nothing, 10 degrees between these two. But if you take that 10-degree shift out a week from now, a month from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, you have a revolution. You have a totally different destination and where your life turns up. Because it's so much easier to change the little things when you're way upstream. It's like I have a simple philosophy. Kill the monster while it's little, when it's a baby. Don't wait till it's eating the city before you kill the monster. Okay? And we all have little monsters inside that we want to handle. We also have some real great things that we want to magnify. One of the things that changes your life is when you think you've hit your highest standard, what makes life never the same again is when you literally decide that there is a higher standard for you. When you decide there is more, and that's a conscious decision. You see it in an athlete when there's nothing physically left inside of them, it appears, and no one else expects it from them, and they reach down inside and they step up, right, to the challenge. And you can just see it. It's determination, right? It's will, it's faith. It's courage, it's passion. It's when you reach down and you find something more inside of you. And by the way, that's where all the juice is. That's what you all came here for, whether you tell me that or not. I know that's what you really want. You may have other ways of languaging what you want, but what you're hoping for are those core feelings. But those core feelings are things you can have in a heartbeat. You just must exert them. But it starts with even the way you move. So I want you to think about constantly raising the standard, because if you in life are in a position where you do a poor job at something, and that's your standard, like, on a regular basis, you don't even do a good job. You're pretty poor at it. In life, you do a poor job. What kind of rewards do you get for a poor job? Poor. That's what I used to think too. I used to think if you did a poor job, you got poor rewards. Seemed to make sense. That's not how life is rigged. You do a poor job, you get no rewards. You do a poor job, you get the door. Poor job too often, you're out of here. You get downsized, right-sized, outsourced. Isn't that true? You do a poor job in a relationship, that person's not going to stick around. You do a poor job with your kids, they end up in jail. Poor equals pain. Poor, there are no rewards for poor. It's not an equal deal. You do a poor job, you get a poor reward. Wrong. Let's say that standard's way down here. Now, the next level of standards would be a huge jump way up here to something called good. Now, when you do a good job at something, what kind of rewards do you get? Some of you say, good. No, I used to think that too. You do a good job, you get good rewards. Wrong. I'll tell you the most scary thing that happens to me every day in my life. I get stopped every single day by at least a dozen people, and they come up and they either tell me incredible stories about their life has changed. They'll say something like, Mr. Robbins, and they're really serious. And you can see there's some pain. They go, I watched you on TV, and I thought, if I ever met you, I might ask you this question. They'll ask me a question something like, I'm really a good man. How come my wife left me? And it's heartbreaking. Or she'll say, I'm really a good wife. How come my husband left me? Or I care about my kids. How come they hate me? How come my kid's on cocaine? And it tears me up inside because I care so much about people, and you can't tell them what the truth is. The truth is you did a good job. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Because when you do a good job, what kind of rewards you get? Poor. So the bottom line is, most people here are really trying to do a good job, and most people are really good. They're really good. I was a good man, and I was fat, and I was overweight, and in the emotional sense, I was broke. Financially, I was broke. Spiritually, I was wiped out, and I was a good guy. And I was so frustrated because I said, I'm good. You got to know, good's not good enough. Now, I know none of you would settle for good. You wouldn't come here. You're all overachievers, right? So poor is not even in the realm of your possibility. Good, this big jump here, you go, that's for wusses. You guys here are ultimate achievers. You're way up here with a thing called excellence, am I right? That's what I thought. How many here are committed to excellence? Say aye. Outstanding. When you do an excellent job at something, what kind of rewards do you get? Good. And you know what? It really annoys you too, doesn't it? Because most people go, wait a second, have you ever done this? You ever achieved a goal, man? You went for it, you achieved it, man, you made it happen, and then you went, is this all there is? How many been in that place? And it's kind of like a depressing moment, isn't it? Because you worked so hard for it, you achieved the goal, and you're still not happy. That's because you were really excellent. See, excellence is like you're like one of the best. Excellence is you really do, an excellent job. You're not just good, and you're certainly not poor. For God's sakes, you should have bigger rewards emotionally or financially or in your career or in your relationship for being excellent. Nope. You go, I don't have anything left. There's nothing left of me. I've given my all. Nope. You've not given your all. There's that little piece you haven't got to that if you get to it, you get all the rewards. Because if this is poor, huge jump to good, huge jump to excellence, here's the good news. All the rewards are at the next level. And they're disproportionate. They're like way beyond what you can imagine. And the good news is they're about this much higher than excellence. At a level right there, right? Right there. And that level, hallelujah. feels like a sermon at this point, right? That level right here that's just a few inches above is called outstanding. And when you are outstanding, when you stand out from all the rest, in your courage and your commitment and your persistence and your love and your dedication and your skill set and your whatever, you get all the rewards. And it's unfair really because you're only a little bit better than those people that are excellent, but your rewards are like a gazillion amount. It's just being outstanding on a consistent basis instead of being excellent. And that difference, by the way, is not usually really a large skill difference. It's a psychology difference. It's a standard difference. It's what you hold yourself to. I mean, did you watch the opening to the Olympics in Atlanta? When this guy walked out, I don't know if you remember, how many saw the opening to the Olympics? And this little guy walks out, he's 97 years old. He's the oldest living gold medalist. And he walks out into the field, and what happens? 100,000 people in the stadium stand up and clap. The president cried. I mean, why? They don't even know who this guy is. Because they know he was outstanding probably 40, 50, 60 years ago. Unbelievable. Think about it, 70 years ago. That's what we value outstanding in a culture. A good example is Carrie Strug. Now, this little girl, remember what happened? This little girl gets hurt, injured, and it's like a movie, right? It's like a Rocky movie all encapsulated. Because you're watching, it's like the Americans finally look like for the first time they're going to be able to finally win, finally beat the Russians. And sure enough, all of a sudden this girl wrecks her leg. And as she does it, everybody's like, oh my God, it's over, it can't happen. There she goes, holds it in. And what happens? She goes away, everybody's there, and all of a sudden the monitor comes in and goes, oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. She's standing up. She's walking towards the mat. She couldn't. She can't. It couldn't be. She's not going to try it, is she? And the whole place gets really dramatic and quiet, and this little girl with nothing but guts and heart, through the pain, goes and lands. Holds just long enough, pulls that leg up, and everybody goes crazy. They win the gold medal. How many of you cried? Come on, you cried out there, come on. And you don't even know this girl. If you felt the emotion in that moment, if you cried or you felt celebratory, there's only one reason why. Because in that moment, you recognized the part of you. That's what made you feel moved. You know there's a part of you that's outstanding. If you cried, it may have been that you're not fully utilizing that part of you and you realize that. Felt celebratory, maybe you just for a moment remember what it would feel like if you engaged that part of you. But that only happens by a decision because it wasn't skill that made her win, it was heart. And that's something you have total control of. If you'll push yourself beyond anything you thought was available and like lifting a weight, like, I mean, how do you build a bicep? How do you do it? What do you got to do? You got to demand, you got to put a huge demand on it consistently, don't you? You have to take a weight. You can exercise it. If you don't exercise it, it atrophies. But to grow a muscle, like really build it, you got to take on something that's much harder, much more uncomfortable, not what you planned for, not what's comfortable for you. And if you make yourself do it even though it's uncomfortable and you do it again and again, you get growth because as you make a demand, the muscle expands. So it is true with a muscle called passion. The more you demand of it, the more it'll expand. But if you just do what you're already comfortable with, you'll leave here kind of pumped up, feeling good, and you'll say, wasn't that a cool seminar? But your life won't be changed. You'll have had a great weekend that'll last a month or so. That's not why I came by. I really want to see you give yourself the gift of raising the standard. By the way, if I'm going to do 10 curls, which one of those 10 gives me, which one of those 10 do I want to do the least? Probably. Which one? Number 10. Which one gives you all the growth? Number 11. Good people do 10 when 10 is what's asked of them. Excellent people usually 10 and a little half. Outstanding people always do more than's expected of them because they're not doing it for someone else, they're doing it for what they know they're capable of. It's when you feel like you don't have an ounce left and you make yourself do it when all of your life has changed. So imagine you've come to the mental, emotional, and spiritual gym. I'm not here to tell you what to believe religiously in any way. I have no conversation for you there. I am respectful of whatever you believe. Whatever you believe, I'd say practice it. But spirituality is not just religion. It's the way you live your life. So if you entered the mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual gym, then what you'd be here to do is to push yourself harder than ever before, because if you go in that gym and just kind of hang out, you're going to get exactly what you put into this gym. Now, I won't ask you to do anything. I don't put myself there first. So I will be an example of what's possible in my own way, but you want to be your way. But I'll show you the standard of what can be done here, because I know that if you'll join me in this little part of the journey, you're going to experience more of yourself, because it's just a law of you. It's not me. It's the law of physiology, the law of the mind and the emotion. Does this conversation make any sense? Now, let me tell you a mistake most people make in life. They live by a philosophy of someday I will be able to feel the way I want to feel when. when I meet a certain person, when I achieve a certain income, when I finally get that position in my business, when I finally turn things around, when I'm finally physically fit. Someday when? And that someday never shows up, because then you meet the person and go, yeah, but did I really make the right choice? That really empowers the relationship, right? Or you make the money and then people worry they're going to lose it. Or they achieve the job and then they worry someone else is going to get that position. So someday never comes. So one of the things you've got to do is learn to train your nervous system to feel good. How many find that when you feel good, you're not just happy, but you actually perform better, and you also are better in the way you treat other people as well? How many find that to be true? Say, I. Then I want us to train ourselves like a muscle to feel good, to drill that into our nervous system, because feeling good is a physiology. It's a way of moving. It's a way of breathing, because the way you feel is totally related to the way that you move. Emotion, ladies and gentlemen, is created by motion, right? Emotion is created by motion. The more you move, the more you're going to feel. And people have very limited emotion and have very limited motion in their face and their body. They're kind of holding everything back. So what you want to do is loosen up and be a little crazy. So one way to do that is not to wait to have the good feelings you want. Because, see, you think when something happens, then you're going to feel good. But who's going to make you feel good when that thing happens? You are. You go, well, when I finally make that money, then I'll feel good. Oh, yeah? How do you know? Well, because I'll decide to feel good at that point. Ha ha. Why not decide now, feel good while you're on the way to doing that? Do both. Why wait, right? Or, you know, another, it's like, people say all the time, you know, they go through a tough situation. They'll, someday we'll look back and laugh at this. Why wait? You know, if you're going to do it someday, might as well look back right now and get it over with, right? Start laughing, have some fun with it. Most of us do not have the privilege of an environment that is surrounded with only outstanding people. And if you were to ask me, Tony, before you tell me anything else, what would be the most important tool to influencing the quality of my life forever above all else? My first hands-down answer was the ability to manage your state, the state of your mind and body during tough times. The capacity to do that is the number one skill that will basically determine your destiny. Because the state you are in will determine your decisions about what to believe and what to feel and what to do. And what you do will create the results of your life known as your destiny, at least the one on earth. So the bottom line is, state is everything. So we're going to learn how to master that. But if I had to give you the number two, it's who you surround yourself with. Who you associate to is who you will become. Because it's so easy to surround ourselves with people who have a lower standard than we have. And the problem with that is, sooner or later, if you're around people and you care about them, you don't want to be judging them, so you lower your standard for them. You can't help but lower the standard for you too when it's somebody you care about. It happens. It's the old adage, you lie down with dogs, you come up with fleas. It sounds terrible, but it's really accurate. I was speaking for the Marines recently, and I'm talking to them, and it was an interesting thing. I went out to Camp Pendleton. There's only two places the Marines train. And I got to be with this huge group, a couple thousand of these guys, as well as all of the brand new recruits who just made it through boot camp, and another group of guys that had been on a 9-day wilderness retreat where they don't let them eat for 4 days and they starve them and everything else, but they didn't want them to miss my talk. So they brought them out in full gear with their black and green paint across their faces, their M40s, right, all standing there at attention while I spoke for 4 hours. But I was talking to them about standards because the Marines have helped all of those men and women to raise their standards, and they have a different quality of life within the context of being a Marine. Now, whether that's the quality of life you want is a whole other thing, but that's what they have. They have a higher physical standard, that's for sure. Mental standard, discipline standard than they ever had in their lives before. And a lot of that had to do with being in that environment. I talked to them about how they have to take that environment wherever they go and have a higher standard than the Marines have. They have to have a higher standard when they leave the Marines. And I was talking later on to one of the generals there, and he was talking to me, and he's saying, Tony, you know, what you said was so on the mark. These men have developed pride in themselves because they've made themselves do things that they normally wouldn't have done. But he said, it's definitely been influenced by this environment. And many of them, when they leave this environment, this will have been the peak of their life in terms of how proud they were of themselves and what they accomplished in their life. Many of them will never do. They'll never translate this standard to their daily life when they leave here. And he said, why do you think that is? Do you think it's because people don't care, or people are basically lazy, or you have to supervise people, or, you know, he went through all these things. And I said, no. I said, I really think it's that most people's lives are a direct reflection of the expectations of their peer group. What does that mean? Well, your peer group, first of all, is anybody around you that you respect and you give them emotional power, meaning what they think or what they feel affects you. They're your friend, you want them to like you. So at some level, whether you're aware of it consciously or not, it affects you. Maybe it's your family members. I don't know who your peer group is. Maybe it's people at work. But it's the people that you care what they think or feel. Even if you say you don't, we all care at some level, right? Who are those people for you? That's your peer group. And your life will be a direct reflection of the expectations of your peer group. And here's the challenge. What if you have a higher expectation for your life than the people you surround yourself with? Higher expectation for what you want from your life, in terms of your passion or joy or love. Higher expectation of what you want to accomplish. Higher expectation of what you want to feel or spirituality or whatever it is. Well, now you have a conflict. Because now what will happen is if you have a higher expectation than your peer group who really does care about you will pull you down. Not because they're trying to pull you down, because they don't want to lose you. So they'll say, hey, come on, don't be so serious. Don't be working at that all the time. Come on, relax. Geez, what's the matter with you? And they will find ways to undermine what's going on. Not because they don't love you, because they do love you. Because unconsciously they sense, oh my God, you might change, grow, or expand. What would that mean to me? I could get left behind. And most of us want love so much at an unconscious level, if not at a conscious level. We want acceptance so much that through time, gradually, over the years, we lose what our dreams are. We lose our expectations. And what we once thought was a must is kind of a, well, interesting. We don't even think about it anymore. It's not even a should. Or maybe it's a should someday if all comes together. And so I would say to you that you have an opportunity to get a fresh look at your life. This is a crash course in transforming every area of your life that you want to. The value is we're going to create an environmental standard here that's quite extraordinary. We're going to create it together. Mark my words. Whoever you spend time with, you will become. So you better choose real well. Am I saying get rid of your friends? No. Here's the other way you can do it. You can lead. You can have such a high standard that no matter how low the standard is above you or how nice it is, you can take it from good to excellent to outstanding for your friends if they have the desire and if they have enough caring to be with you. But you're going to have to make those choices. It's not the kind of conversation that you hear in a positive thinking kind of environment. I'm not saying go surround yourself with positive people. I'm saying you got to make sure that wherever you are, you at least have some core friends that have a standard that is so high that both of you will grow. It's like if you want to play tennis, you don't play against somebody who's worse than you are on a regular basis and expect to get better. It just doesn't happen. If you got the guts, you play somebody who's better than you are and you work like crazy so you can move up. And maybe you have some people that play at your level too, but you got to play at that game. Raise that standard. If I was going to say, like in 2 words, what this is all about, it's about stepping up, man. And you got to decide to step up or pull back. So you got to take a look and say, okay, what is it that I really want? And I got to make some really conscious choices. And if you make those, you can have more fun than you've ever had before. It's not like living a life that's totally disciplined, because discipline never lasts. Because discipline is just painful and you do it anyway. You got to do it anyway in the beginning, but after a while, it becomes natural for you because it's so rewarding to play at this level called outstanding. You won't want to go back. It won't be, I got to discipline myself. It'll be, this is who I am. And that's when things really shift. Tell you a secret. It's so easy to feel good. The only reason you're not is standards. You don't have a standard to feel good all the time because society says that feeling bad, that's natural. Feeling good all the time, you got a problem. Right? Second, you don't believe it. And thirdly, you don't know the strategy consciously. Now here's what you need to understand. Any emotion you're feeling is just a pattern. It's a pattern of how you use your body. It's a pattern of how you use language. And it's a pattern of what you tend to focus on and believe about it. Those 3 patterns make up all your emotions. If you're upset, you're using your body in a certain way. You're saying certain things outside and inside your head in a certain way. And I don't mean this self-talk, positive thinking. I mean certain words trigger you. Like if I say, Michael, you're mistaken. That feels different than if I say, Michael, you are wrong. That feels different than if I say, Michael, you are lying. Right? How many can feel the difference between those 3? If someone's saying to you, say I. So there are certain words, we're not like being positive, certain words that will fire off your emotion in different ways, different levels. And your belief, what you're certain is going to happen, affects you. So people get in habits again and again, and then they think they're not doing it. They think it just happens because something environment happens and they start doing it. It's just a pattern you learned a long time ago, and you've done it so long, it's ingrained. So there are 3 patterns, I call it the triad, that everything that you feel are created out of, and whether you do something or not is based on how you feel. For example, faith, determination are triads. They are nothing but a big word, a generalization for 3 things you're doing when you're determined. Use your body in a certain way when you're determined. You do certain things in your head, what you say to yourself or out loud, and you picture or focus on certain things and believe certain things. When you're fearful, you do something different with your body, something different with your language, something different with what you focus on and believe. How many follow the general thought of this? Say, I. So you don't get depressed, you do depression. See, most people think if they take antidepressants, they won't get depressed. Bull. I do it all the time. Some people take in maximum dosages, 6, 7, 8 pills at a time, still get depressed. Because your body will override all of that. Because depression comes from a triad. Some people get depressed because they think they're getting older. Some people get depressed because they think they're going to lose their relationship. Some people we all come up with reasons. Whenever you think your future is uncertain, when you feel like you have no future, when you feel completely overwhelmed, like you can't figure it out, then people feel depressed. Doesn't matter how many drugs you take. So the challenge is not that you're not capable of not being depressed. The challenge is that she believes she needs to be depressed. Now, that's a pretty ugly thing to say, but it's true. Because we live in a culture that if you weren't really sad when you lose somebody, then obviously you don't care. But are there cultures, I'm just curious, where someone dies, where their belief is death is the beginning and not the end, that death is graduation, and where they not only believe that, like intellectually believe it, but they know it in their soul, and since they believe that and know it, they also believe that to be sad is blasphemy or a form of selfishness, because it means you don't really want them to have it. You're thinking about yourself and not their better good. I'm not suggesting that's all true, but are there cultures that believe that and where people never really feel depressed, yes or no? So what we feel is based upon 3 patterns, I said. One of those patterns I should tell you right now is a pattern of physiology, which is a fancy word for the way we use our physical body. Now, very often people come to me and they say things like, Mr. Robbins, I don't know what it is, but I feel down all the time. And other people, I don't know what it is, I feel so up. Why do you think I feel so up all the time? Right? Or some people come to me and say, Mr. Robbins, I don't know what it is, but I feel angry all the time. You think you could help me? So why don't we start with your face? Okay? I mean, think about it. You don't feel an emotion, you do an emotion. I want you to get this. Now, I know you react, most of you, to some trigger in the environment, but can someone else have the same trigger and react differently, yes or no? That's called wisdom, it's called intelligence, that's called using the gifts God gave you instead of just reacting like an animal. And we all are going to react at times, but you don't want to stay there for months and months and months and months, or years, or days, or even hours. You want to raise the standard. So it doesn't mean you don't feel feelings. I mean, I have sad feelings, I have hurt feelings, I have frustration feelings, don't get me wrong, but I don't live there. And sometimes it's good to feel those for a short burst, just enough to get you to do something, to make something better, or to appreciate something. But to live there, see, some people do it so much, over and over and over again, until pretty soon, this is all they do, continuously. It's conditioned. And then they go, I can't help it. Right? I can't, I'm telling you. Yes, you can. Start talking like a human. Because you behave differently in a different state, and you're totally in control of your state. Your state is not controlled by what someone else says, or what someone else does, or what you see in the environment. You have one unbelievable gift from your Creator that we all cannot deny, and that is the capacity, in a moment's notice, in a heartbeat, to change your state. Every hero does it. When the going gets tough, somehow they get outside their own fear, their own pain, and they step up. All it is a state change. A hero is a state of mind. Sometimes it's time to be your own hero instead of waiting for someone else to rescue you. So physiology is the first part. Second pattern is a pattern of language. Now, language is an interesting thing. There are 2 distinctions here. One distinction I call TV. TV stands for transformational vocabulary. There are certain words, as I said earlier, that will magnify human emotion and certain words that will lower the intensity of human emotion. So you just got to notice which words. If you say to somebody something like, I really like you a lot, that gives a different experience than if you say, I love you. That's a very different experience than if you said something even more colorful. Transformational vocabulary means there are certain words that just by changing a word, you change your states. Like, have you ever heard someone listen to a speaker that just listening to them like moved you or inspired you, like maybe a Martin Luther King or a John F. Kennedy or somebody of that nature? How many remember somebody like that? Say I. Well, they moved you with just words, and words that have a vocal quality probably attached to it. But guess who's moving you every day with words? You are. But the problem is most of you aren't noticing the key words that either make you depressed or make you excited. Now, sometimes we put a group of words together and we start developing a belief system, but the way we develop it is we incant it. Most of the things you believe started as what I call incantations. What's an incantation? An incantation is like when you say something again and again and again with emotional intensities. It's not like an affirmation. You can go, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. Still not feel happy. That's an affirmation. What turns an affirmation into an incantation is when your entire physiology is involved. Because then what it does, it sends different signals to your nervous system that you mean it when you say something. Like you can say to somebody something like, I love you, or you can say, I love you, or you can say, I love you. And you're sending a different message, right, to the body by the way you incanted it. It's not just the word. So an incantation is when you say a phrase again and again with enough physiology, emotional intensity that it wires your brain. It's like, ever had this experience? Somebody says, hey, could you get me the salt? And you think to yourself, I don't know where the salt is, right? And so you say, I don't know where the salt is. And they say, well, it's just in the kitchen. You've been there. It's on the second shelf. I don't know where it is. Come on, just go get it. I don't know where the salt is. Come on, go get it yourself. I don't know where it is. Go get it. Fine, I don't know where the salt is. I don't know where the salt is. I can't find the salt. I can't find the salt. You open up, I can't find the salt. You look, I can't find the salt. It's not here. It's on the second shelf. Can't find the salt, can't find the salt, can't find it. I can't find the salt. They walk in, stand right next to you, reach right in front of your face and go, what is this? How many have had one of these experiences? Say I. Now, did your eyes see the salt? Yes. But your brain did not allow you to perceive the salt because you incanted 20 times. You couldn't find it, and your brain doesn't want to make you turn you into a liar. Okay? And we do this to ourselves all the time, right? In psychology, there's a term for it. We call it a scotoma, a blind spot. Where you ever talk to somebody and like you're using light, they can't even see it. It's like right there in their face, and it's an idea because they've been incanting it forever. So people come to me, Mr. Robbins, I just can't figure out what I want for my life. I can't figure out what I want. I don't know what I want. I can't figure out what I want. Why do you think I can't figure out what I want? Maybe because you just said 12 times I can't figure it out with total emotional intensity. Maybe a clue. Okay? You have to be careful about your incantations. Okay? Now, so language, there's certain phrases we use, there's certain words we use that lock us into those states. They're like hypnosis. Like remember in the, you read mythology or the times of King Arthur and, Merlin the magician would come along and he would incant these phrases over and over again, right? And what happened? He'd turn a frog into a prince or a prince into a frog. Well, that's what we're doing to ourselves all the time. So we got to be smart and start noticing those triggers. And those phrases put you in those states. It's not what happened. It's what you're doing with your body and it's what you're incanting or the words you're using. Then the third pattern that creates any emotion you're feeling is the pattern of what you focus on and what you believe about it. Focus/belief. What you focus on and what you believe about it. If you are in a position where you believe that nothing ever works for you, then that belief will begin to take over and you'll start to feel that way. Now, if you take somebody who's depressed and you give them a drug, will it work? Yes, because it changes the pattern of physiology for the moment. When you change someone's biochemistry, that changes the way they respond for the moment. But when that person takes that drug, but then they keep focusing on what they don't want or they don't have in their life, or what's missing, or they don't have a future, and they keep incanting it, even though they took the drug, these two will overpower this one. That's how someone can take a drug, an antidepressant, and still be depressed. And the person says, oh, we just got the wrong brand. Let's mix two of these together and overcome it. See, what that's called is trying to put a Band-Aid on something that's not going to heal because you haven't dealt with the source of it. And dealing with the source of it's really quite easy. We got to change the belief that makes us keep using that physiology. But very often, we don't have to do that. We just change the pattern of physiology, the belief goes away. The secret, though, is to condition it so it stays. Now, obviously, there's more to it than what I'm talking about, but this is the fundamental basis of making your life work. Because whatever you think your life working is will come down to some emotions. You want to feel love and joy and excitement and passion and peace and connection to God and your friends and all that stuff. And guess what? You're doing all of it or you're not doing all of it. And if you're not doing it, we just got to see, what are you doing? And let's change it. The only reason you don't is you don't believe it's possible. The only reason you don't is because you keep using the same physiology. You go, I don't know why I'm so scared. I don't know why. And then all of a sudden we change it and everything shifts. And then what we now do is condition it. So the question is this: what is it that stops you from getting what you want? And the answer is fear. That's it. Fear of failure, fear of success, fear of rejection, fear of the unknown, feeling of being disappointed, that fear of not looking good. It's just fear. Now, no achievers ever admit to being fearful. They're just stressed. You say, well, I'm really stressed because I'm not going to make the meeting. What you're really saying is, I'm afraid I'm not going to make the meeting. Well, what happens if you don't make the meeting? Then someone will be upset with me, or I won't be this, or I won't be perfect, or I won't be whatever, and I won't meet the rules, and then I won't feel good. It's fear. Next time you say you're stressed, just tell yourself the truth. You're afraid, right? Even if you're an achiever, yes, you do have fears. Having fears is called being human. The secret, though, is when you identify it, is to attack it and to change it. And the fastest way, by the way, of these three to change one state is the first quadrant of the triad, physiology. A radical change in physiology will change you faster than anything you can try and think yourself into. Because what you're doing is, it's like changing the plug. You know, you got a great computer, but you don't plug it in, it's not going to work too well. And when you change your physiology, it's like TV, it's like changing the channel. Now you go from a sad story to an adventure, just by making a change in the channel, the way you use your physiology in that moment, okay? So think of it in those terms. Physiology, language, focus/belief. Anything you want to change will come down to changing those three things. I got a phone call, found out there's a lady, some of you remember, an entertainer named Carly Simon. Carly Simon couldn't get on stage. And I heard she couldn't get on stage, and somebody was talking to me, and I wasn't able to come help her because I just wasn't available. But I did find out from the friend what her symptoms were. Here's what she would do. She would do something very similar to what I had seen as a pattern with someone else. In fact, let me give you someone else first. I meet Bruce Springsteen for the first time. Meet Bruce, and I'm a big fan. I'm like really excited to meet him, like he's my hero, right? And so I go up to talk to him and everything else, and as I'm talking to him, he's really nice, and I said, tell me something. What's it like for you to go on stage? Do you still get juiced? Is it still like, does your body get going, does your mind get going, or are you just really relaxed? Like, what's it like for you? I'm curious after all these years. He said, are you kidding me? He said, every single time I go out there, he said, I feel a certain thing happen in my body. I want you to hear these parallels. Here's what Carly Simon says. Here's what he says about going on stage. Carly Simon says, when I think about going on stage, what happens is my heart starts beating really, really fast. And she goes, and then my whole thing, my muscles in my hands start to tighten up, and I start to sweat, and my breathing starts to speed up. And as I think about going out there, she says, everything starts speeding up faster and faster. I feel all this tension, all this pressure. And she goes, and then I know I'm having a panic attack and I can't go out. Bruce Springsteen says, when I think about going out there, he said, like everything in my body starts speeding up. And he said, I feel this tension in my hands, and I start sweating. He said, just still today, just like before, my heart starts beating like crazy. He said, right then I go, man, I know I'm ready. Someone starts to feel something, go, oh my God, I'm so stressed, right? Oh, I'm feeling stressed. You could go, oh, I'm feeling excited. Because stressed and excited are very close, aren't they? And what happens is a subtle change, and usually when you put the language on it, it shifts it. You may have been on the verge, you could go from either one. Someone says, oh, I'm breaking down. No, maybe you're breaking through. So you gotta know that this is not some fancy schmancy like psychobabble. This is human physiology. So fear is the only thing that stops you. How fast can you get out of fear? Heartbeat. But most of you don't for two reasons. It's not a must. You don't have a standard that says, I must. When you must, you do. Watch people in war. Some of them go collapse, but most of them figure it's a must, and they figure it out, don't they? I go watch an unbelievably intense movie about Private Ryan. I haven't seen it, but I've heard a bunch of people tell me about it. It sounds like you get a real reality check of what war is like, and you see how people function in that environment. It's just a must, so they figure it out. Stuff they would never normally do day to day. They could never handle day to day. They have to, so they do. Don't make life make you have to. You make the have-tos. So it's proactive. So fear is what stops us. What changes our whole life is action. Why don't we take action? Fear. What do we got to do to get ourselves to do it? We got to make sure that we push ourselves through it by making a decision. The point in which change happens is a decision. Every change in your life that you want will come from something simple, a decision. People go, what does it take to change? Decide. But you go, oh, God sounds so simple and so basic. If it was that easy, you'd already have done it, Mr. Robbins. No, it is that easy and you're still not doing it because you are not putting yourself in a state to decide. See, a real decision is not like a preference. It's not like where you say, I'll try it and see. That's not a decision. Decision comes from Latin. It means like incision, to cut off from. Decision is when you cut off any possibility except the thing you're committed to. It's like that is it. How many of you in this room have ever smoked cigarettes and then one day you finally decided no more, I mean really decided, and you've never touched it again and you're not even tempted to? How many made that decision at one time? Say aye. You know what a real decision is. If I came to you today and I said, would you like a cigarette? Would you go, what brand is it? No, you'd probably say to me, no, I'm not I want you to hear that. You'd not only say, I don't smoke. You'd say, I'm not even that kind of person. You literally divorce yourself from even that kind of person. So it's no effort. When you really decide, it's not an effort. Once you've cut it off, it doesn't take effort. Deciding takes effort, but once you've decided, it's over. You don't think about it anymore. It's like it's easier to fast than it is to diet. Because when you're fasting, somebody offers you something, you don't even think about it. You go, no, I'm not eating. Right? When you're dieting, you're like, well, maybe we could have a little more. This is a little piece of cake. Not that many calories. Right? And pretty soon you're back to where you were again. So a real decision is what you got to make. When you make a real decision, life changes. But it's a real decision, you burn your bridges, you only move forward. Now, the way to get yourself there is to put yourself in state and condition it. Conditioning is this. Build the muscle. Do you do it one time? No. You do it a lot and you do beyond what you're comfortable with, and the muscle expands, and now what used to be hard to do as the muscle grows is easy. That's the same thing with every other kind of muscle. But I'll give you one example. They take monkeys, and I don't approve of this research, but this is what they do. In UC Irvine, University of California, Irvine, they've done these studies where they take monkeys and they will take 4 of their fingers and tape them down. And then they take one finger and they bend it back and forth 10,000 times. And every time they bend this finger back and forth like this, use this as a metaphor. In your brain, for you to do this once, twice, you have to make connections between neurons in your brain. Neuron's a big word for nerve cells. So to do this, imagine, as a metaphor, it's not exactly like this, to do this once, you got to put a connection, a thin thread had to be grown between this neuron and this neuron, as an example, as a metaphor. Do it again, 2 thin threads. Do it 10,000 times, and guess what? You are wired to do this. Here's the point. They untape the monkey's fingers, and what does he do constantly? For no good reason. He's wired, conditioned to do this. Now, how does this relate to you? Well, how many of you go to work the same way every day? You drive on the same on-ramp, go the same direction, get off on the same on-ramp. How many got a pattern like that? Say, I. How many have had a day when you're supposed to go the opposite direction on the freeway or the road, but you're on the cell phone and your brain is at the lunch and you get on the same on-ramp going the same direction that you normally do that's the wrong way? Say, I. You're monkeys. Can you condition yourself to feel depressed to where it feels more comfortable because you go there more often and you're wired to be there? Yes or no? Can you condition yourself to be quick to anger? Yes or no? Can you condition yourself to feeling overwhelmed at the drop of a hat? Can you condition yourself to feel loved all the time? Even if people say, I hate you. Yes, could you still feel loved? Could you condition yourself to feel happy as a consistent way of living all the time? Yes or no? But you know what? Most people don't believe that, but of course it is. It's the same nervous system. But the environment reinforces negative behavior more than positive. People go, how's it going? Oh, my life is so great. Oh, easy for you. So pretty soon you learn to go, yeah, I'm doing okay. You don't want to get too good because then your peer group would be unhappy with you because they're not feeling so good. So you learn to downplay it. And then you don't reward yourself so your brain doesn't go for more because it goes, we got to stay right on in here. This is our little comfort zone. So we're gonna condition ourselves to be in a peak state, especially when you're exhausted. Because like, remember when you're doing the muscle, the one where you can't lift one more and you make yourself do it, that's where you get all the growth. So when you're most tired is when you gotta push yourself. If you didn't listen to anything I said, but all you did was keep yourself in a peak state for 3 days, you'll develop something called emotional muscle. And emotional muscle is where your whole life comes in. Repetition is the mother of skill till it gets conditioned, till it's automatic. Now I'll give you a clue. You know what I told you about them doing this with the finger of the animal? Here's what they discovered. Don't have to do this 10,000 times. All you gotta do is do this about 2 dozen, max 3 dozen. If every time they do this, they stimulate the pleasure center of the brain of the animal. And they do that literally physically by pushing a little needle in the area of the brain that creates pleasure. But what happens is when they do this and they create pleasure, instead of 1 string, they get like 500 every time you do it with pleasure. So what happens is you can condition yourself with that pleasure, and you can get this done in a short time. It doesn't have to take you 5 years. So we want to purposely put ourselves in these peak states over and over again, not as a rah-rah session, but literally as a training tool for our human nervous system. How many follow this? Say aye. And the secret is when you don't feel like doing it, that's when you got to do it the most, because that's when you'll get the real conditioning. But don't just do it like, all right, yes, 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 yes. Okay? You gotta smile and make yourself feel good while you're doing it and make it better each time. How many of you have ever said, I want to change something? Like, I want to lose weight, I wanted this, I wanted that, and you started to create change only to go back to where you were? How many have done this? Say I. I want to show you how to create lasting change, because anybody can change for the moment, but lasting change is what you're really after. And I'll tell you a little background on this, 2-second background. Most of my career, early on, I just loved people and I wanted to make changes in my own life initially. So I became obsessed with saying, okay, what are the best tools? How can I change? And early in my life, when I was about 16 years old, I decided I want to read a book a day. Because I figured, man, if I could take 10 years, like someone took 10 years to write a book, let's say, and I could take 10 years of their experience and absorb it in a day, and I did that for the course of a couple of years, I realized, I believed anyway, I would have such an incredible experiential base without having to have all the years. And I did it primarily because I wanted to improve myself. I wanted to make changes. I grew up in an environment I didn't like. Well, I didn't quite do that, but I read about 700 books over the period of about 7 or 8 years, 7.5 years, all in the area of human development, psychology, physiology, anything I thought could really make a difference for people. And then what I did was I actually applied what I learned to a great extent, because lots of people get lots of knowledge, but they don't use it. So I kept trying to use it, and as I made changes in myself, it became natural as I got excited and saw results, and my friends saw results in me, to start helping my friends. And then I got addicted to that. I got addicted to having the solutions and being able to help people I really cared about. And pretty soon by the time I was in high school, I was known as Mr. Solution. You had a problem, you saw me. Especially if you were a girl and had a problem with your boyfriend, I would be happy to change those problems, right? But the point of the matter is, I really did. I mean, I was obsessed by it. And then as I developed this as my career, I developed more and more skills. And then gradually, by the time I was 20 years old, 19, 20 years old, I became exposed to a series of what at that time were the cutting edge tools in creating change, like really rapid fire change. Not lying on your back, frilly associating and analyzing what's wrong with your life, but really making the change happen now. And in those days, the tools were things like neuro-linguistic programming, which you probably have heard of by now, which I wouldn't honestly say is cutting edge anymore, but there's some great tools in there that I still use, some of which I'll share with you this weekend. They're just great, fundamental tools. And Gestalt, which is really antiquated now, but there's still some useful tools in it, or Ericksonian patterns. And I went out and I learned this stuff, and I learned how you could like wipe out a person's lifetime phobia in 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes as opposed to 4, 5, 6, or 7 years. And my advantage was I didn't know what I couldn't do, because I didn't have years of being a therapist and having to spend years with a customer or a client trying to help them turn around. And so when I went to these classes, I convinced the owner to let me, or I should say the founder of these technologies, and at least in NLP, his name was John Grinder, to let me in these classes, because in those days it was always marriage and family counselors, psychologists, and psychiatrists. I had no such degrees, but that was my advantage. And I talked my way in these classes just by pure persistence. And I sat in the classes, and after 3 or 4 days, we'd learn like how to wipe out a phobia. in a short period of time. And I remember turning to these, it was a 6-month course, and I turned to these other therapists in the class and they said, hey guys, let's go find some phobics and cure them. And they all looked at me like, you're crazy, you're insane, it's obvious you're not an educated man. I said, what do you mean? They go, well, this is a 6-month training program. You gotta go through all 6 months. Then you go through a testing procedure. And then if you qualify the testing procedure, then you get certified. And then once you're certified, you can start doing this with people. I went, are you insane? I'm a business person. I don't wait for somebody to certify me to apply something that's useful. I said, I'm gonna go do it now. So picture this in your mind. I'm in Los Angeles, California. I've got 4 days of training. It's 11 o'clock at night, and I'm looking for someone to help. I thought, where do you go to help somebody at 11 o'clock? Where do you find somebody who needs help at 11 o'clock at night in LA? Denny's. I figure anybody at Denny's at 11 o'clock at night needs help. Right? So I walk in, true story. I walk into this Denny's 24-hour place. It was right near the hotel where I was learning my tools. And I walk in, and this guy's standing behind the counter there, sitting behind the counter with his meal. And I walk in and I go, excuse me, sir, my name is Tony Robbins. Tell me any problem you have, I'm gonna handle it right now. And gradually I began to realize this was not the best approach. And so I launched my career starting in Canada, and I did it by challenging traditional psychiatrists and psychologists by saying, tell me your worst patient, I don't care who they are, I'm gonna handle it right here, right now. Because what happens when I first went on the air, I'd say I could cure anything, I don't care what it is, I don't care if you're phobic, whatever. And then what would happen is people would call up and I'd say yes, and I give them a money-back guarantee to get results. But the psychiatrists in the early day would attack me, say I was a liar and a charlatan, it was impossible. So all I would do is say, great, give me your worst patient. Give me somebody you've never been able to cure. I said, I'm sure you have plenty of those. I'd work with them, right? And after about, I don't know, not even 3 months of doing that, my reputation got aligned. No one ever attacked me anymore. And as the years went by, I got a little bit more mature. I mean, the truth was I didn't have a degree, and I was sensitized, so I didn't have the degree, and I was defensive about it. And then if someone attacked me, obviously I attacked back as hard as I could. Fortunately, I had some skills to attack back with where I could get results instead of just attacking. But as the years went by, I got more mature, and I said, I know who I am. I don't need to prove it to anybody else. And now that I've got a couple million people that I've trained, I also have about 15,000 psychiatrists and psychologists. So as a result, things changed. But what really became my trademark was this challenge format where I would go out and I'd say, I don't care what your problem is, stand up here, I'm gonna handle it now. And I'd do these in those days in free guest events to build my reputation so that people would see my work was real, and then they'd sign up to come to my seminars. And when you do that a lot, pretty soon your whole life becomes, what's your problem? Boom, what's your problem? Boom, what's your problem? Boom. And I got so wired by that, and I was just doing whatever it took to create change within people. But then I had an experience, and I was really proud of myself. The years went by, I was very successful in what I was doing, loved what I did. And then I had a really neat learning experience that helped me to understand lasting change even more powerfully. And the experience was a man came to one of my seminars, and during one of the breaks, he walked up to me and said, do you recognize me? He was very intense. And I said, I don't remember your name, but I do recognize you. I said, I meet about 10,000 people a month, but I recognize your face. I never forget a face. I said, let me think for a second. I said, I don't know your name, but you're from New York. Right, which is probably a good guess by his intensity anyway, right? Right? But seriously, I do remember he's from New York. He said, yeah. I said, I did a smoking therapy on you like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. He said, that's right. I said, how you doing? He reached in his pocket, he pulls out a pack of cigarettes, Camels, sticks in my face, he goes, you failed! And I felt myself get a little angry. I said, don't get angry, learn. Stay centered, learn. So I said, wow. I said, so you're smoking? He said, yeah. I said, well, what happened? I worked with you back then for an hour. How long have you been smoking at that time? He said, 16 years. I said, how many packs a day were you smoking? He said, 3 packs, sometimes 4. I said, okay, so 16 years. And I said, so I came work for you about an hour, right? I said, what happened? He said, I stopped smoking. I said, for how long? He said, for 4 years. And I'm looking at him, right? I said, you'd smoked for 16 years, 3 or 4 packs a day, right? I work with you for an hour. You don't smoke another cigarette for 4 years. Now you're smoking, and I screwed up? He said, that's right, because you didn't program me properly, or I wouldn't have gone back to it. And when he said that, I went, something to think about. I went, wow, neurolinguistic programming, which was what I was teaching in those days, gives you this illusion that someone else is going to program you, and then everything will be fine. But see, my life doesn't work because I programmed myself 20 years ago and everything's perfect. My life works because I've conditioned myself. There's a difference. Because conditioning, you can condition yourself enough that you stay pumped, but you have to keep yourself in that environment. It's like you don't go work out once and go, now I'm fit for life, right? You make it part of your life, part of your lifestyle. It's self-reinforcing and you love it. It's who you are. And that's why you're fit and strong and healthy and so forth. So I thought, isn't this interesting? Because I'm so wanting to help people, I'm being the source of it. So I went out and I did a little research project with 3 of my associates, and we called 100 people that I'd done work with over the years to see how they did. Of those 100 people, roughly 97%, 97 of them had lasting change. There was 3 of them that didn't. In all 3 cases, they had the exact same pattern. I hadn't programmed them, some language like that. So what I began to realize, and I continue to follow up over the next few years, is that really there are 3 beliefs you have to have first to have lasting change, and then there are 3 steps you have to take. So first, let's do the 3 beliefs, okay? The first belief you must have to have lasting change is that change is a must and not a should. So you have to believe that something must change, not that something should change. If someone says, I really should go on a diet, I go, ain't gonna happen. Because I know should never happens. Should you do when it's convenient. Should is not consistent. Musts are the things we find a way to do because we go, it is a must. We take it to a different level of consequence in our bodies and our minds and our emotions and our spirits. So if there's something you haven't changed and you keep thinking about it but still hasn't changed, I guarantee you one of these or more of these 3 beliefs is missing. First one that's probably likely is you really think you should change, but it's not a total absolute must in your gut. Now some people really is. They think, well, this weight must come off, but then I'm going to run to Jenny Craig or someone else to do it for me. Now, there's nothing wrong with Jenny Craig. She's great as a coach. But if Jenny Craig's the one doing it for you or Tony Robbins the one doing it for you, then I get the muscle and you don't. So I'll be stronger and healthier and you'll be okay for a while until you get off on some uncomfortable thing. Then you can blame me or Jenny Craig or someone else why it didn't work. But if you know you're the source, then there's only one place to look, which is in the mirror. So it cannot be based on someone else. It's got to be, it must change and I must change it. Now, some people believe, okay, this weight must come off, and I know I must be the one to do it, right? Or this environment, something's got to be done, and I know I must do something, but they have a third belief that keeps them from doing it. And that third belief you got to have to do it is, I can change it. I can change it. Why is this one important? Why do you got to believe it's not only change, it's a must, but also, secondly, believe I must change it, and most importantly, I can. Because if you don't believe you can change it, then are you going to put a bunch of energy and effort and force into something you think's not going to work? Of course not. For you to really get the result that you want, you've got to believe you can. So very often people go, yeah, this weight must come off. I know I must do it, but I can't. Why? They'll say, I tried everything. Right? I've tried millions of things. I've tried it all. You've not tried it all. You've not tried everything, or you would have got results. But we start telling ourselves these stories, and we start believing those incantations. Now, one of the reasons they believe they can't do it is because they never have before. So I want to give you a core belief to write down that's really, really important. And that is this: the past does not equal the future. The past does not equal the future. The past does not equal the future. See, so often people say, I can't do this. Well, it's because they haven't done it before, or they've never done it, or they think they've tried everything. Well, you haven't tried everything, and if you try to drive in the future using a rear view mirror to guide yourself, I got news for you, you're going to crash. You have to be able to look forward and create what you want, even if you've never been able to do it before. If you just tried it and it didn't work, this moment is new. Something about you is new. You made a new distinction, something you may be unaware of. Maybe the environment's changed. Maybe you just need to change your approach. But you got to believe that you can, because the only reason to say you can't is you think you've tried everything, which is a lie, or you believe that it just has never worked before. The past does not equal the future unless you live there. If you live in the past, then I guarantee your future will be the same way. Now, these are just beliefs, but beliefs control our actions. You might want to write down another phrase, and that is all beliefs carry with them consequences. All beliefs carry with them consequences. Human behavior is belief-driven. Okay? All beliefs carry with them consequences, and human behavior is belief-driven. What does that mean? It simply means that if somebody does something, they got a reason. Even if it may seem insane to you, even if they may not know what the reason is consciously, they got a reason. It's based on something they believe, that by doing this, it'll give them something they need or want unconsciously, some set of feelings they need. That's why people do what they do. So we all need to understand what a belief is, because people make a belief into a thing, and all a belief is a feeling. A belief is a feeling. That's all it is, right? A belief is a feeling of certainty. That's all a belief is. A belief is a feeling of certainty about what something means. So when you say, I believe this, you're saying, I'm certain about this. If you say, Tony, I believe I'm an intelligent person, what you're saying is, Tony, I feel what? I feel what? Certain that I'm an intelligent person, okay? That's all a belief is. Now let me give you a metaphor. What's the difference between an idea and a belief? Well, you can have an idea that the world is flat, but not believe it, not feel certain that the world is flat. Or you can have a belief that the world is round and be certain the world is round. Let me give you a metaphor for it. Here's the difference between an idea and a belief. An idea is like a tabletop with no legs. Now, what's the problem with the tabletop with no legs? If you push against it, what's it going to do? Fall down. There's nothing to hold it up. There's nothing to make it solid or certain. What a belief is a tabletop with legs underneath it to support it. So let me give you an example. I want you to think about something for a moment. How many of you have references? I'm not saying you believe this, but you have experiences. Now, by the way, references can be things you've experienced, things you've read about, things people have told you, or even things you've imagined. Can you imagine enough things that you're certain how things are? Like make up something in your head and then find out later you were dead wrong? How many of you have ever done this? Say aye. Okay, so references are not just experiences from the past. There are things you can make up, read about, etc. How many of you have some beliefs that intellectually you know better, but emotionally they still control you? How many have some beliefs like this? Say aye. Okay, so the only reason you develop a belief is so you can feel certain and make decisions quickly about how to get pleasure or how to avoid pain. So the only way you get rid of a belief is you destroy it by sweeping the legs, like questioning these references. Like in a martial arts competition, you take out somebody's legs, their fight disappears. Same thing is true with a belief. The other way you can get rid of it is by linking a massive amount of what to the old belief that doesn't serve you? A massive amount of what? Pain. If you link enough to it, your brain will avoid it, and now you have a chance to create an alternative, okay? So now, let's talk about what are the 3 steps. These are the 3 beliefs. It must change, I must change it, I can change it. What are the actual 3 steps to creating change? Here's the first step. You want to create lasting change in yourself or someone else. This is always step 1. If you tried and failed to create change, this is the thing you didn't have enough of, and it's called leverage. Leverage. What is leverage? Well, leverage is when a person in their mind, in their body, in their emotion, in their nervous system, when they link up, that not changing, like failing to change right now, will mean unbearable, immediate, devastating levels of pain. I guarantee you they'll find a way to change. Like what if you said, I'm really depressed, and I put a gun to your head and said, get happy quick or I'm gonna blow your brains out? How many think you might be able to find a way to get happy rapidly? Let me see your hands. Whereas for years you were sitting on a therapist's couch and you couldn't handle it. The only difference is I brought more what to the table? Leverage, greater consequence. The reason we don't change is, on the one hand, we want to change because we're not thoroughly happy. But on the other hand, we're afraid changing itself might be painful, or we might go through that whole process and it still might not work, and then we'd be disappointed and that feel even worse. So the reason we don't change is we think change equals pain. The reason we do change is when we see not changing is more painful than anything else. So to get leverage, you want to accomplish 2 things. You want to get the person you're wanting to change, whether it be yourself or someone else, to associate. Associate means not just intellectualize. It's like intellectually you may know chocolate's not good for you, but that's not going to change your behavior until we mix it with tuna casserole in your nervous system. When it's in your gut, now your body will respond. When it's in your head, it's intellectual. So when I say associate, think about association means something you feel in your nervous system rather than something you understand intellectually. How many follow that? Say aye. So to get leverage, you want someone to associate, feel in their gut that not changing not changing equals massive, here's the other key word, immediate, unbearable levels of pain. So to get someone to change, if you've tried everything and it doesn't work, you need more leverage. Get yourself or that person you're working with, whoever you're trying to create change with, to associate that if I don't change, it's going to mean massive, immediate, unbearable levels of pain. Some key words there, massive. Another key word, immediate. You might say, you know what, if I keep smoking, I'll probably get cancer. You know what the problem with that is? It's not immediate. It's way off in the future, in the distance. So when you put it further away, it almost didn't have much effect, did it? Well, when something is thought of as to be way off in the future, even if it's bad, it doesn't give us enough leverage to change. When it's immediate, that's when it gets us to change. Now, people don't want to change just for painful reasons, so the other form of leverage is this. You want to get this person to associate, which means in their gut, not in their intellect, that changing now, to change now, equals massive, extraordinary, and immediate levels of what, guys? Pleasure. See, when you link up in your brain, changing is pleasurable and not changing is ultimate pain, the person will find the way. Write this in your notes somewhere. Change is never a matter of ability. Change is never a matter of ability. It's always a matter of motivation. Another word for that is leverage. When someone has enough reasons, they will flat change, period. But you got to get enough leverage. And I'll tell you how we keep ourselves from getting leverage. We use words that soften what we're doing. Like we say, well, I'm a bit overweight, or I'm a little bit, robust, or, I'm round, in big places and stuff. No, you're fat is what you are, okay? Okay? And you got to call a spade. Because as long as you say, well, I'm kind of, a little smidge overweight, you're never going to do it. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't care if you're overweight. I don't judge you. I care about you. I don't want your heart to be working 20 times harder than it needs to be and have you die a young death. I don't care about how you look. That's your business. But if you're overweight, the reason you're overweight is you don't give yourself enough pain for it. You do softeners because you don't want to feel bad about yourself because you think you've tried everything. So I've tried everything, nothing's worked, so I just got to adjust to this. So I want you to get it. You got to tell yourself the truth. I'm telling you this as a friend. I'm not telling you this from judgment. And by the way, do we all do this at different levels, yes or no? And by the way, this isn't just fat. We do this with finances, right? We do this with drugs. We do this with relationships that don't serve us. You got to blindly tell yourself the truth. And that's painful, but that pain will serve you because it will move you. It's like Stallone. If he'd gone off and made himself feel good, he would have lost his hunger and drive. So that's why he didn't take on another job. He stayed there in the pain so he'd have to be driven forward. How many follow that? Say aye. But you know what most of us do? The minute we get a little pain, we want to immediately get rid of it. So we drink something, we eat something, we smoke something, we watch something to take away the pain of the moment. But when you take away the pain, you take away the drive to change. And so now change is not a must, it's a should. And so you keep on feeling bad about yourself, never getting what you really deserve. Whether it be the mind, the body, the spirit, the emotion that you deserve. So you got to be honest with yourself. How many follow this? Say aye. You got to not only be honest, you got to pour it on a little bit and get enough drive. It's uncomfortable. But that discomfort will give you the leverage to really finally do something that is lasting. Okay? Really, 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 really critical here. By the way, think of a change in your own life, or maybe someone you know, that was really hard for you to make. Like really hard. You kept trying to change, never followed through. And finally one day, wham, you said, that's it, no more, never again, it's over. How many have had one of those experiences where you finally got so mad, you got so much pain, you finally changed forever? How many have had one of those? Say aye. That's the day you got enough leverage. Now you don't want to wait for life to have to do that to you. You want to be conscious about it. You want to be direct about it so you get what you deserve. That's what you really have to do. How many have ever done this in a relationship? You're in a relationship, it's a terrible relationship, but you keep rationalizing it. Well, it used to be good, it'll be good again. Because see, if the present is painful, you can always escape to the past. If the past is painful, you can always make up a future that's better. Because no one really knows about the future, so you can make stuff up. And as you make it up, it's a reference that makes you more certain it'll be okay, and you kind of stay where you are. How many of you got in a relationship at one point where you finally said, I've had it, it was painful in the past, it's painful in the present, it's gonna be painful in the future, I am out of here, and you got enough leverage? How many have done this? Say I. But until you were honest with yourself that way, you hung out in numbness. See, most people live in a world that I call no man's land. They're in a place where they're not really happy, but they're not unhappy enough to do anything about it. And that's the worst possible place you can be. That's being in a rut. So we got to get leveraged. If you get leverage, now change is a must, isn't it? Isn't that really what this does? Change is a must. But along with the must, sometimes you do something so much, it gets literally built into your nervous system, like the little finger example I gave you yesterday. So now you don't even think about it, you're just doing it. So let's say now it's a must to make this change, and then you will notice you're doing it. So the second step to creating lasting change is you must interrupt the limiting pattern or the disempowering pattern. You must interrupt it. You must scramble it. If you break a pattern enough, again and again and again and again and again, pretty soon your body can't get back into it anymore. It's like, have you ever had somebody who you're really upset and you try to tell them you're upset with them, and then they crack a joke and they make you laugh and you want to still stay upset because you want to resolve it? And then you try to do it again and they make you laugh again, and after 4 or 5 times, pretty soon you can't get mad anymore. How many of you have had this kind of experience? Say I. What did that person do? They interrupted your pattern enough times you couldn't get back into it. Think of it this way. Think of it as being like, how many of you listen to your music on compact discs, on CDs? Say I. So when you listen to a CD, how come every time you listen to that CD, you hear the same music? Well, the answer is because even though you can't see it, on that disc is cut a pattern. It's cut right into it. So when the laser goes across it, it's the same pattern, plays the same music. Well, what if you're listening to a CD in your head, mentally? You have this set of beliefs you have already. A CD you're already listening to as a metaphor. And I take a new belief, a new CD, and try and jam it on top of the one that's already playing. So the only way to create lasting change is to interrupt the pattern. I got to take out the CD you got. I got to take out a needle and go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth across that thing till I break the pattern so much, I scramble it up so much, it'll never play the same way again. Now you try to put it in there, it doesn't feel good. So now you're open to something new, and now I can give you a new pattern. So to create lasting change, you've got to get leverage, but you've also got to first interrupt the old pattern before you can create a new pattern. And I'll give you a simple example you've probably experienced in your life. You ever been in a conversation that's really important to you? You're really into it. You're talking along with somebody, and somebody over here asks you some stupid question that has nothing whatsoever to do with what you're talking about. You say, what? What are you talking about? And they tell you, and you go, oh, and you answer their question, and now you come back to what you're talking about, and what happened? Come on, what happened? It's gone. How many have had this happen? Say aye. How many have had your pattern broken so strongly that even though this thing was important, you never figured out what it was and got back to it again? How many have had that happen? Say aye. So pattern interrupts are powerful. I'll give you an example. I used to bite my fingernails down to the quick when I was a kid. I mean, down to where they'd bleed. And I hated it, but I'd still do it. It was like something I was just trained to do with my body. And so I kept trying to change it. Trying, ought to tell you, it was a should. Right? I try. Try doesn't happen. So finally one day, I'm a young man, I'm in business, and I'm marketing this product or service to this particular woman who's the head of this company. And as I'm talking to her, I'm hoping to make a larger sale because this lady is magnificent. I'm thinking this could be a really important business relationship, right? And so we're developing a really great rapport, and she seems to really like me, and I really like her, and the relationship's starting to get fun and playful, and everything's great. And now we're coming back to the end, and we're going to close the deal, the business part of the deal, and I'm hoping to close an additional deal later on. And so as we put this thing across, and I hand her the paper to sign, as I do it, she suddenly grabs my hand. And I look at her, and she grabs my hand, and she goes, what is this? And she looks at my fingers, and they're all like red on the end, you know, from blood, where they bled and stuff and dried up, and it's really gross looking, right? She goes, what is this? What happened to you? I said, well, I bite my fingernails. She took my hand, and she just shoved it aside, and she goes, I can't do business with you. I said, what? She goes, I can't do business with somebody who doesn't even have enough self-discipline not to bite their own fingernails. She goes, I'm out of here, and she got up and left. I was like, hey. What a low life, what an unfeeling person. But then after a while, I started thinking, God, she's right. And that provided me with enough what? Physical pain didn't do it. Loss of love, that'll do it. Embarrassment, that'll do it. That gave me leverage. But then, after I did it, I did something called a swish pattern. Some of you are familiar with, I've written about in my books. Very effective pattern. And it's a conditioning pattern. So I did that, but I remember 2 days later, I'm in a movie, and as I'm in the movie, I'm sitting there, and as I do, I found my fingers in my mouth. Now, the good news is I noticed they're in my mouth. So instead of going, oh my God, this doesn't work, it's a failure, I went, oh cool, I realized that I caught it. So I did about 25 more swish patterns right there in the movie, and I've never touched my fingernails since. But the secret is I had to interrupt the pattern, right? So that process is what we're talking about here. Let me give you an example. I remember working with a man one time, and he told me, he always smoked cigarettes, and I knew him really well, and I said, listen, I can help you with that. And he goes, I don't want to change. I said, okay, well, I'm not going to make you change. One day he comes back and he's not smoking anymore. And I said, what happened? He said, it's amazing, Tony. He said, I'll never smoke again as long as I live. He said he was sitting here in his library reading the newspaper and smoking a cigarette. And as he's reading the newspaper, smoking the cigarette, in walks waddles in his 5-year-old daughter, who's just totally precious. And he loves her more than anything. And she's crying hysterically. He goes, honey, what's the matter? He puts the paper down, still holding the cigarette. He says, honey, what's the matter? And she goes, Daddy, I don't want you to die. He goes, honey, I'm not going to die. What are you talking about? Yes, you are, Daddy. He goes, no, I'm not going to die. What do you mean? She points at the cigarette. And he looks at the cigarette, and he looks at her, and he says, oh, honey, I'm not going to die. That's nothing to worry about. She goes, yes, you are, Daddy. And I don't want you to, because I wanted you to be there when I got married. She starts crying hysterically. Right? In one fell swoop, 2 steps happen. Massive what? And a massive interruption in his pattern. See, he's willing to go through the physical pain himself, but he's not willing to hurt his daughter. Many of us will do more for others we care about than we'll even do for ourselves. For many, that'll be greater leverage than just you. But if you do something that creates leverage and interrupts the pattern, you got something that's really, really effective. Or I'll give you a different example. One of the first times I ever did a seminar in other languages, now I do, like my university, we have 7 languages translated simultaneously. But the first time I went to a foreign country was local. I went up to Canada, and I went up to Montreal, and I was sponsored there by a company in the area. And I didn't know what it was like to talk to a group like that, so I worked really hard, because if you've been to Montreal, you know they're quite sensitive about the French language and against the English language. So I don't know any French, so I worked hard the night before and memorized a paragraph in French to introduce myself in. They all got headsets on, about 2/3 of the audience. I get up, and I say my name in French. Then I get up and I start speaking in French, which blew them away for about, 3 or 4 minutes. Then I said, that's all the French I know, went on. So we had a great time, a couple thousand people, great seminar. People loved it, it was really wonderful, great success. And I learned things like when you tell a joke in a foreign language, what happens when you tell it in English, maybe 1/3 of your audience starts to laugh, the rest of the people are quiet, just staring at you. And then now you're onto something serious, and the other 1/3 of the room, 2/3 of the room starts laughing. It's kind of an interesting experience. So at the end of this event, I felt like it was a great success. And one of the people who was part of the company that sponsored me there comes up to me and says it was phenomenal, on, give me all these great compliments. So I thought, okay, they're sincere compliments, it's a great event. And then the person looks at me and says, Mr. Robbins, I'm wondering if you'd be willing to have dinner with us tonight. And the way they did, have you ever had somebody do something where you go, something's up? How many have had that experience, right? You just know, right? It isn't about dinner, obviously. But I thought, what the heck, why not? I want to find out what it is. So I said, sure. They said, okay, be there at X time. And they're acting so weird. So that night I get to the restaurant, and there's a private room where this company has taken over the room, and they sit me down in this like horseshoe set of tables, and at the very head is the chairman of the board, who's a very, very famous man in Montreal and very, very wealthy man. And next to him is his wife, and they put me on the other side of him, and then all the rest of the members of the company. He owns many companies, including the company that sponsored me. And so the conversation, dinner's not yet served. They're just, bringing drinks out and so forth. Things are going fine. People are being very warm and very nice. And then all of a sudden, this guy, the chairman of the board, turns across the table to this other man across the table and starts screaming at him 4-letter words and yelling at him and just dressing him down in front of everybody. And I couldn't even believe it. And so finally, I inside of me, I thought, man, this is really, really uncool. I really want to like make a change in this man's physiology because it was really abusive. But I thought, it's not your company, it's not your place, that's not why you're here. I mean, they got to deal with their own situation here. And basically, he used the leverage of his money to be abusive to other people. It became very obvious. It really annoyed me. So I kind of blew it off. We continued to have dinner. And then not 10 minutes later, he turns to his wife in front of everybody, starts screaming at her, calling her every kind of four-letter word you can imagine in front of everybody. I couldn't even believe it. Now, my pot is boiling, right? And I'm thinking, this guy needs a major change in physiology, right? And so I'm thinking how I want to do this, and then all of a sudden, he calms down finally, and the whole room is just silent. You know what I mean? After one of those things, everybody's like, looks like beaten down dogs, being quiet, see what's going to happen. And there's one voice in the back, way towards the back part of the table, probably the furthest part of the table is why he probably said it. One of the other executives said that this man's name, the chairman, was Jean. He says, Jean, how are you doing on that anger stuff with your therapist? Right? And Jean goes, well, we've been working on it for years, as you know, and I think we've made some progress, but I'm just that kind of person. And you could see that he had pride in the fact that he could be abusive because it gave him a sense that he was powerful, that he was significant. And so this person said, well, you know, Jean, and the person who said this is the person who invited me to dinner. You start to get the picture? He says, well, you know, Jean, Mr. Robbins is considered to be the best therapist in all of America. He's able to create change in lightning-like speed. Aren't you, Mr. Robbins? All of a sudden, I understood why I was invited to dinner. So he said, oh, no, Mr. Robbins, I would never take up your time at this wonderful dinner. It would be so unfair to you and everything else. He said, but Mr. Robbins, what would you do? And I said, well, you know, you're right, sir. I said, you know, you're not my patient, so, you know, I couldn't work with you. I said, but if you were, I said, what I do is I would not talk to you, like have you freely associate on your back about your childhood and that's why you're angry and stuff. I said, what I would do is actually train your nervous system to change so it really would. He said, really? How would you do that? That's all the opening I needed. I said, well, I'd say, do you remember what you said to that man over there earlier? He said, no. I said, sure you do. Remember, you were calling those four-letter words, you were saying this, you were saying that. You kind of enjoyed it a little bit, it looked like. He went, well, yes. And I reached out and I went, wham! I hit him as hard as I could in the shoulder. He went, what are you doing? What are you doing? I said, I'm showing you what I would do if you were my patient, but you're not my patient, so I would never do that, right? He's like, and the people at the table like, right? And I'm looking at him smiling. And as I do this, he doesn't know how to process it because I'm not looking mean. I'm just going, that's what I do if you're my patient, but you're not, so I'd never do that. He's like, do you ever see people when they're totally confused and they like search every quadrant of their brain? Right? So now what have I done? Massively interrupted his pattern and gotten major what? Leverage. See, you can talk to your blue in the face. That's not going to change this guy. He said, wow, that was painful. I said, that's the idea. So if I was your therapist, that's the kind of thing I do, and I do it enough that you would never do it again, ever. Right? And he's like, oh. He said, yeah, that would be, yeah, I can see that might work. I said, oh, no, it will work. As a matter of fact, remember what you said to your wife? He went, no. I said, sure you do. And I went, wham, hit him twice. I was like, stop that, stop that. So I said, stop what? He said, what do you mean what? That's what you just did. I said, oh, I'm just showing you what I would do if you're my patient, but you're not my patient, so I would never do that. And the people at the table were like, some are going, hit him again, hit him again. True story, no exaggeration. So you didn't really hit him. I really did. If any of you know some of my therapy examples, you know I will do whatever it takes. And so you come to see me, you're going to change. Okay? Because I have unlimited choices. I don't have all the rules that the traditional therapist has about not intervening too much. My job is, you asked for it, you got it. All right? You're going to get it. So this guy now, he's like shaking from this thing. He goes, wow, I can really see how that would work. I said, is there anybody else you've been abusive to recently? He said, no. So now, what have I done? I got leverage and I've interrupted both of those things. So the last step number 3, is this. Once you got the leverage, once you interrupt the pattern, Third step is you must create an empowering alternative. You must create an empowering alternative. In other words, an alternative pattern. You can't just stop smoking. You got to start doing something else. And what most people do is they stop smoking and start eating. So that's why you got to find an empowering alternative. So create an empowering alternative. I can't just say stop yelling at people, because his yelling at people gives him a sense of certainty that they'll listen to him and that they'll change. How many follow that? So if we just say don't do that, then we've not met the need that he used to get. We want to meet the need more elegantly. If you're smoking, it's probably because you're stressed, and when you smoke, you take deep diaphragmatic breaths, and so you get out of stress. When most people are stressed, they stop breathing, or they breathe very shallowly. When you have very little oxygen, that adds a smidge to your stress. So cigarettes now, while there's a physical addiction, what made it happen initially was it relaxed you. So you don't want to just stop smoking and be stressed. You have something else to relax you. So what a lot of people do is they eat tons of food, the stomach fills up, and all the blood rushes in there, and they start breathing in their diaphragm again. But there are better alternatives. Does that make sense? So you got to come up with an empowering alternative, and once you do it, and reinforce it. Reinforce it. How do you reinforce something? You notice it, you give it pleasure, you acknowledge it, you reward it. So you might want to use the word reward it, and reinforce it or reward it until it becomes habit. Until it becomes habit. So you got to create an empowering alternative, and you got to reinforce it until it becomes habit. Once it's a habit, you're set. But how do you do this? Well, the secret to reinforcing something is give it pleasure, give it rewards. So you'll start changing to avoid pain. But after a while, you just go back to it. Even though it's painful, I'll adjust to it. But see, what will last, what creates lasting changes is when you do something and you're rewarded for it. When you give yourself rewards, you feel happy, you feel proud of yourself, you feel a sense of excitement or freedom or more love. When you get that reinforcement on a regular basis, pretty soon it just becomes who you are. That's what we want to do. And so that's what I did with him. So a year later, so I had him come up with these alternatives how to communicate. And throughout the night, when he started communicating with somebody who did something right, I caught him doing it right. And I'd say, now, John, I want to say something to you. Do you see Bob's face over here? The way you used to interact with him? So you can try and force him to do something or make him fear you, and he'll do a little bit. But people only do so much out of fear. They do the minimum out of fear. But when they love you, when they care about you, when they feel respected by you, they'll do anything for you. And this guy really would do anything for you. Look at his face right now. Doesn't that feel better? And I'd stop, make him stop and notice so he wasn't unconscious. And he'd say, honestly, it really does. And he said, Bob, I really do care about you. And these great anchors happened that night where I kept reinforcing him. So he had plenty of alternatives, and he saw it gave him more of what he wanted than the old behavior. So now I come back a year and a half maybe later, and I do the seminar, things go great, and the same guy afterwards says, Mr. Robbins, would you like to come to dinner? And I look at him, and I can't tell if he's, got something or not. So I said, sure. Same restaurant, same room, same everything. Sit down, you table. I'm sitting next to Jean. Jean's great to have you back. Everything's warm. Everything's wonderful. He seems really happy. Everybody's great. I'm thinking, wow, this is cool. It all worked, right? And then maybe 15 minutes into sitting there, all of a sudden John comes across and starts screaming at this person against the table. And I can just feel every part of my body going, obviously didn't break the pattern strong enough. I'm going to do it this time. And I just feel my face and body tighten up. And all of a sudden he turns over and goes, gotcha. And everybody, the whole place started laughing. It was a setup. And they all went around the table and they acknowledged me and they acknowledged John and talked about he's never been the same since. His life has never been the same. He's such an incredibly warm and loving man now from that process, just from that piece. Now, whether you're trying to change someone from being mean to nice or whether you're trying to get rid of addiction, it's the same steps. So for example, when I first built my career, I'd get on radio and television in Canada, and I launched my career saying, I don't care what your problem is, I'll handle it. So I got all kinds of things. But one of my first therapies ever was a smoking therapy. Now bear in mind, I'm staying at the Westin Hotel in a place called Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Anybody been there? It's a magnificent place. You've not been there. It's as pretty as any city in the world, I think. And so I'm there, and I'm staying in this hotel, and it's beautiful, and it's wonderful. And I'm waiting in my room for my first real major therapy. And it's a smoking therapy. And I look at my watch, and the guy doesn't show up, and I look, and he doesn't show up, look, doesn't show up. So then I think, well, no one knew my face in those days or even knew my name. So maybe he forgot my name, and he's at the hotel. So I figure I'll go downstairs to see if he's in the lobby. So as I go out to exit my door of my room, right outside the door is this guy sitting puffing like crazy. So I said, "Are you Bob?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Bob, what are you doing out here?" He goes, "I'm having my last cigarette." Now, what does that tell me? That tells me he links pain to stopping smoking, not pain to smoking. As long as he thinks stopping smoking is going to be painful, it's not going to work. We have to change that, what we call neuroassociation. It's a big word. It means what he associates in his nervous system, in his gut, right? Not what he has in his head. In his head, he knows better. But in his gut, his neuroassociations are rigged that stopping smoking is painful. That's why he's never done it before. So he wants me to do this painful thing to him. That won't work. So I think in a moment's notice, I come up with an idea. And I said, "Come with me." And we don't go to my room. We start walking in the hall. He goes, "Where are we going?" I said, "Downstairs." He goes, "I want to do this in private." I said, "We will. Follow me." We get on the elevator, go downstairs, and I haven't been there in about 2 or 3 years. But even 2 or 3 years ago, in this day and age where very few people seem to smoke in public, at the Westin Hotel, they still have a tobacco shop there. And so we go down to this tobacco shop, and as you go in, the smells are everywhere, right? So when people smell the smells, they go into state, right? So this guy's in state, right? He's got his cigarettes back. He's one happy camper. So I said, "What brand do you smoke?" So he tells me. I said, "Great. Give me 12 cartons. And the guy looks at me and goes, 12 cartons? I said, "Yeah, 12 cartons. The guy goes, looks at him, 12 cartons? I said, "Yeah, pay the man." He's like, "Pay the man." So he pays him. So now I said, "Pick him up." So he's got 6 cartons here, 6 cartons here. We're walking down the hall. I'll never forget his face. We get on the elevator, the door closes. He's holding all these cartons of cigarettes. He looks at me and says, "You're not going to make me smoke these, are you?" I said, "Now we're making progress." Now he's linking pain to smoking already. How many follow this? Say aye. So we go sit in the room, and a lot of times when you're trying to change, helping someone make a change, the problem is you're changing a part of them that doesn't need to change, like the part of them that's really great. You need to get them in their smoking state and change that part of them. So I said, "Go ahead and open all the cartons, pull out all the cigarettes, and unwrap every one and put one cigarette so it's accessible, so you can just grab it real easily. And while you're doing that, tell me why you started smoking." And so he goes, "Okay." He starts undoing the cartons. As he does, he kind of gets in state. He smells the cigarettes and starts undoing it, and he goes into state, right? And he starts telling me, "Well, when I started out, I really didn't want to smoke, but all my friends did, and it was like the cool thing to do." And he's going into state, right? And so I said, "Okay, well, light one up." He looked at me and he went, "What do you mean light one up? I came here to stop." I said, "I know, but you really want one, so light one up." He went, "Well, no, I don't want one. I want to stop." I said, "Light one up! Light one up right now!" And I started acting crazy. "Right now, you understand me?" He's like, now he's smoking like this. And he's freaked out. Now imagine, these are the feelings. Tuna casserole mixing with smoking. You get the idea? Right? I don't like this. I don't like this. I said, "That feel cool?" "No, it doesn't feel cool." "No." I said, "Does that feel? No, it doesn't feel good. I don't like." "What don't you like?" I don't like this." "What don't you like?" "I don't want to smoke." As soon as he said that, I like transformed. Acted insane. He's freaking out. He's locked in a room with this insane man, right? So as soon as he says, "I don't want to do this," I'd say, "You don't want to smoke?" And I'd act really calm again. And he'd go, "No." I said, "Well, then do whatever you want to do." He goes, "Well, I want to put it out." I said, "Well, do whatever you want to do." He said, "Really?" I said, "Sure." He goes and starts putting it out. I said, "Light up 2 more." He said, "No, I really don't want to." "Light up 2 more right now! Now! No, you light them up now!" Oh, gee. He's freaking out of his mind. And he's screaming, "Is that cool? Does that feel cool?" "No, no." Finally, eventually, he'd go like, "I don't like this, I don't like it." "You don't like what?" "I don't want to smoke." "What's that?" "I don't want to smoke." I said, "Oh, well then, do whatever you want to do." He's like, "Well, I want to put them out." I said, "Go ahead." "Really?" "Sure." He puts them out. You can just see he's afraid, right? Puts them, I said, light up 6 more. He's like, I light up 6 more now. And I go 10 times crazy. And he said, put it between his fingers. Come on, suck on every one of them. Suck on them. How's that feel? Finally, we get to the point, I'd say, light up 5 more. And I had a whole ashtray filled with half-smoked cigarettes, put it on his nose. He's breathing, it's smoke in his face, hating it, right? So how's that feel? I hate it, right? I say, light up another one. He said, no. I said, you light up another one right now. No, you can't make me smoke. Now we broke the pattern. So then when you get an alternative, and so he went outside and he dumped his cigarettes over the side down into the ocean. I wouldn't do that now, but he did it. And he blew his nose, and all this black soot came out, right? Just all over the place in his handkerchief, right? Kept blowing his nose, you know. And I did too, because I was in the room taking it all in also. It's a terrible way to do stuff. It's one of the reasons I stopped doing them, eventually came up with a different technique, right? Because I was going to have cancer doing all these therapies on these people, right? And so he goes out there, now he's breathing fresh air, and the fresh air feels so good, and then he comes up with the alternative and condition it. It works. Now, you got to vary your technique for various things, because once I found something to work, you know, you tend to do it a lot because it works. But it always comes down to leverage, interrupting the pattern, and creating an empowering alternative. Stand up and stretch. The next thing we're going to talk about is momentum. Because if there's a skill set you got to have, starting something is the hardest part. Momentum is the process that can take things that are hard and make it easy. But how to create momentum is really a science. It's not difficult, but it is a science. It's a step-by-step process. And when you understand how to do it, you can create momentum anytime you want. Momentum in your business, momentum in your emotions, momentum in your career, momentum in your relationships, doesn't matter what area of your life. What's the source of power within you or your organization that can turn around virtually anything in a matter of moments? And the answer to that, of course, is momentum. Now, when you think about what does it take to succeed, there's so many things you can talk about what it takes to succeed in any situation. But one thing that is universal to succeeding in any situation is you must take the first step. And that's the one that most people don't do. They study it, they think about it, they fret about it, they complain about it, but rarely do they take the first step. In order to do that, I want to make sure that if you never heard another word I said for the rest of your life, and you want to improve anything, you'd know what to do first. Because if you do the first thing, you'll likely come up with the second, third, and fourth thing. It's just a natural part of momentum will help to create that happening. So what is that first step? Well, for me, if I'm going to work with an athlete, or a business person, or a financial trader, or a politician, doesn't matter what the context is, their game is not where they want it to be, or their game's going well and they want to make it better. There's one place I go first always, and that is I put them in a peak what? The reason is because until you put somebody in a peak state, everything you're going to get is going to be less than who they are and what they're capable of. So I want to get them that peak state. So for example, when I met Andre Agassi for the first time years ago, he was like 50th in the world or something like that. And what happened was, Andre has a certain mindset, and he came in and he had kind of an attitude with me. And I said, look, Andre, I said, the bottom line is, you give me 15 minutes of your total attention. If in those 15 minutes you do what I asked you to do, you don't feel an immediate radical change, then blow me off and let's move on. Let's not waste any time. So what I did basically was I gave him examples from videos that I'd seen of him, and I'd say, okay, here's where you won Wimbledon. That was when he was at his best. Now here's a guy that had been as good as anybody in the game. And you watch him, right? And I show him, and this guy's walking out on the court, and it's before he cut his hair, and he walks out like this, right? And he looks across the court like this at the guy on the other side of the court. And I said, what were you thinking at that moment? And he said, I remember what I was thinking. I said, what were you thinking? He said, I was thinking of this guy. Why did you even show up? Right? Now, is that a certain state? Now, in that state, you don't think about, okay, is my backhand going to be okay? Right? Because what happens is when you're in your best, you don't think about how to do it. You just do it, don't you? It just flows. That's a peak state. So I said, okay, here's the French Open. He walks out like Don Knotts. He looks over at the other guy and says, look in his face. What are you thinking then? He said, I remember the last time he beat me. So what I do is I changed the state, anchored it, showed him a couple ways to trigger it. It was very fundamental. And in less than 6 months, he was #1 in the world. Now, Andre's gone back down and up again after he got injured recently. And I was talking to Brooke about it, and she goes, his pride says he's got to do it himself this time again, which I'm sure he has the ability to do. But sometimes people just don't manage that state. They don't go there first. They work on their game instead of working on their state. So I don't know anything about the game, but I know everything about human psychology, what affects every game. That's the power. That's the linkage. So what we want to do from this day forward is if you want to get better at anything, if you want to suddenly be better in your performance of business, if you suddenly want to be more passionate in your relationship, if you want to make an improvement in your study habits, if you want to help your kids more, the first step to any of those things is always the same. Put yourself in a what? In a peak state. It's going to be step number one no matter what we do. Now here's the good news. There's basically two things you'll change to change your state in the moment. You'll change either your what? And what kind of change in the physiology? What kind? Radical change, or you will change your, or both, right? And you know how to do it. So let's very quickly first see that. I'll walk you through the whole thing first. So once you get yourself in a peak state, that's kind of like priming the pump. Ever got yourself in a peak state, like wham, and you're there for a while, then gradually you come back to the kryptonite Clark Kent that you were before, right? How many have experienced this? Being in a peak state and then gradually dropping down. Say aye. The reason you drop down is you didn't keep momentum going by going to the second element. And that is you must find your passion. And what does that mean? It means you got to discover, what do you love? What do you really love? What excites you? What juices you? What do you hate? Because I got news for you. People are driven not only by what they want, but also what they don't want. Very often people come to me and they'll say, but I don't know what I want to do for my career. I'll say, well, describe to me the ideal job. I don't know what it is. I'll say, okay, great. Describe to me the job you would hate. Describe to me right now a job. Describe the environment you would hate to be in, the people you'd hate to be around, the kind of work you would hate to do, right? The kind of money you'd hate to make. You go through the whole thing. And when they're all done, they have no problem describing what they hate, and they get passionate about what they hate. Oh, I hate this and I hate that. All this energy is coming out of them. Then I say, okay, great. Look at that. You hate that? Yeah. Now write the opposite of it, and you have the job for heaven. You have your ideal. So you can get to a person's drive through what they love, through what they hate, through what excites them, through what drives them. And very often I'll ask people, well, what do you want? And they go, I don't know. If I knew that, I could get it all worked out. I really don't know. And the reason they don't know is because they're asking in this state. See, it's like trying to walk in this state. It's not going to happen. So the reason you're not getting the answer is you are not putting yourself in a state of total certainty. So by putting yourself in a peak state, people often say, I don't know what I want. I say, stand tall, breathe strong. Now, if you knew what you want, what would you say it was? They tell you immediately. Because all you've done is put in a state where the answers really are there. That's all you got to do. Third part, once you're in state, that's like priming the pump, right? Remember in the old days, if you want to get out of the well, the water, you had to feed it something first. So putting yourself in state feeds it. But to get to the well, you find your passion. And the well of passion is never ending. Things you love, things you excite you, things you hate. But once you find that passion, that'll go for a long time. But you eventually, to keep momentum going, you have to take that passion and do something with it. So step 3 is you must decide, commit, and resolve what you're going to do with it. And that's what keeps the momentum going. Otherwise, you're just passionate for a long time, and then gradually that'll dissipate. And by the way, those are 3 different experiences: decision, committing, and resolving. They are different emotions, and they're all 3 critical if you're going to actually follow through on your decision. Step 4 for momentum is you must get yourself to take massive what? That's right. Because the only way a decision is real is if you act upon it. If you don't act upon it, you make a decision, you'll lose momentum. And then finally, when you start taking action, you'll start getting results, and now you want to be smart. And SMART is an acronym for you want to make sure your strategy is really working. Remember, you want to have sensory acuity. Is it working or not? You want to measure it. You want to assess, is it giving you what you want? And if it is, you want to reinforce it and take new action. And that keeps the momentum going. And then you'll see in the middle of the circle, there are some forces that will either accelerate or break your progress. And that is emotion. Certain emotions will speed it up, more passion, right? More intensity. Certain emotions like fear will slow it down. It'll break your progress of momentum. Same thing is true with focusing your power. When you concentrate all your focus on something, it accelerates it if it's something good. If you focus on your greatest fear, it's going to slow everything down. Same thing as modeling. If I want to speed up my momentum, well, then I can learn by someone else's experience. When I had no money, I mean none, I couldn't pay my own bills, I couldn't pay my rent, I would take my money and go to a seminar or take somebody to lunch who was brilliant and pick their brain. Because I realized I'm always not going to have money for rent until I make a radical change in my understanding, skill, and psychology. And I don't want to wait forever, I got to get it now. So I would stretch to get the resources of someone else when I couldn't possibly do it, because I understood that. A big part of my life came about from saying, I want to compress decades into days. The only way to do that is get those resources, and that sped up my momentum. It gave me the power of modeling. Another one there is synergy. How through synergy you can speed things up. And lastly, the power of environment. I don't care how fast the sprinter you are. If we put you in mud, you're going to be faster than anybody else, but you're not going to tap into your real power. So what that means is you've got to make sure the environment accelerates you. So in order to have momentum, we know what step one always is. Put yourself in a peak. Step two is define your, which is what do you love? What do you hate? What excites you? What drives you? What do you really want? What are you committed to? Now, once you've got those emotions brewing, it's a lot easier to do what all change comes from, which is to make a real what? Decision. Because if you look at your life and you want to see why your life is the way it is, that the parts of your life you love and maybe the parts of your life you're not as thrilled with, you can really define why your life is there if you really look at your life by your decisions. You say, no, that's the way God made it. Well, that may be true, but God has made lots of people have the same experience, but what you took out of that experience was your conscious choice or unconscious choice. You decided. And so if you look at your life, I bet you could look at the last 10 years of your life, for example, maybe the last 15. I'd be willing to bet there are places along the way that if you would have made a different decision, your life would be radically different than it is right now. Better or worse, I don't know, but you probably do. But it'd certainly be different. How many would agree with that? Say aye. And a lot of times those decisions we don't think much about. Sometimes they're decisions like what are we going to do for a living, or where we're going to live, or who we're going to spend time with, or who we're going to marry, or whether we're going to have children, right? What we're going to believe. Those choices have shaped who you are. And so if you want to transform the quality of your life, there is only one power, and it's decision. But most people have not made a decision so long, like a real decision, a tough one where it's hard and you make yourself do it. They kind of like express preferences and kind of see if it works out. They put it in a should mode. A decision made from a should is not a real decision because you don't act on it. You do it for a little while. You never really not only decide, but they commit and really resolve that no matter what, you're going to make it happen. That's different than just deciding in the moment, right? That's not a real decision. That's a preference that you're expressing. So if you think about that, then there are decisions along the way that have shaped your life radically. And if you want to shape your life, you want to take control of that power that your Creator has given you. And you got to do it consciously, because otherwise what happens is you just go with the flow. And going with the flow sounds really nice. But the problem is you get to the fork in the river and you haven't decided clearly you go with the flow. Well, the flow of water, the strongest flow, goes to where the falls are. And one day you wake up, 3 feet from Niagara Falls in a boat with no oars, and you go, oh, shoot. And at that point, it's a little late. So what we want to do is get really conscious about decision making, but again, you want to do it from a peak state. I had a friend that for years drove this old, horrible car he hated. But he kept doing it because his belief was that God wanted him to be poor. And his kids hated it. They'd make him drop him off a block from school. He made a decision to believe that God wanted him to be abundant. And his first act that he did, his committed act, is he took out a shotgun and blew up as many holes in that car as he could, saying, I will never drive this car again, and neither will anyone else. Commit and act. Momentum comes when you not only decide, but you take immediate action. What immediate action are you going to take to demonstrate you mean it? Who are you going to tell? What are you going to do? What's the first thing you do? Simple thing. And what's a big thing you could do that commits you here, that shows this means business? Action is momentum. What action would you take immediately to create more momentum now? To back up your decision with power. Think. What's a little decision, little action rather, on your decision? And what's a big one you do that would just be like, this is it, baby? And feel good. Feel good to commit an act, wouldn't it? It takes you beyond decision. It takes you to total momentum, action, power, results. Now, if you remember this momentum model, we said that the steps were that you had to first put yourself in a peak, what? Step 2 is once you're in that peak state, to keep it going, you got to find your, what do you love? What do you hate? What excites you? What drives you? Once you're there, you must make an immediate decision, right? Because you got to use that emotion to do something worthwhile. And then you want to take decision to committing and resolving. How many can feel the difference when we went to resolve? Say aye. Then you must take immediate, massive, intelligent what? That's right. Then all you gotta do is be smart, which is notice your strategy if it's working or not. If it's working, reinforce it. It'll keep your momentum. If it's not, change your approach. What if that doesn't work? What do you do? If that doesn't work, what do you do? Whole time using your sensory acuity. Keep changing till you get what you want, period. But the way that you can speed all this up is by magnifying either the accelerators or brakes. You can slow it down or speed it up. And the number one thing that will accelerate or break you is emotion. So if you put yourself in a state of fear or worry or envy, that'll slow your momentum down. But if you put yourself in a state of passion, commitment, joy, love, courage, those types of emotions will speed up the momentum you've already created. People will stop me all the time, ask me these different questions, but most people have a question like, what does it take to get rich and happy instantly with no effort? Some version of that question. And I'll usually look at them and say, do you really want to know, or are you just asking? But I really want to tell you what I really believe it takes to be rich and happy. Now, most people think rich is just money. But I know a lot of people have a lot of money and they're broke. And I know a lot of people have a lot of money and they're very rich. That richness is a sense of fulfillment. See, a lot of people have, quote, succeeded supposedly on the outside, but they're not fulfilled. And I'm here to tell you that success without fulfillment is failure. So how do you make sure you're really fulfilled? I mean, because it seems such an elusive thing for most people. Most people, they think, okay, if I succeed, then I'll be fulfilled. And they succeed, and they're still not fulfilled. Or finally, if I have a kid, then I'll be fulfilled. And they have the child, and it's great for a while, and they're still not fulfilled. People are always looking for something more. And I will say to you that there's only two things that will give you fulfillment long term. We all have 6 needs that must be met. All human beings have them. We all have different goals, different desires, different ways of trying to make ourselves feel good, but we have the same needs. And the first need that everybody has is the need for certainty. We all have a need for absolute certainty because certainty is a survival mechanism. We have to have a certain amount of certainty to even function. Like right now, if you weren't certain these lamps, these lights up here were going to hold up, or the roof was going to hold on, then you probably wouldn't be listening to me a whole lot right now. Because without a base level of certainty, the floor is going to hold you up, you can't function. And how many of you have been in the place, by the way, where you had so much uncertainty in your life that it just freaked you out, like uncertainty about your job or your career, about a relationship, and it made you crazy inside? How many have been in that place where you had so much uncertainty it made you nuts? Say aye. So everyone needs a base level of certainty. Now, we all try to get that certainty in different ways. So we have the same need worldwide. It doesn't matter who you go to, what country, what culture, what language a person speaks, what their socioeconomic background is. Everybody needs certainty. It is a human need, not a desire, a need. It's built into the human nervous system. But we all go about getting it differently. Like some people try to get certainty by having a routine that's the same every day so then they can be certain how it's going to be. Some people try to get certainty by, surrounding themselves with people that they're smarter than. So they feel like they're always in control of the situation, or by trying to control everyone. Some people get certainty by faith. There's no certainty, so they get it by having trust that they're guided. Everyone has different ways. Some people get certainty that they can be comfortable. That's the basic level of certainty, is that you can avoid pain and you can have some pleasure. Base certainty is just that certainty you can be comfortable. Most people get that by smoking or drinking or something like that. So everyone's going to find a way to meet their need. You've already found ways to get a certain amount of certainty in your life or you wouldn't be listening to me right now. But the question is the way you're doing it, the way you're getting the need met, is it empowering you or disempowering you, or is it kind of neutral? If you're using drugs or alcohol to get certainty you can be comfortable, it obviously has many, many negative side effects. If you're using faith, it's a different one. If you're using your sense of identity, like, boy, I'm certain, not because everything around me is perfect, but I'm certain because I've always found a way. So my identity is I find a way, and that gives me certainty. So some ways will empower you. So now here's the interesting thing though. When you get absolutely, totally certain about something, you know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen. Let's say in a relationship. You know what's going to happen, what they're going to say, when they're going to say it, how they're going to say it, what's going to occur. When you finally have this ultimate goal of certainty, this need, where you really feel like you're satiating it, you're fully meeting it, then what happens? You feel what? Bored, right? So all of a sudden this thing you wanted so bad, and this is funny because people go out and they work so hard to get what they want, then they get it and they're unhappy because now they're bored. It's like most people think the secret to life is make enough money so you'll never have to work again. And the truth of the matter is, if you spend any time with people who have achieved that, you'll find that they're miserable. And they usually start another business or do something else because that is not the secret to life. Because they get bored out of their mind. They want to pull their hair out. Because everyone needs to grow and to be stimulated. So while we want certainty, when we get absolute certainty, we go nuts. And that's because God has a sense of humor and gave us a second need, the need for uncertainty, just to really screw you up a good, right? Just to see if you were paying attention. We have a need for certainty, but we simultaneously have a need for uncertainty. We have a need for variety. We have a need for surprise. We have a need to have things that we're not expecting happening. It creates excitement for us. That's what adventure is. If you know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, it feels good for a while, then you're bored. You got to have surprises in your life. You got to have those things that make you grow. When you know what it is, it doesn't require growth. You can predict it. But when you're not sure, now you have to grow to deal with the uncertainty. And that growth is what makes us feel happy as human beings inside. Now, you can get variety by doing drugs also. Change your state. You can get variety by going to a movie. You know, why do people go to movies? Because it gives them certainty and uncertainty. They're certain they're not going to die, even if the guy in the movie does, right? And yet they have variety. They can vicariously experience all this adventure and surprise and so forth inside that film. How many of you have ever rented a video of a movie you've already seen? How many have ever done this? Say aye. Now, why would you rent a movie you've already seen? Answer, because you're certain it's good and you're hoping you forgot enough that there'll be some variety, right? So these two are a paradox, aren't they? They seem to be antithesis of one another, and yet, as a human being, we need to have both of them to really feel good. The third and fourth human needs that all people have are number three is the need for significance. Need for a feeling like your life is significant, it's important, it's unique in some way, it's special, that your life has some kind of purpose. So we all have the need to feel significant, unique, to feel like our life has some kind of meaning. And what's interesting is, how do you go about it? You know, you can go about it by tearing everybody else down. I'm great because you're horrible. You know, there's two ways to have the tallest building in town. One is tear down everybody else's building, right? That's what some people do. Other is work harder and build a better building, right? Work like crazy. When everyone else takes lunch, you go for it. So what a lot of people do is to feel significant is they tear other people down because then they can feel important. Like if you're moving backwards, I must be moving forward. There's an illusion there. Or you can get significance through violence. Why has violence lasted so long in humanity? Because it meets most of our needs in a very negative way, but it meets it. Listen, I have no education, no background. I live in the hood. I pull out a gun, stick it to your head. Suddenly I am significant. I didn't need education. I didn't need background. I didn't need to create any rapport with you. We have rapport, right? You're going to respond to me now. I'm significant and I'm certain that I'm in control of the situation, and I got some variety because this is a unique situation where anything could happen. Meets three of my needs. Violence has been around in humanity's experience forever because it is a way to meet needs. A derogatory way, but it works. And since it works and doesn't require much effort, especially now with the tools of violence, where if you and I had a fight before and I had to punch it out with you, there was some consequence. But now with a high-powered rifle or something that can shoot off 100 shots in about a minute from a distance, I can be a coward and I can still feel significant. I can do whatever I want. There's no consequence to me. You can also do it in neutral ways. You can do it by, you know, dressing really uniquely, right? Like you have a unique style that makes you feel unique and significant. You could do it by skill sets. Having skill that no one else has or is very unique. You could do it by buying more toys. You have nicer cars or homes or something like that. You could do it by getting more PhDs, more degrees, more results that you know. You have that thing next to your name, so you're significant. Every one of us finds a way, right? Because we have to feel significant. Everybody needs this. The only question is how. Some people do it by saying, I am a Christian or I am a Jew or I'm a whatever, and I'm more unique than you. And then religions fight about who really knows the name of God and kill each other in the name of God. It's an interesting process that sometimes happens. It's happened in most major religions of the world because people are basically fighting over who's more significant to the Creator. Interesting thought process human beings have. Now, the interesting thing is to be significant, you can do it in neutral ways, positive ways. You can do it by having more compassion and giving more than anybody else. And if you give so much, sure enough, if you know you're willing to give more and you're more honest and more real, that makes you feel unique, makes you feel special, and that doesn't have any downside, it only has upside. So you got to figure out, you're going to find a way to be unique. The The question is, do you through cars and homes? Do you do it through achieving? Do you do it by the kind of love that you share? Do you do it by, doing something with people that makes them feel like you're superior? What do you do? But you do something. You do many things to feel significant. But the problem is, to feel significant, to feel unique, you have to be different than everyone, and that, of course, violates the fourth human need, because God does have a sense of humor. And the fourth human need is the need for connection and love. So while you're busy trying to be unique, and I have so many clients, super achievers in the culture, actors, actresses, business people at the top, athletes, who their whole life they wanted to be unique, and then they got this total uniqueness, and now they have no connection because they feel like everybody's trying to get something from them now. They don't really feel the love and connection they wanted, which is the fourth need. Because to be unique and different, I have to be apart from you. This happens in people's intimate relationships all the time as well. Someone says, oh my God, I really want to be at one with this person. And then they start feeling at one with the person, and they love it for a while, and they go, oh, wait a second. I feel like totally loved and connected, but who am I? How am I unique in this world? I'm losing my identity. And then they freak out and pull back from the relationship. Because what they're trying to do is meet two needs simultaneously. You can get connection by being sick, and then everyone will come and pay attention to you. You can do it by creating problems. If you don't give a kid attention for doing something good, they'll do something bad to feel that you really care and you love them, to get your attention. And by the way, all adults are big kids. They do the same thing. Same thing as a child does. Sometimes a little bit more dramatic, sometimes a bit more painful, but the same things that kids do. Because basically most people are still 5 years old emotionally. So we respond the same way. Most of us are not directing. We have this great facade, but inside we're this little kid. So now here you are in this situation where you want connection. What else can you do? Well, you can have connection by just loving people. You can have connection by way of being in nature, or connection to God through prayer. Or you can have connection by looking at a piece of art and feeling this sense of inspiration. You can have it through meditation. You can have it by making love, and you feel this total connection. You can have it through a pet. There's so many ways to get it. You're going to find a way. The only question is, on a scale from 0 to 10, where 0 is none and 10 is totally fulfilled, where are you? Most people find ways that really don't fulfill them totally to bring them up to a 4 or 5. So they're in no man's land. They're not really happy, but they're not unhappy enough to do anything to change it or make it better. And then if you meet these first 4, if you meet the need for certainty and uncertainty, called variety, and significance, and connection, you'll find a way to meet those. Those are called the fundamental needs. But you will not be rich, happy, fulfilled, really fulfilled, unless you meet the last 2, and very few people meet the last 2. These are the 2 that are the real secret. And that is, number 5 is you must grow. You must grow. And number 6 is you must contribute beyond yourself in a meaningful way. See, you can get certainty by controlling everybody. You can get variety by doing drugs. You can get significance by tearing other people down. You have connection by having a problem all the time that people have to fix. And so they pay attention and you feel loved by that. None of those make you a better person. The only way you're going to be fulfilled is if you pick a different set of vehicles. And those vehicles, or those ways of meeting your needs, must cause you to grow. Because no matter how much you earn, how many people think you're great, or what's wonderful in your life, if you don't feel like you're growing, you'll feel like you're dying inside. And anybody you've ever seen who has committed suicide, you thought, how could they do that? I mean, they have the world by the tail. It's because they didn't feel like they're growing. And or, even if they were contributing, they didn't feel like their life had any meaning, that they were contributing beyond themselves. I bring this to your attention because I've seen so many people develop such great skills and still be unhappy. So if these are the 6 needs, you got to decide how you're going to play this game. And the things that are controlling it are your beliefs and values. There's certain beliefs you have that make you do things a certain way, and they may not be serving you, but you keep doing it because it meets some of your needs. It's like, for example, anything a human being does, remember I said they have a reason. So if you smoke cigarettes, even though you know it's terrible, you do it because it meets some of your needs. Maybe initially you did it to be significant or to feel connected to some friends. Or maybe you're so stressed, you're certain when you smoke, you can relax. So now we stop you from smoking. Well, you're going to go for something else because you got to still feel that comfort, or you got to still feel significant. So unless we understand what our brain is doing, most of us in life have no idea how to win the game of life. We don't know what the target of the game is. We don't know the goal. And so it's pretty hard to win a game when you don't know what the goal is. I'm here to tell you, having been with a couple million people from 65 countries and having heard every story you can imagine. I've dealt with people with 152 personalities who started splitting in the middle of a seminar while Diane Sawyer was actually covering a businessman sitting next to this woman, and she split in 152 personalities, been in therapy for 30 years, and integrated her in 40 minutes on the spot. And Diane and him saying it's a miracle, and saying, but it can't last. So they waited a year to do the story and followed her for a year, and she never broke down again. So I've dealt with that. to people with 152 personalities to people with like no personality who have a bigger problem, right? Okay, a much bigger problem, right? I mean, I've seen it all. And there's nothing I haven't seen. I've seen people physically abused, emotionally abused. I've seen everything you can imagine to see. You don't have to be bright to see there are patterns. And all these patterns are just trying to meet these same 6 needs. And most people don't know what they're after, so it's kind of hard to get your outcome when you don't know what it is. So what I want to talk to you about for a few minutes here is those last 2 called growth and contribution. Because those are the ticket to freedom. But I want you to think about your philosophy of life. Because while it's great to have these tools, you need both philosophy and skill to make your life work. If you've got great skill and no guiding philosophy, no guiding set of belief structures, then you are a person that has wonderful mechanics, but you're not really going to be fulfilled and you're not going to make a difference in the world. If you got this wonderful philosophy and you got no skills, no muscle, then you're going to live and be able to philosophize forever and you know it's right, but you don't do anything. It's a merger of these two, or a melding of these two, that really creates a quality life from my perception. So let's talk about the philosophy of what creates that fulfillment. I remember somebody came to me one time and said, so what does it take to be rich and happy? And I remember I looked back to him and I said, it's really simple. Be a team player. I remember the person looking at me like, what does that mean? But let me tell you, that's the secret to wealth and happiness. Become a team player. What does that mean? A team player means you've got to understand something. Human beings are really unique. Here's what's unique about us. We're driven to achieve a certain amount in our lives, whatever that may be, to meet our 6 needs. For some people, to feel significant, they got to make $10 billion. For some people, significant, they have to have a child and have that child grow up and be a nice person. There's no right or wrong. It's just different beliefs in our head about what has to happen, right? But here's what's interesting. Most of us don't need to have a lot happen to meet our needs. We don't. So it's different for every person. So let's say for you to meet your needs of identity, you have to do a certain amount of business. Well, once you do that much business, you don't have any more drive. It's like, okay, that feels good, right? Or you have a certain amount of need for acknowledgement. But once you get a certain amount of acknowledgement, people tell you a million times how great you are, you always appreciate hearing it, but you don't really need it because you know. So you're grateful and it's wonderful, but it's not like desperation. You know what I'm saying here? And so certain amount of money, certain amount of respect, certain amount of accomplishment, certain amount of something, and then we kind of lose our drive because we enter our comfort zone. So once you're in your comfort zone, you're not driven anymore. Here's the problem. When you get in your comfort zone and you're not driven, you no longer grow. When you're not growing, you start to die inside. When you're no longer growing and dying inside, you stop contributing in a meaningful way. And as you do both of those, your whole world falls apart emotionally. See, I've seen this happen. I've got about 6 or 7 friends, probably 7 to be accurate, who are considered by most people in the world to be like the best on earth at what they do and have been for a quarter of a century. Like one guy's in the movie business, been the head of several studios, made an unbelievable number of pictures, Academy Awards. Another guy is an NBA coach, the most winningest coach of all time in NBA history. I mean, each of these guys are my friends, and they're in their mid-50s. And what all of them do when we get together and talk is we talk about life and where we're going, what we're doing. And I've watched many of them, the business ones anyway, cash out at one point in their career, where they sold their companies and they made $500 million. One guy, $2.5 billion. And he thought that was going to make him happy. And I remember for the first 3 or 4 months, he was really happy. He partied, it was fun, it was great. But then all of a sudden he got more and more crazy. And then all of a sudden he started overeating and drinking. And all those things are is a symptom for the fact that you're not fulfilled. So now you're going for the cheap quickie to try and make yourself feel good because you really aren't growing, you're not contributing. And every one of them has gone back into some venture that made them have to grow, because when they had their business, they had to take on the challenges, they had to take on the effort, they had to grow, and they felt like they were contributing something meaningful. And that's when they're happiest. So having said that, if we all can get comfortable at a certain spot, then what's the secret to make sure we're always growing and contributing? And the answer is become a team player, which means this. People will do more for others they care about than they'll ever do for themselves. And that's a critical distinction to have about human beings. People will do much more for others they care about than they'll ever do for themselves. Now, for some people, that's God. For some people, that's their kids. For some people, that's their friends. But we'll all do more for something people we really care about than anyone else, than ourselves. And so if you really want to be happy, you got to grow and got to contribute. How many buy that? Say I. So if you buy that, you got to have a reason to constantly grow, because you're going to get comfortable pretty easily. The only way to do that is to have these people you care so much for that you feel compelled to constantly contribute more and to grow in order to be able to do that. And fortunately in my life, I figured this out at a very early age, and so it drove me to this point. It's why I'm here now. And I'm here now because I get to have this sense of I have to grow to do this, I have to contribute, and I get the joy and the fulfillment of that process. I don't have to do any of this anymore, fortunately. I can sit and do nothing for the rest of my life economically, but I couldn't sit and do nothing and be happy. So that's where we got to vest ourselves. But I have found what that is for me, which is certain people I care about, an environment of people I care about, people like yourself who really want to make their life more, no matter how great it is. But you got to find what that is, because that's what will drive you. So I want to give you a couple of assignments that if you use them will get you more connected to your team. And they're very fundamental and they're very basic, but I think if you'll do them, you'll find them to be quite useful. And the first one is really simple. If you're going to be a team player and you're going to feel that sense of connection, then what you got to be able to do is you got to be able to connect when it's not easy to connect. What I mean by that is, if you're in a position where someone, how many of you have somebody in your life from your past where maybe you were good friends at one point, or lovers, or business associates, but you're really close with this person, and then one day something happened. And when that happened, it changed your life forever in your relationship, and maybe you've never spoken to them again since that day. How many have somebody like this somewhere in the back of your life, okay? So what I want you to do is this. I want you to develop team building muscles. Because when you have that sense of connection, you can do anything. But anybody can be loving and friendly to someone who's totally loving and friendly to you. If you're really going to get that sense of connection, that sense of real joy, the real passion, you got to be able to connect with somebody who has hurt you or been unfair to you. Now, I'm not suggesting you go start another relationship with this person. I'm not stupid. I know many of these people you don't want to start a relationship with. But I do want you to learn how to communicate with absolute caring and love and make yourself do that even though you've been hurt. Because that's how you build an ultimate muscle. What I'm going to ask you to do is you are going to take this person, maybe you've not talked to them in years, and you are going to call them. Now, answering machines don't count, okay? But you're going to communicate with them. And what I want you to do is three things. I want you to call them. I want you to acknowledge yourself, who you are. Don't pretend you're someone else. And answer the phone, and as you hear their voice, you'll say, "Hi, this is me. Remember me? I certainly remember you." Then the second step. You're going to acknowledge how the relationship ended. So you're going to say to this person, "Listen, I know the last time we talked was not a very pretty sight. I know that we yelled or we did this or we did that. I know that I knew I was right and you knew you were right, and it didn't end in a very attractive way." So acknowledge what happened so it's clear that you're not an idiot calling back. And then you go to the third step. You say, "I'm just calling for one reason. It's been 6 months, it's been a year, it's been 10 years. I just want to call you to tell you that while that was incredibly painful and I was mad as heck, and I still don't necessarily agree or disagree with you, I do want you to know that before that happened, we had an amazing business relationship, friendship, love affair, whatever it was. And while I'm not trying to start a new one, I just want to tell you how grateful I am for that time I had with you prior to that event. Because it was a great, great time in my life. And you were an important part of my life and my team, and I want to thank you for that. And you don't have to say anything. I'm not calling to have you say anything or give me anything. I just wanted to thank you for that time. I hope you have a great life. Thanks. Bye." Click. What would this do to their brain? Better yet, what would it do to your brain to actually sincerely make this call and put aside those events and associate to the good things? Again, I'm not saying start a new relationship with them. I'm not saying that. I'm saying just call and acknowledge that there was great goodness and do it from your heart and reconnect to that feeling. How many think this would be a major stretch? Let me see your hands. Say aye. Good. So then if you can't do it, you what? You what? How many are going to do it? Raise your hand. Say aye. That's what I call courage in action. See, there's two types of emotions in humanity. Those that are virtually around the world honored, respected, because no matter what culture you come from, we all know that those emotions are virtuous. Those emotions like forgiveness and love and faith and determination and passion and caring, those are universally, no matter what culture you go to, are those respected, yes or no? Doesn't matter what the culture is, even though we have varied cultures in the world. Then there are vices, those emotions that we indulge in when we're fearful, and those are the ones that destroy our life. Those are like fear and envy and anger and stubbornness and things like that. And sometimes we go into those emotions so often, we're more comfortable with vices than with virtues. And the only way to have your virtues take over your life, which is when you really are happy because it means you're growing, the only way to do that is to exert the muscle even though it's weak. Even though the vice muscle has got more pull, you're going to have to push with the virtue muscle. By the way, do you like movies? Every good movie, every good story is really at its base a story of going from slavery to freedom. And what happens is a person is enslaved to a fear or an anger or an upset or a limitation. They have these desires, but they're missing the core need of, let's say, the virtue of strength or caring or determination or love or honesty or warmth. And the reason it makes you emotional when you think about it is you see that in the movie, and in good movies, the main character finally, they do all these battles and they try to do it the easy way and it doesn't work, and finally they step up. And when they do, they have an epiphany. They have a change in their heart and soul. They put themselves on the line, they do what they don't want to do, and they win. And you see, and you know when the movie ends that their life will never be the same again, because now they have the courage and they're exercising it. They have the faith, they have the love. What's the virtue you need to decide to strengthen right now? All pain comes from feeling like one or more of your 6 needs is not being met. I'll give you a clue in a relationship. When a person feels like they're less important than anything else, the relationship has challenges. More important, if work's more important than that person, it's going to have challenges. If another human being seems more important, then you got some real challenges. Because human beings totally understand that you can love more than one person at one time, right? So we human beings, out of our need for significance, want that oneness, and if something starts to affect that, then we feel an amazing sense of pain and loss. Well, let me tell you a little story for a second. I have a good friend, and he decided he was going to move his mom and dad, who had been living in the same home for 50 years, as a surprise. They'd been on vacation, and while on vacation, he bought them a home and decided he and his sister were going to move them as a surprise. Okay? It's coming from a very loving place, right? So he didn't realize how much you can collect in 50 years. And he rented a huge U-Haul truck. And when he took that U-Haul truck, he went out, and he and his sister started filling it up, and it took them almost a day, and by the end of the day, a snowstorm came into Washington, D.C. while they're loading it up. So now he's freaking. The roads are going to be slick. He's driving a giant U-Haul. Worse, the U-Haul, as big as it was, wouldn't take everything. So he and his sister had to go get a connector, you know, those trailers that connects to a U-Haul on top of it. And it's snowing, and they're loading all the stuff up, and their parents don't even know they're moving, right? And so now he's freaked out. He's wondering if they're going to be upset about moving. This was a great idea, but now everything's loaded up and it's time to go. And he's worried about the wedding. He's worried about so many things. So he says to his sister, he's already stressed. He's in a stress state. Listen, go back to the back of the trailer. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to push on the brakes. Make sure the extension trailer, because that's what people will see, that those lights show I'm braking. Because can you imagine? If the big trailer lights come on, but the extension trailer doesn't, someone will slam right in the back of him. So he said, okay. She says, okay. She goes back there. He goes, okay, I'm pushing. She says, it's working. It's working. It's working. He said, great. He goes, okay, now I'm going to do the turn signals. She says, it's working. Oh, now it's not. Oh, it's working. Now it's not. It's working. Now it's not. He comes back to her and says, what is the matter with you? That's the turn signal. That's how you know when it's working, when it's not. When it goes on and off, that's how you know it's working. Maybe when you say, God, it was working, and oh, now it's not. Maybe when you say now it's not, is it's working because you're aware of what you're doing, and now you can change it. See, if you think it's working as it's always perfect, then what you have is a brake light. But what you really want is a life. And a life has many seasons. And you know, a life that's all summer you'd burn out on. All winter you'd freeze to death. I mean, God is really cool. He figured out after winter to put spring. I mean, wouldn't you put it there? I mean, you know? He figures after night, daytime, cool dude. That's a really cool deal, right? And after pain is always a new opportunity. And you can count on it. Just like the day will follow the night. The night is not forever. And no problem is eternal, only your soul is. So maybe you need to remember that part when you start thinking something's there, right? And maybe God's denials are not really denials at all. Maybe they're just God's delays. I spoke in a prison once, and these guys had been in the prison, and they were all in high security prison. And most of them had been murdered somebody or raped someone. Some of them had raped family members. And I went in to go to this prison, and I went to address these guys, and I knew all their histories. I read them all. But I also knew that this particular group of guys had worked unbelievably hard to somehow transform their lives. And so I decided one day to surprise them, because some of them have written letters to me because they had listened to my tapes and work and really made some nice changes. One man said that although he had 52 more years to serve, that he really felt like he'd been living in a pity pot and feeling sorry for himself, but that he really got from my tapes who he really is as a man, and that he really, truly has never taken responsibility, and he feels better than he ever has. He feels more free than when he was outside the walls because he knows who he is now, and he's become who he really wants to be and so forth. So I came and surprised these guys. And I talked to the warden before I came in, and I said, and I really would like to help them. I think one is just to acknowledge them as men and tell them, even though what they did, I know human beings are not their behavior, and they're going to have to pay the price for that behavior. So I tend to separate the person from the behavior. And I said, what do you think is the toughest thing for these guys to deal with? And he said, Tony, you know what it really is? It's these men, when they finally get to see their wives or girlfriends, which is rare, and most of them are in for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. He said the humiliation they go through because they're strip searched and cavity searched, without going through any details there, I think you get the picture, before they get to go in to see their families and again coming out. And the sense of absolute horror, the sense of violation, the sense of humiliation they feel shows up when they then sit down with their family, and what happens is very often they have fights. The one time they're with their girlfriend or family members, and they come back and they do it even more. He said, could you help them with that? And I was like, okay, how do you do this, right? So I went in to talk to him, and I talked to him, and when I walked in, I knew them all by name, and when I walked in, they thought they were going to hear a martial arts speaker, and I walked in, and they were really blown away. And I called him in, and I talked to him, and I said, I come by to see you, man. I said, because I want you to know, I know that you're a rapist, I know that you've murdered, but I also know that's not who you are now in your life. I know you're going to have to pay that price. I said, I came here to honor you because of the letters I received from you and because of who you are becoming as men. And I said, so I'm not here to teach you, I'm here to honor you, and just in some small way let you know I really care about you. No one had ever done that for most of them in their entire life. That's one of the reasons they did the things they did, because they never ever felt honored or loved or respected by anyone. So they tried to demand that honor and respect by just doing anything they could to feel significant. And most of them picked a really bad way. And so I said, and while I'm here, I thought maybe I could help you with a few things. I said, some of you right now are more free than people outside here, because I know people, what you guys deal with is so intense. I know people, man, they freak out when, they go to Jack in the Box and they forget their damn pickles on the thing. They just think their life is really a mess. And I said, I know you have bigger challenges when you go to see your sisters and brothers and kids and wives. And the whole room tightened up. And I said, I know many of you feel humiliated and you feel all these feelings. And I said, you know what though? I said, if I were you, I wouldn't feel that. I mean, you know what you really got to do? You got to feel bad for the guy that's got to search the cavity. You should go, yeah, bud, check it out. And I got them laughing hysterically. I went on for this about 20 minutes full tilt, right? And I said, you're not the one who has to. Can you imagine somebody asked that guard what he does for a living? What does he got to say? I mean, I'm sure he doesn't tell anybody what he really does. I said, you're humiliated. Think about him. And I got him laughing and laughing and laughing. I said, so next time, make the guard miserable. So that was the next stage to go from being able to handle it. So now they're thinking they're going to have fun with it. But then the next final stage for those people that keep raising their standards and move to their virtues instead of their vices, is I said, now look around, some of the guards in the room. And they kind of laughed when I was talking about it, and some were there. And they were, so look at these guys. I said, people just like you. I don't think they look forward to that. I said, maybe the next time you can do is maybe feel bad for them. Maybe care about how they feel. And you watch this shift happen. Most people live in hypnosis. I'm a de-hypnotist. Most people are hypnotized into thinking that life is one way. They've locked it in their mind. you tell them a story, people go into a trance as they listen to the story, and their brain begins to make new associations. So that's how you get the shift to occur. So how many are gonna make this call? Say aye. Here's the second call I want you to make. The second call is not painful. You'll wanna make this call. How many of you out there have had an experience where there was somebody who you're really close to, somebody you really appreciated, really enjoyed, really loved, and you didn't have an argument, you didn't have something negative happen, you just got so busy, and they got so busy, and you're like in different places, and you didn't call for a while, and the more you didn't call, the weirder it felt not to call. And then, since you didn't call for so long, it really felt weird not to call, and now you haven't called forever, and you kind of, like the commercial says, kind of drifted away. And it wasn't because you're upset with them at all. How many of you have someone like that somewhere in your life? Raise your hand, say aye. That's your second call. What are you gonna do? Call them up, acknowledge who you are, do the same thing, acknowledge what happened. Tell them the truth. Say, listen, I'm calling. I'm sure you don't have any time to talk right now. We don't need to. I'm just calling to tell you one thing. And that is that I think about you a lot. That, I haven't talked to you in so long that after a while, I'm telling the truth. I didn't call for a while, you didn't call, I was busy, you were busy, and then it felt weird to call. So the reason I'm calling is so it doesn't feel weird to call in the future, right? I'm just calling to tell you I love you, and I'm so thrilled that you're part of my team. And even if we don't talk for 2 years, I always care about you. And if you ever want to talk, I'm always here. I know you probably don't have any time, so I just want to say thanks, have a nice night. No, that person I guarantee will stop you. They'll say, oh, no, I'm so glad you called. And what it'll do is it'll take a part of your life, like one thing you can finally put behind you, this thing you can put back in front of you and reconnect with it. And I think you're gonna find that it'll have a really wonderful processional effect. Like, when you drop the rock in the water, it doesn't stop there when it hits the water. It has this neat little wave effect on your life. Same thing happens when you reconnect with someone you really consider to be a friend. It has an impact on things that you normally wouldn't measure in that area. How many want to make this call also? Say aye. And here's the third assignment. The third assignment in team building is I want you to make a list of all the key team members of your life. And what I mean by that is anyone you consider to be part of your team. Team can be intimate loved ones, it can be family or friends. Team can be those people you work with who you really, really care about. But I'm talking about your close inner team of people. The people that you care about, the people who have their feelings about you as influence over you. The people that you would be driven to give to and to serve, and therefore would need to grow and contribute in some way. And what I'm going to ask you to do is I want you to write next to each person's name some unique way you're going to let them know you care about them in the next 30 to 45 days. Some unique way. Because what we all assume is that everybody knows we love them, but we don't. People don't. They forget. Or if they haven't experienced it in a certain way, they don't know. So I want you to do it unique way. How many of you have kids? Let's see, show hands. Wow. How many of you have teenage kids, as an example? Great. Another breed, aren't they? So now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to come up with a unique way to make them feel totally loved. Now, let me tell you what's great about this. Number one, you'll increase your connection and sense of team. Number two, you'll have a blast coming up with creative things. Number three, you'll feel wonderful when you're doing it. And when all those wonderful things are happening, it'll affect your career, believe it or not. Because it'll affect the way you feel about yourself and your identity and what you're doing in your life, and it enriches everything. These little things mean everything. I'll give you an example. When I married my wife, Becky, I wanted to have 4 kids. I got 3 instantly. And all of a sudden, here we in a short time, we have 4 kids. And I had kids at that time. My youngest, I think, was 4, and my oldest was 17, and I was 24 years old, right? So that makes you grow up pretty quick. Right? So I found myself in a place where it's like, wow, here I had this great love affair with my wife, and I really love these kids, but all of a sudden, wham, man, they were in my life quickly, rapidly, powerfully. And I had to feel a deal with that. And it was very difficult at first, extremely difficult, because I felt like, I was getting less connection. I was less significant than the kids were and so forth. It was very difficult. But gradually what happened is I loved these kids so much that it expanded my life. It didn't mean less significance, less connection. It meant I could have them from more places and at a deeper level. And now it's one of the greatest gifts of my entire life. If you ask me, are you a successful man? I would say yes, and my number one criteria is what incredible kids I have, who they are as people, which I think they've done on their own, but I think I've certainly helped to shape some of their core value structures and belief structures, which is the only thing you can shape. You can't control behavior, but you can certainly shape a good deal of what somebody values and believes by your example and your caring. And so when this first happened, I also was 24 years old, starting my career. I was doing an average of 200 days a year on the road, right? I was building and doing everything, so I'm not even there most of the time. And so these kids are in my life, and I'm thinking, my God, how do I connect with these kids? How do they know I love them when I'm not there? And the only solution I could come up with was, okay, I gotta be there, number one, and number two, I gotta really be there when I'm there. You know, I had 4 fathers myself. And the one who I consider to be my real father is not my birth father. You know, he's not my father genetically, but the one I mentioned who passed away was the one I was closest to. And I had the least amount of time with him. But I really had what I call magic moments with him. Just moments I'd never forget as long as I live. And they helped to shape a good part of who I am and what I believe and value. And so I thought, that's what I gotta do. I gotta create magic moments with these kids. But I decided to do it the way I'm asking you to do it, strategically. Not like just, okay, I'll figure a way, to really put focus into it. And so I looked at each kid, because each kid has different needs to know they're loved. So as I looked at that, I was able to do it, and I thought about, I don't wanna just do this with my kids, I wanna do this with the whole world. So I'll give you an example. I've been on the road, and I've been going forever, and I came home, and I was really exhausted, I wanna be with my family. And in California, I have these restaurants called the Chart House. So we go to the Chart House that night, and when we get there, and my kids are there, I'm excited to be with everybody. And that night, you know, we usually get great service at the Chart House, but that night, I get the most extraordinary service you could possibly imagine. I mean, have you ever had a waiter or waitress that is so happy, so alive, so loving, so wonderful that, like, you can't wait for them to come back to the table to get another hit off of them? How many have ever been there? Say aye. So if you remember what that felt like, this kid comes over and he is just a total joy to be around. I'm thinking, this is wonderful. And he takes care of my kids so well, and he's so happy. And I'm thinking, wow, I gotta tip this kid really well. And I thought, well, you know, I could tip him, and I will, and that'll make him feel good for the moment, but boy, I'd love to do something that would be a moment he wouldn't forget on top of that. So I thought for a while, and I came up with an idea. And so when he came over the next time, he walks over and he says, how you doing? I said, excuse me, but I need to speak to your manager. He looks at me and he says, is there something wrong? I said, I need to speak to your manager. He said, well, Mr. Robbins, is there something I can do? I mean, have I done something wrong? Can I help you? I said, I need to speak to your manager. He's like, oh my God, okay. And he goes off. Now, why have I done this? Contrast. After this, anything will feel good by contrast. So he goes over to the manager, and you can see the manager when he gets the information, right? He's across the room, and he looks over at the table, and you can see his face go, oh God, I gotta deal with another one of those. It's one of those things, right? So he walks over like dead man walking, right? And he comes on over here, and he gets the table, and he looks up, and he says, you asked to speak to me? And I stand up, and I said, yes. Do you know who I am? He said, yes, Mr. Robbins, and we all know who you are. I said, you know something? I gotta tell you something. I travel around the world. I'm on the road maybe 200 days a year. This is where I live. I come home, I want to be with my family, I want to have a nice meal. So where do I decide to come? The Chart House. I want to tell you something. Every time I come here, I get the most amazing service I can possibly imagine. He goes, I'm really sorry, Mr. Robbins. I really promise we'll fix it. I said, no, you're not listening to me. I said, every time I come here, I get the most extraordinary service a human being could hope for. He's like, oh, thank you. I said, but tonight is an exception. And he goes, oh. I said, this kid, what's his name? He said, Chris. I said, this kid, Chris, I gotta tell you something. I've eaten in the best restaurants in the world. I've eaten in the worst restaurants in the world. I have seen it all. This kid is the best waiter I've ever seen in my entire life. He goes, I'll be sure to correct him, Mr. Robbins. I promise you, I'll correct him. I'll straighten him out. I said, no. He's the best waiter I've ever seen anywhere. Finest restaurant in the world, doesn't matter. So I had said to him, the reason I wanted to bring you over here was to thank you. Because for us to have that great a service every time, and for you to attract a kid like this, I know whoever manages this place must be an extraordinary soul. And while it just may seem like a meal to you or to other people, I said, for me, this is the time to connect with my family. And to be this supported and this wonderful, you must be one unbelievable man, and I want to shake your hand and I want to thank you. He was like, oh my God, thank you, Mr. Robbins. You know? And then he looked at me and he was like teary-eyed. And I said, I mean it. I said, I do all this stuff to tease you so you'd really hear me when I told you what I really want to tell you. And I said, I really want to thank you. I mean, from my heart. And this guy, you could just see him, he just blossomed, you know. And then he looked at me and he said, Don't worry about Chris. I'll be sure to correct him. So sure enough, as he leaves my table, he walks like this. And he points at Chris and goes, and he's got this look, and Chris is walking up like this. And as he does it, all of a sudden you can see him talking to Chris in the distance, and also you see Chris go from this to, and then, right? He's like totally juiced, right? Because what I also said to him is I said, this kid, Chris, do whatever it takes. I said, I got to tell you this too. Keep this kid. He's the best you got. Give him more hours. Give him a raise. I mean, you're insane, and I know you're not insane to be this good a manager if you don't give this kid a raise and if you don't do it now. Grab this kid and keep him, right? So he's going all this stuff, right? He's all jumping up and down, so I figure something good's happening. Meanwhile, I turn to my daughter here at the table, and I said, Jolie, I said, ask the people at the table next to us what kind of service they got from this kid, because he was serving them too. And I said, if they get said that it was good, don't bother. But they say it's great or outstanding or something like that, tell them that what we want to do when he comes back across here is we want to stand up on our chairs when he comes back over here in the middle of the restaurant and give him a standing ovation and scream his name, Chris, 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 the whole time. Because, oh, Dad, don't make me do this. I said, Jolie, do it. Right? So she goes over and says, my dad wants to know what kind of service you're getting. And oh, unbelievable. Well, my dad wants to stand up on our chairs and clap and stuff. And they're like, and this one woman at the table said, we'll do it. She obviously was the woman with leverage at that table, right? So sure enough, Chris, he gets whatever news he gets. He's euphoric, man. He's like climbing over to us, right? Skipping and stuff, right? And when he gets about 2/3 of the way across, I go, now. And we all jump up in our chairs in the middle of the restaurant, nice restaurant, and go, yes, Chris, 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 Chris. And the whole room starts, the whole restaurant turns and looks, and he's like, so by the time he comes over and his mouth's hanging open. And he said, you guys are so great to me. Oh, my God. And he went on and on. He was like near teary-eyed. He said, why'd you do this? He said, my boss just gave me a raise. He said, you told him he should give you a raise, and he agreed. And he said, why'd you do this? Why'd you do this? And he was like, both like happy, but also kind of emotional, And then he got really teary-eyed. He said, man, why would you do this? And I just looked at him. Everything was quiet. And I said, why would we not? I said, you're part of our team. I said, you treat us like team members. You treat us like we're a family. I said, we noticed that, so we are. And we did for you what we would do for any family member. I said, so I'm really glad you deserve this. I said, we really love you. And he started to cry. And then my daughter started to cry. And I got a little teary-eyed, right? And he came over and gave us this big hug, And it was really wonderful. And we left that night, and we didn't just have a meal. We created a moment. See, at the end of your life, I don't think you're going to remember all the experiences of your life. I just don't. I think you'll remember certain moments. And you can create them, or you can hope they show up every once in a while. Rarely does a good idea interrupt you. Rarely does a quality of life just happen. It must be created and constructed with conscious thought, caring, and desire. That's what makes a great life. It'll be a great story if it ended there, but it didn't. Because, 3 or 4 weeks later, I came back into town. I really wanted to go to the restaurant. We get to the restaurant. It's a very popular place, and there's an hour and a half wait, and I hate waiting, so I was like, we're out of here. As we're about to leave, I hear, oh, Mr. Robbins, Mr. Robbins. And it's Chris. He goes, oh, it's Mr. Robbins. We have a table for you, Mr. Robbins. Come here. And I'm like, yes. I'm like, yeah. What you put out comes back. And it didn't end there. About 2 or 3 months later, we rented the big room they have right on the ocean, and we had, 50, 60 people over on a business meeting, and we had a big meal with everybody, and it was wonderful. Great food, great service, great everything. I knew the bill would be sizable, but it was what I expected, obviously. Bill came, it was sizable, But then it had a big red X through it, and it said, no charge for family. Thanks, Mr. Robbins. Isn't that cool? The Chart House, what a classy group of people. Isn't that neat? Class act doesn't end there. My daughter at the time, I think, was about 14, 15 years old. I think she was just turning 15. And she was getting concerned about having a car. Now, I don't know if you have the same challenges that I do in this area, but I grew up with absolutely nothing. Since I've earned everything I have in my life, including all my economics, I have a great deal of pride because I built the muscle myself. No one gave it to me. So I have some self-esteem that comes from that. And I want my kids to have that same self-esteem, but I also would love to just spoil them because, geez, I can. I could give them any car they want, there's no question. So I'm torn. I don't know if you have that experience too, of like wanting to help, but wanting them to have the growth. It's a tough place to be. So the way I try to resolve that is, I try to get them to earn important things, and if they do a good job, I usually just throw it in anyway. Or sometimes I just surprise them and do cool things and spoil them for the moment, and then back up later on and have them earn something else. And so when my daughter wanted, she knew I'd get her any car, and I said, I will not buy you a car under any circumstances. You must earn it. So I said, here's what you do. If you stay a straight A student in school, I'll give you this much. I will double whatever you earn working for somebody else if you stay a straight A student. That'll get you your car much faster. If you're a straight A student and you become an entrepreneur, I'll loan you $1,000 to start your business, and I'll triple whatever you make as your profits, right? Well, she didn't want to be an entrepreneur, so that was okay. So she wanted a job, but the thing she ran into at 14 is nobody would hire her, right? Just turned 15, I think. You have to be like 17 in most of these places to get a job, places she wanted to work anyway. And one of the places she really wanted to work was the chart house, because she just loved that environment and serving people and so forth, and you had to be 17 to be there. Of course, those are the rules for non-family members. So next thing I know, my daughter's working there, right? She's the hostess and everything's cool. We really are visiting family whenever we go there, right? Doesn't end there. While she was there, Jolie met her first real boyfriend. And she was 15 and he was 21, and I had to show him my gun collection. But but he's a great kid, really great kid. He had a really great heart, and he understood that that's what he needed to exercise most. And and he was really into the arts and entertainment, and he really got Jolie interested in what she later became, which is an actress. She's been on Broadway, and she actually was on a TV show last night. And he's the one who really got her interested in all this stuff. And he was really a wonderful man with really great values. I kept pointing out that he was a man, however, but still. The bottom line is it was really wonderful. And I remember one day Jolie came home, and she was like, people are when they're totally in love. Ha, ha, ha. She's dancing and singing, and everything is wonderful, and what's going on, I'm so in love, right? So in the middle of this, I said, hey, Joe, what made all this possible, this magical relationship you have with him? She said, we looked across the salad bar. I said, yeah, I understand that, but I mean, what made that possible? She went, what do you mean? I said, how come you met him? She goes, well, I met him at work. I said, huh? And how did you get that work? And she thought for a moment. And then she got really teary-eyed. It was really emotional. And she said, oh my God, it was that day when we acknowledged Chris, huh? I said, that's right, honey. I said, the chain never ends. When you do something good, the chain that comes from it never ends. You may not notice it, but it never ends. I said, because you were loving and warm to this man and did something that felt a little weird, that led to you working here, and your working here led to you meeting this man, and meeting this man has led to this great love affair you have. I said, so maybe standing up on a chair and clapping Chris, Chris, Chris was not such a bad thing. Just give me a big hug. Story didn't end there. Chris came to work for Robbins Research. Many of you in this room actually work with Chris. He's one of our PARs, one of the people that works with our account representatives. And many of you in this room are here because of him. His name is Chris Hendrickson. And he's one of the top people in our group as well. So look at Chris. Doesn't end there. Chris talked to a man named Martin Sheen once many years ago when I was first doing my infomercials, and Martin had a great deal of credibility. He's never really endorsed anything. He's very strong in his beliefs. And he believed in Chris enough to try my tapes. The tapes changed his life. He and I developed a great friendship. Out of that, he appeared in my show, and I reached millions of other people who wouldn't listen to me, some big guy with teeth, but they were willing to listen to Martin. And so I reached millions of people because of Chris. Didn't end there. I needed someone who could help me because I generate so much new material for all the things that I do. I have a whole creative department. I have 8 people that work full-time to keep up with what I'm constantly, daily coming up with and downloading. And I need someone to head up that department. And Chris told me about this woman that was one of his customers who he said was unbelievable, convinced me to interview her. I did. She came to work for me. And most of what I create is done through her and my team. All because of Chris, too. You'll never know the consequences of one kind act that's sincerely given. You'll never know for sure for the person you touch. And maybe it won't come back to you from them. Sometimes people are so busy trying to figure out what they got out of something that they're missing what they're getting. But what about your kids? Come back to my kids. I got all these kids. Oh my God, how do I let them know I love them all? When they're all different people. So I made a plan, just like I'm asking you to do. I said, okay, let's start with Jarek. Jarek's my youngest. He was 4 then. He's 14 now. I looked at that and I said, okay, here's Jarek. Oh my gosh, how do I make this happen? Well, you got to picture Jarek. Here's this little kid who has a certain identity for his dad. I found out what he thought of me one day when I went to his preschool to pick him up. I walked in and the woman said, oh my God, he was telling the truth. I said, what are you talking about? Someone says, you're the guy on the TV, the helicopter. Yeah. And I said, yeah. She goes, oh my God. She goes, he's been telling everybody my father's a giant. He lives in a castle and he's flying in a helicopter to pick me up today. I thought, okay, I got a good picture of how he perceives his dad, right? So then I'm thinking, okay, how do I make him feel totally loved? Well, not the way I would do it. His strategy's different, right? Everybody's different. If you love them, you want to meet it their way. So like, telling him he's loved, that doesn't quite do it. Hugging him he likes. What he really wants to do is just hang out and do stuff that I don't like to do, right? He wants to go in the back of the yard in the dirt. This is not high on my values list, right? But I know it's what he loves, right? He wants to make up these games. So I go, okay, that's what I'm really going to do. And I'm not only going to do it, but I'm going to enjoy it. I'm not just going to do it to do it. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to find a way to enjoy it in a way that's good. Because he'll notice if I'm not enjoying it, right? So I decided, all right, I just need to become a kid again at a really young kid level, right? So I go out there and we're doing this, and bear in mind, you know what he thinks, I'm a giant, right? So he goes, Dad, here, throw this rock. I said, son, it's a boulder. He goes, Dad, you're a giant, you can throw it. Okay, son. Right? Remember, went the back, it's okay, I love my kid, right? So at the end of this day, I say to him, I said, you know what? I said, we need to go to the toy store. He said, why? I said, because you need to have a new toy. He said, you're right. So we go to the toy store, and he and I at the toy store are like, did you ever see the movie Big? That's my son Jarek and I in the toy store, because we go around, I love to play with everything, right? He and I play for an hour and a half before we buy anything. So then we're at the front desk, and I said, okay, look, here's the deal. You've been a good kid, so you can have any one toy, not more than one, any one toy in the whole store. I don't care what the toy is, because you're so good. But only one. So think clearly which one you want. Go get it. I'll wait here. Meanwhile, I've picked out several toys I want to play with that I hope he picks, right? This kid's decisive, man. He's not even gone for 3 minutes. He knew exactly what he wanted. This huge toy store, he knew exactly what he wanted. He comes back, it's behind his back. I said, what'd you get? He goes, a plastic rake. A rake. I said, son. I said, what's this? He goes, it's a rake, Dad. That way you and I can go out in the front yard and rake for hours and hours. Oh boy, son, wonderful. Right? But you know what's interesting? We went out there, it's what he really wanted. I was crushed. I worked all these years, so I don't have to do that crap anymore, right? So I go out there and we raked for 2 hours, but while we're doing it, we laughed and we joked and we talked about stuff. You know, he and I are leaving after this seminar. On Monday I go to New York, but on Tuesday we fly to Fiji to go to my resort. It's just he and I to spend a week together. So I can just be with him by himself, you know? And we were talking the other day, we went to Aspen, and we were talking about those days, and talking about the rake experience, and he and I laughed about it again. He'll never forget that. I'll never forget that, I can promise you that. But there was this bonding, you know, this magic that happened during that time. It wasn't about raking, it was about being with each other. But it came out of that experience. Now my son Joshua, at the time I think he was like 9, a rake was not gonna do it, right? And so I'd been out of town, so sure enough, I came back into town, and instead of waiting to the end of the day, I thought, you know what, I've been with him with everybody else, but not by himself. So I immediately went to a school, and I checked him out of school in the middle of the day. And he got out, and he said, what's the matter, what's the matter? I said, nothing's the matter. So why are you taking me out of school in the middle of the day? I said, because it's Joshua's day. He said, what does that mean? I said, we've been with everybody else. I've been gone. We've been together. But I want to be just you and I, one-on-one, have a great time together. So this is your day. We can do whatever you want for the rest of the day, you and I. He said, really? I said, yeah. He said, could we go to the zoo? I said, sure. He said, well, could we go to SeaWorld? I said, sure. He said, could we go miniature golfing? I said, sure. Which one of those you want to do? He said, Dad, you're a possibility guy. All of it. I said, sure. And we had the greatest day. And I remember to this day, he's, as big as I am now practically. He's a big kid, right? An incredible kid. He's now, 19, I guess. And I remember going out there and golfing with this little guy. And we talked about girls because he was getting interested in girls and what was going on. And we just had this incredible, magical time. We still talk about Joshua days. All right, cool days. And we still do them. We just do them in a different way now, different age. My daughter, Jolie, she and I were the most alike of all the kids. She's outrageous and playful and crazy and passionate and fun, and she's an entertainer. And we love the same music. And she was older, right? She was 14 at the time. And everything was going great. We were like totally bonded. Now, it didn't start that way. The day I married my wife, she cried the entire day. My daughter did, right? So sure enough, things, I got to figure out how to bond with her. And we bond, everything's wonderful. But as she got a little bit older, she began to change physically. And as she did, she became a young woman. And as she did, suddenly men started showing up at my house, and my gun and collection was having to come out on a more regular basis. And everything was going great, except we all of a sudden started having these spirited debates when she became a teenager, right? Really spirited debates. That's a code word for a fight. And so what would happen was, because I'd be saying, I don't want you doing this. And one of our biggest challenges was she developed a role model at that time who I didn't think was the ideal role model for a 14-year-old, Madonna. And this was in Madonna's lace days where she was, mixing her crosses for her lace outfits and so forth. So for some reason, this created a little break in our communication for some reason. And so gradually I realized, man, what does a teenager really want? To know that they're part of your team, to know that you love them. What do teenagers want most? Come on, what do they want? Keys to the car, yeah, that's true, but what else? That's right, respect and independence, right? So I remember Jim Rohn telling me, and I had a friend that also had a very similar experience growing up, where a particular friend of mine anyway was very, very wealthy and I was very poor. And I remember I wanted to go to a concert. I had to earn the money for it. He had to ask for it. And I thought he had it easy. And one night I was at his house when he was asking for it. And his father was an ogre. And his father basically made him beg and grovel for it. And finally, after begging and groveling, he took the money out of his pocket, crumpled the ball, threw it on the ground, and said, if you want it that bad, go ahead. And I remember thinking, how disgusting to treat your own kid that way. I think you can learn from what works in life. You can also learn from what doesn't work. So I swore I'd never do that. So I thought, you know what? I know she wants to go. What if you read in the paper and you see your teenager and you know they're going to want to go to a concert. You notice in the paper some, values-driven organization like, Smashing Pumpkins or Poison or, some other value-driven rock group is coming to town. And you're not usually thrilled about the idea of them working out and going to this thing, but you decide instead to do something different. It's Madonna. And so what do? Instead of waiting for them to come beg, you go buy the tickets in advance. And you keep them in your breast pocket, waiting for that inevitable morning when your son or daughter comes to you and says, Dad, would you like some fresh squeezed orange juice? And he said, no, I'm fine, thank you. Well, would you like to have the car washed? No, it's fine. What do you want, Jolie? Well, Dad, there's this concert coming to town. Are you meeting Madonna? Well, yeah. You go, here. You can't even talk. And they said, well, what? He said, you don't have to say anything. Well, but why? Well, don't you want to go? Well, yeah. But why'd you do this? Because I love you. I mean, I know you want to go. We're on the same team. Sometimes it doesn't look like it. We get in a fight. I love you. And I think your music's great too. I said, so, you should go and have a great time. In fact, I've arranged for a car for you, and there's tickets for there, and you and your best friend both. Oh my God. And then you arrange a car to take them, a limousine, right? Primarily because you want someone to keep an eye on them. But also you want to create a magic moment. There they are with their best friend in the back of a limousine driving to the Madonna concert. Oh my God. They go there and the limousine pulls up and they assume that they're in the far edge reserved seats, right? So they go to that far area and they hand the tickets to the guy, and the guy goes, oh, you're in the wrong section. Come with me. And they walk 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 and they leave this reserve section and they come into Loge. They walk and 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 they walk. They leave Loge. They come into the main section, right? Main reserve seat. Oh my God. And they walk and they walk and they walk. They leave that area. The guy's starting to walk right into the orchestra pit, right? Core seats of the whole house. And all of a sudden your daughter or son turns to the guy and says, there must be some mistake. My father bought these tickets. No, keep coming. And they walk 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 till they arrive at the very front row, middle two seats of the entire stadium, where they can sit down, look up, and watch Madonna wiggle. Right? And your daughter's best friend in the whole world turns to her and says, you have the most awesome father on the planet. So you got to decide. Are you going to blast through your life and forget what you really love? What you really, really live for? Because you're busy trying to achieve something. Or are you going to do both? Live fully and blast through everything you want to achieve too. The only way you do that is if you understand team. Inner team is the most important thing. So that's my challenge to you, is to make it the most important thing, including, by the way, the team inside of you. Because for years, I took first 7-8 years of my career, I didn't take one day off. I worked 7 days a week. That was it, because my whole identity was, I don't stop. But I've also learned through lots of pain that if you just give to everybody else but yourself, pretty soon you're empty and you got nothing to give back. And so I learned gradually to really give myself things, give myself time, give myself little events. And I want you to do that. So I have one other assignment for you. And that is, I want you for the next 4 weeks to promise me one thing. Besides coming up with your plan to take care of your team, that you come up with a plan that gives you 1 hour a week for the next 4 weeks where you do something for you that you normally will not do for yourself. I don't know what it is. Everybody's different. Maybe it's just a walk on the beach or a walk away because you never give yourself time by yourself. Maybe it's buying yourself something you would never do because you go, oh, that's stupid. I don't need that. Do it anyway. Because I'll tell you what will happen. When you give to yourself, you'll have something to give to others. You know, the Bible says, love thy neighbor like thyself, which presupposes that you would love yourself. That's not a very popular thing because most people who pretend to love themselves really don't. They don't really love themselves. They hate themselves. Giving to yourself is a gift that when you give to yourself and you're so much happier, so much more alive, you're able to give to others. Maybe a part of you wants to sing. I mean, you're not a singer. You're a businessman, for God's sakes. And you've never sung in your whole life. But as long as there's a part of you that really wants to sing and you don't do it, you're not going to feel whole. So if you just take 1 hour a week and you never sing in public, it doesn't matter. You just learn to sing. The joy it'll give you will show up in your next business deal. It'll show up in the way you treat your kids. You know, you want to dance. Where am I going to dance? Who cares? Go do it. And for me, it was flying a helicopter. I went and I didn't have the money, I didn't have the time, I couldn't do it, but I took one lesson. That's all it took to hook me. You know? And I went in, it was like the most magical feeling to lift up and go wherever you want, straight forward, backwards, sideways, straight up, down, middle of the sky. It was the most amazing thing. And I found a way to make it work. And flying the helicopter changed my life because to fly a helicopter, it's so sensitive that to turn from here to here, like this, would be a movement from here to here. That's all it takes. So when you fly a helicopter, you don't do this, you don't move around. When you fly a helicopter, you're totally centered and it's more thought. It's a tiny bit of pressure, like here to here is a normal turn. I'm trying to exaggerate it so you'll see it. And my first solo flight, I look down, there are dolphins and a giant whale floating below me on the ocean as I'm floating along. I'm like, yeah, ooh. So it taught me how to be centered. All these things you think you really don't need, some part of you, the reason you want it, there's a part of you that's wise and knows that something will come from that will make you better and allow you to give more. How many willing to give 1 hour a week for the next 4 weeks? You can always go back to the old way after that. To yourself, to do things you normally would never do, buy, create, or give. How many want to commit to do that and take care of your team and you? Say I. And make sure you really do it. You don't just say I. And it doesn't have to be something huge. It can be something simple. Something really little, but for you. If you take care of you, you won't feel sucked dry and you'll want to give more to other people. You don't take care of you, you'll start to resent some of the people around you who you've been giving to. They didn't ask you and demand it from you. You gave it yourself. And the last thing I'll say on this subject is this. If you really think about life, think about what a quality life is about, You got to think that ultimately you got to take care of your team. You got to take care of the team inside of you, but you got to join a team that's going to challenge you. Because some people think a friend is somebody who just accepts you the way you are no matter what you do, and I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think it's a real friend, somebody who loves you so much they'll tell you what's going on. They'll be straight with you. It's easy to just appease someone. I don't want a friend that's going to take joy out of beating me up, but I want a friend who cares so much for me that if all of a sudden I start to say something, they pull me aside and go, you know what, Tony, that's bull. You're better than that. And because I love you, I can't let you say that because you'd be tarnishing the name of my best friend. Right? You can't look yourself in the mirror and not do this. I need a friend that'll tell me that, not a friend that goes, okay, well, you're probably right. You don't need to make the call. Join a group of friends. Find yourself a team that'll challenge you. J. Willard Marriott, the man who built the Marriott hotels, he had a great phrase or poem he lived his life by. He said, good timber does not grow with ease. The stronger the wind, the stronger the trees. You want friends that are going to challenge you. You want a peer group that has an expectation as high or higher than your own. Not a peer group with low expectations so that you accept wherever you are. Because the only way you're going to be happy is if you do what? Grow and contribute. And you only do that as if you have people you care so much about that you really want to do that on an ongoing basis beyond your own basic fundamental needs. That's how you have a life of lasting value. So the message of this section of the seminar is really simple. Don't just be a talker. Be a what? A walker. So what I've learned over the years is that if you really want to be an effective communicator, what you really got to learn to do is have enough flexibility that you can change modes quickly. So that if a person is in any mode, doesn't matter what mode they're in, you can enter their world rapidly. So in other words, if they're visual, go, yeah, I see that, I can picture that, sure. If they're auditory, you go, I hear what you're saying. Hey, that clicks for me. And if they're kinesthetic, you can go, hi. No. In fact, if you're really going to be effective, you must become what I call the totally integrated man or the totally integrated woman. Here's the practical value. Let's think about something here. Success in life comes from recognizing patterns. Patterns. Pattern recognition is what gives anyone an advantage in life. At the most basic level, most of you, if you had to leave this room immediately, know how to get out of here because you recognize patterns, not because you've been through those doors so many times, but you recognize there are only so many doors and you've learned, some you push, some you pull, some you twist, so you know how to get that result because there's only so many patterns. Someone who is a great musician knows the patterns of music that will move you most. Michael Jackson knew how to move his body at one time in his life that would make people feel a certain way. We won't go any further than that. Okay? So anyone, Michael Jordan understands the patterns and he's on the court, he knows what's coming at him and he can anticipate it. He has superior pattern recognition. Well, when you understand a pattern, it gives you power. Like when you notice someone's invisual, you know how to connect with them. Whereas before, you didn't even notice the pattern. You didn't know what was going on. How about Michael Jackson? Seriously, when did he become a superstar? He's been a star his whole life. What album? Thriller sold more albums than any album in the history of planet Earth. Okay? So it was fairly popular. Now, what made that happen? Well, let me ask you a question. Did Michael Jackson look anything like what he looked like in just his previous album called Off the Wall? Yes or no? It looked like totally different people, didn't it? Now, what's interesting is when this album came out, called Thriller, something else started the same month. Anybody know what particular thing started? MTV. So all of a sudden, for the first time, we didn't just hear music, but there was this person you could move and look. And all of a sudden, we had all these other feelings and sensations to feed the music that no one had ever seen before. This man could move like no one. Created this energy and this power and this feeling that got attached to the music. Think that played a little role in increasing it? You bet. Plus, Michael did not look like he looked. All of a sudden, Michael even sculpted his body to meet the largest number of people's criteria in the culture, which is, for example, high cheekbones are highly valued in the culture. We've promoted those as a culture. So he made high cheekbones, whereas before he had big round cheeks. He changed his hair so it was almost androgynous. He sculpted his lips, his eyes, everything to try and appeal to the largest number of people he could. How many think he would have sold just as many albums if he looked the way he did in the previous album? Let me see your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people out of 2,000. No way. No way. Now, it's not just music, though. Let's look at movies. How about, I'll give you a movie that was a movie that won the Academy Award. So you would think it'd be popular. A Passage to India. How many of you saw that movie, A Passage to India? Raise your hand. Keep your hand up. Look around the room. Not even 10% of the room saw it. Keep your hand up for a second. Drop your hand if you didn't thoroughly enjoy the movie. If you didn't thoroughly enjoy it, drop your hand. So if you look around the room, not even 10% saw it. Less than half of them really enjoyed it. Okay, and it won the Academy Award. Drop your hands. Now, would you say that movie was a visually paced movie, an auditorily paced movie, or a kinesthetically paced movie? Which one? Comatose. It was about 4.5 hours. Now, if you liked it, I understand. I'm sure it was really pretty and beautiful, but I don't need 4.5 hours to see pretty and beautiful, right, personally. So what happened was I remember sitting there, and they had an intermission after 2 hours. And there was this big trial that supposedly this is building up to, and I thought, the movie was so terrible up to that point, I thought, something amazing is going to happen in this trial. Nothing happened in the trial. At one point, nothing had happened. There was these monkeys in the background. I thought those monkeys are going to do something nobody else has. And the movie ends with a guy getting in the carriage, and you hear the voice go over, and the voiceover says, and I never saw him again. That's it. In the theater I was in, I heard 4 guys in the front row who'd been roped into going there, cursing as they're going outside. Right? It did not appeal to a mass number of people. It had critical acclaim, but it was not popular, and very few people saw it, and very few people really enjoyed it. I'm not saying you shouldn't have, but very few people did. That's the facts. So let's take another old movie. How about the original Back to the Future picture? How many saw Back to the Future? Let me see your show of hands. Now keep your hands up and look around the room. It's like 98% of the room saw this picture. Keep your hand up. Drop your hand if you didn't thoroughly enjoy it. If you didn't thoroughly enjoy it, drop your hand. Almost all of you saw it. Almost all of you said you thoroughly enjoyed it. That's interesting. Well, let's see if there's a pattern here. Was that a visually paced movie, an auditorily paced movie, or a kinesthetically paced movie? Which one? Which one? How many think it was all 3? Yeah, it was like, ba-boom, and all of a sudden the time machine exploded, and that crazy professor walks around in a total visual mode, right? And then there's all the auditory jokes. Okay, if you're from the future, who's the president? Ronald Reagan. The actor? Right? And then there's those kinesthetic moments, like when his mom was trying to hit on him. Ooh. Remember that? Ooh. Feeling, right? So all 3 are in it. So all 3 are in it, and it had tremendous congruency in all 3 modes. Really visual, really auditory, really kinesthetic in points. We're going to work on a little subject here called rapport. Rapport. You might want to jot in your notes. Rapport is power. Rapport is power. With rapport, you can get things done you can't get done any other way. Remember this morning we talked about anything you want to achieve or do or create or have or learn or master. There's somebody else out there who could help you do it faster. They know people, they know situations, they have resources, but they're not going to want to help you unless you first meet their needs. And you're not going to be able to meet their needs if you don't know what they are, and you're not going to know what they are unless you first get a relationship of rapport. Rapport means a relationship of responsiveness. When people are really responsive to each other, they have rapport. If you're going to have an intimate relationship, you have to first have rapport, at least in most people's cases, right? So rapport is a fundamental skill set of any human being that's going to really be happy, is going to be fulfilled. So we look at it from that perspective. The question is, how do you get rapport with just about anybody in the shortest period of time in the most fulfilling way? Well, the obvious way to start with is really caring. I mean, there's no faking sincerity and really getting associated with that. But there are some skill sets also that will cause people to feel connected to you in a matter of minutes, and also cause you to feel connected to other people who maybe normally you wouldn't have felt that way with. Now, if I said to each of you right now, I want you to go outside, go to a local restaurant or bar, meet somebody, and develop rapport, how many feel like you could do that pretty quickly? Say aye. Of course you could. How would you do it? You meet somebody and you probably start a conversation where you would ask them a few what? Questions. Questions like what? What's your name? Where are you from? What do you do? Do you come here often? Sarah, that's not a good question. And what's your sign is right next to that one at the same level of quality, okay? So now, can you ask a series of questions and still have the conversation kind of just die? Is that possible, yes or no? Oh, yes. So one of the things that we've got to look at then is when you're communicating, questions don't create rapport. Questions are a tool you use to dig for that thing you believe will create rapport, and that is you're trying to find something in what? That's right, something in common. So you might want to make a note. Rapport is created by a feeling of commonality. Rapport is created by a feeling of commonality. When people feel like they have something in common, that's when rapport really is ignited. So conversation is going back and forth, and it's really not going anywhere. And then all of a sudden, you say, well, I got to go. I got to, catch my helicopter and do this. Helicopter? You fly helicopters? I fly helicopters. Oh, my God. Have you flown one of these? Have you done this? Energy. Or, yeah, I got to go. I got to go see Mary Sue. Mary Sue? You know Mary Sue? Hey, I know Mary Sue. Hey, how do you know Mary Sue? Right? Rapport. Right? So what happens is there's a spark when people find something in common. In fact, the challenge is that most people try to get rapport by finding something in common through words. And the problem with words is they don't always work. So what happens is words don't necessarily do it. I mean, what if you walk into a restaurant or bar and you meet somebody and you go, hi, what's your name? Where are you from? Why are you here? What are you here to do? And the person says, my name's Habib. I'm a terrorist. I'm here to kill people. We're going to say, amazing. Me too. Right? Now, see, words don't always work. But there is something that always works. And that little thing is something called matching and mirroring. Matching and mirroring. So the bottom line is, here's what occurs. Matching and mirroring is this concept that comes from a man named Dr. Milton Erickson. How many have heard of Dr. Erickson? I'm curious. Erickson's a genius. He was a medical doctor and a hypnotherapist, probably one of the greatest therapists in the world. People would go see other people to create change, get no change for 5, 6, 7 years. They'd see him for one session and it was handled. And the reason he was so good is when you came in to see him, he'd be sitting here, and if you came to see him, he got rapport with this part of your brain we call your subconscious or other than conscious mind. Now, what is the subconscious or other than conscious mind? It's the part of your brain that makes your heart beat 100,000 times a day without thinking about it. It's the part that basically guides everything. If you've ever tried to make a change and it didn't last, it's because you tried to make the change consciously, but you didn't deal with your unconscious needs. So you got to get those things aligned. What Erickson was brilliant at was how to get rapport in seconds with your unconscious, so you felt connected to him. And so you came in to see him and you said, Dr. Erickson, I've tried everything. I mean, this is a waste of my time. It's a waste of your time. I need to go. He'd look at you and go, come on. You haven't tried everything. It's not a waste of your time. And you're already here. So let's just do it. And people go, I like him. Something about this guy I like. I know what it is. He's not over the top. He seems sincere. He's not a hypester. Something about him I really like. Because he was just like who? They are. I mean, think about this. People like people who are like whom? Like themselves or like how they want to be. That's who people like. If you came in to see him and you said, Dr. Erickson, I've tried everything. I've done this and that and this and that. I'm telling you it's a waste of our time. It's a waste of my time. He'd say, sit down, and I want to tell you something. You may have done this and this and this and that, but you've never done this. It's not a waste of your time. You sit down, we're going to handle this. The guy goes, hey, I like this guy. He's got some spunk, man. He's got some passion. I think you'll get something done. Because we like people who are like us or like how we want to be. I mean, think about it. Somebody would say opposites attract. Bull. Opposites, you may be opposites in some areas, but you have to have similarities to be attracted. Things that you want. You might say, well, I know this couple. He's filthy and she's clean, and that's what makes the relationship work. Well, maybe what makes it work is they share the same belief about a man and woman's role in a relationship. That's the same. That's mirrored. Maybe they have the same religious beliefs. Maybe they have some similar background. And what's different are the things you're noticing. See, when we say we're having differences with someone, doesn't mean we're in or out of rapport when you say you're having differences. Which one? Out of rapport, right? Try this. Think of someone you really, really like a lot. Someone you really, really like a lot. A lot. Raise your hand if this person is either like you or there are parts of them that you'd like to be like. Let me see your hand. Say I. Okay, now try this. Think of someone you don't like. Now, I know you're a spiritual being and you love all humans and you've never had a negative thought towards any other human, but if you had a moment in which you forgot all that and you had somebody you couldn't stand, think of that person. Raise your hand if this person is either not like you or not like how you want to be. Raise your hand and say aye if that's true. Case closed. So that's what people want. So instead of trying to get this sense of being like someone by words, which rarely work, what Erickson did was he mirrored aspects of the voice and of the body. So what are some, let's just you say you're on the phone with somebody or in person, but all you're gonna do is mirror parts of the voice so they feel connection. Because by the way, do we judge people in a matter of seconds, yes or no? Not you, of course, but everyone else does, okay? So now, for example, tell me what could you mirror in a person's voice so they would unconsciously feel connected to you without knowing what? Come on. Okay, tonality. Have you ever dealt with somebody where it didn't matter what they said, you couldn't listen to them because their dentist drill tonality drove you up a wall? How many of you ever had this experience? Say aye. So when you mirror someone's tone of voice, there's an immediate connection that you feel. Somebody else, what else could you mirror? Speed. What kind of person talks at this particular pace like I'm talking right now? What part of the country tends to talk at this particular pace when they say things? Come on. What part of the country? Where? Come on. Where? That's right, New York City. Also, Federal Express commercial guys tend to talk at this particular pace, right? How do people who talk more like this feel about those fast-talking city slickers? Do they trust them? No. They don't even know how to say the word dog. And by the way, how do fast-talking people feel when they meet slow-talking person? Mary, what do you think? Mary, what do you think? Mary, what do you think, Mary? Mary goes, well, what? How many of you have ever seen this mismatch before between two people? Okay. What else can you mirror besides tempo and tone? Okay, volume. Some people like to talk loud. Loud-talking people love loud-talking people because they know you're a real man, you're a real one too. But how do quiet-talking people feel about those loud-talking people? They're obnoxious, that's how. And of course, intelligent people talk like you and I do, don't they? Do we judge people in a matter of seconds by their tone, by their tempo, by their volume? Do we make generalizations about who they are, yes or no? You bet we do. What else could you mirror? Vocabulary. Accent, if you're good at mirroring, great, but if you don't, it's an insult and you lose rapport. But if you can accurately do it, it's okay. But what somebody just said is words. People have certain key words they use a lot. If you mirror back those words, you're gonna get total rapport because they're gonna feel really heard by you. If you're in real estate and you say, someone comes to you and says, I'm looking for a magnificent home. You don't wanna say, oh, I got a fantastic place to show you. Because maybe for you, magnificent and fantastic are the same thing. Like you think dog and think German Shepherd, but they're thinking mastiff. So you're better to use their word, dog, or magnificent. And what will happen is they will feel really heard and they'll be connected to you. If you use their same language, they'll know you're intelligent too, right? What about the body? What could you mirror in the physical body if you're in that person's presence that would create rapport? Okay, posture. If the person's more relaxed, be more relaxed. They're more upright, you can be more upright, and there will be rapport. Now, I want to point something out though. So you can mirror someone's posture, or let's say leg position. You'll get more rapport by this position in terms of the person feeling relaxed and connected to you than by all the words you could ever say to them. How many follow that? Say aye. What else could you mirror in the body besides posture? What else? Come on. Facial expression, and most of you do this, don't you? If someone's all animated telling a story, do you sit back like this and look at them while they tell a story? No, you look back and make the same stupid look back. All right, what else? Okay, gestures. Watch me for a second. If you're communicating with somebody, and as they communicate, like when they're really making an important point, let's say they make a funny little gesture, like they go, well, I think we ought to do it this way, and they make this funny little gesture when they're making the most important point. Then when you go to say something, say, you know what? I totally hear you on that. That's a good point. I'm curious though, what if we did it this way? What do you think? And you make the same gesture and you watch them, it's like, a friend. And they get excited. You think I'm kidding. If someone's telling a story and they go, well, we did this and this and this, and you go, really, this and this? They go, oh yeah, and they get better at telling their story. They don't know why, but they feel connected to you. So you got gestures and posture, facial expressions, Leg positions, what else could you mirror? Eye contact. Now here's an interesting thing. Most people who are in business have been taught that if you are going to let someone know that you're being honest and sincere, that what you should do is make direct eye contact and not break eye contact for at least 45 straight minutes without breaking eye contact. Now, there's a slight problem with this. People like whom? Themselves. What kind of person stares in your eyes for 45 minutes without blinking and doesn't move their eyes at all? Aliens, that's who. Most humans tend to look away. So what you got to do is when they look away, give them the space to look away. Now, if you meet somebody who locks eye contact with you and doesn't break eye contact for 45 straight minutes, you stare right back. They'll know you're an alien too. It'll build rapport. Okay? What else could you mirror? Come on. Someone said touch, absolutely. See, you can get more rapport with some people by touch than by anything you could ever say to them. But you don't want to guess. You're going to go, hey, he looks like a toucher. Hey, Jason, love your hair, buddy. You do that, you could get killed. You touch in totally non-sexual ways. You just got to notice. If Louis comes by and goes, hey, Tony, thanks a lot, and he hits me in the shoulder like this. If I come back to you and I say, to him and I say, hey, thank you, Louis, and I hit him like this, I'll get more rapport by that touch than anything I can say. Because I'm touching the same way. If you go to shake somebody's hands and you notice some people, when they shake your hands, they squeeze and see if they can, pop a few blood vessels. Other people have a fish handshake, like, hi, right? However they shake your hand, you shake it back the same way, you'll have rapport. If they squeeze hard, you squeeze hard. You're both real men, right? It's more of a fish, you're both fish, right? And what happens is there's a connection that comes from the same kind of touch that you can't get through words, just can't get through words. What else could you mirror? Proximity, that's how close you get to a person. Everybody has a different amount of location or different amount of closeness that they can comfortably deal with. Now the challenge is for a lot of people, what a lot of people do is when they're communicating, everyone has different levels of proximity that they think they need, right? So some people, they don't feel really comfortable unless they get about this close. They go, hi, are you enjoying the seminar? Right? Right? And they usually have bad breath. And when that happens, what do you want to do besides punch them? The minimum you want to do is pull back, but if you pull back, you just broke rapport. So what do? You got to hang in there. But everyone's different. So as you're walking by, you have to use your sensory what? Cue to see how close can you get. So if I start walking up towards this gentleman here, he's fine. Here, I'm already on the edge. Now how do I know that? Because he's chewing his gum and all of a sudden he paused with the gum, right? He wasn't pausing when I was here. I come here. Now if I come here, now his eyes freeze. His whole face is now frozen. This means you're too close. Now maybe standing it would be different for him, but you got to pay attention. Because what happens is you lose rapport by being too far away also. There's no sense of connection, but you also lose it when you get too close. So how do you know how close to get? You use your brain. You notice, walk here, she's comfortable here, I'm on the edge right here. No, don't want to go there, right about here, it's perfect. Okay? So you just get that feel, and you'll notice it. What are you saying, Tony? Are you saying they cross their legs, I cross my legs? They lean back, I lean back? They lean forward, I lean forward. They uncross, I uncross. They pick their nose, I pick my nose? Exactly. No, you don't have to mirror everything a person does to be in rapport. You can just do leg position and a gesture, and you'll be in total rapport. Or you can just do voice, right? Vocal qualities, like their tonality as an example, in tempo and get rapport. Or you can do, eye contact and a gesture, same as them, and you'll get rapport. So you don't have to do all these things at one time. Now, if you think people are going to notice when you're mirroring them, number one, they won't. Number two, and the reason they don't, by the way, is because it's something you already do. But here's the problem. Most of you wait till you get enough words in common, and then finally you put your voice and body in common. But words don't always work. If you go and put your body in common, if you mirror that, no one you meet will you not have rapport with. I mean, no one, as long as you really mirror them. No one. Up until now, we've been talking about how to get rapport by basically mirroring someone's physiology. But we're leaving out the auditory in terms of any real focus. So what we want to do now is we want to make sure we add the auditory and also give you a shortcut. So when someone's coming towards you, you don't have to stare at them all of a sudden and go, see, what are they doing right now? They're doing with this their hand and that with their face, because it's too complex. So I want to give you a really good shortcut that'll immediately give you an experience of this. The shortcut's really simple. It has to do with understanding the human nervous system. Now, we all know that in order to take information in to our bodies, into our minds, we have 5 senses to take them in. What are those 5 senses? Quick. Sight, V for visual, A for, K stands for what? Anybody know? Kinesthetic, which means feeling, sensation, etc., right? Those feelings. O, which stands for olfactory, and G, which stands for gustatory. And gustatory is what? Taste, okay? Now, while we can take everything you experience that makes you happy or sad, anything you learn, anything you have an experience of in life, comes through those five senses. The only way you know anything, at least that we can measure. But when you communicate, you also communicate with those same five senses, whether you know it or not. Now, the truth, though, is, of the five senses, most of us as human beings don't communicate, let's say, taste and smell as primary ways of communicating, although we do some. Our primary way of communicating day to day for most of us is either through the visual, auditory, or kinesthetic. And so here's a neat shortcut. If I said to you that I'm right-handed, as a right-handed person, does that mean I don't use my left hand? No, it simply means I'm going to go here first, because that's my strength within my nervous system. It's stronger. Well, similarly, people develop a strength or a preferred sense from which to take information in. And some people are more visually driven, as an example. Some are more auditorily driven, and some are more kinesthetically driven. Now, we all are all three, just like you use your left hand, but there becomes one that becomes our preference. When a person is expressing a preference, you can identify what mode they're in, and instead of having to look at every little thing that person's doing, moment to moment, here's what they're doing with the leg, here's what they're doing their face, here's what they're doing it, you can begin to say, oh, they're in a visual mode. And when someone's in a visual mode, they use their body differently than when somebody is auditory or somebody is kinesthetic. So, for example, when a person's in a visual mode, they tend to talk a little bit louder, a little bit faster. They tend to gesture much more quickly than normally. What they do is they say things like, hey, picture this, take a look at this. Hey, can you see this? Take a look at this right now. And they talk more rapidly. You don't care how it sounds because picture's worth 1,000 what? Come on, 1,000 what? Words, they don't care how it sounds. They're just trying to get out of their system. They're communicating like this with intensity. That's somebody's in a really visual state. When somebody is in more of an auditory state, then they have a different rhythm, a different tone, a different resonance to their voice. Even their gestures have more rhythm to them. As opposed to somebody who's talking visual like this, somebody who's more auditory will begin to have that rhythm in their voice, and they'll use words like, listen to me, hear what I'm saying, or that clicks for me. And these people do not necessarily feel great about somebody who's talking to them in a hyper-visual state, because for them, it's not just what you say, it's also what? How you say it. As opposed to visual people, they don't care. Come on, take a look. Auditory person says, let's talk about it. Different experience. Then there's another kind of person who's more, more kinesthetic. And this person's more, more touchy and feely, and they talk more slowly, and they say, I need a more concrete example, or it doesn't quite feel right to me, or I need a better sense of it. And these kind of people basically drive me up the wall. Now, I'm all three people, aren't you? Yes or no? Yes or no? But don't you have a preference, a place you tend to go to first? I mean, when you really are communicating, you tend to go there first, sure. So if I start talking to you this particular mode right now, come on, what mode am I in right now as I start to talk to you? What mode? Come on. What mode? And what if I began to speak to you like this and I said, listen to me, auditory. So now knowing that, what's nice about that is a different quality of movement, different quality of voice, different quality of everything that goes with those. So you don't have to watch everything the person's doing. You go, oh, the person's in visual. I'm going to respond more visually. And you don't have to be identical in every way. Just the tempo and the movement and so forth will absolutely get you in rapport with that person. Now, knowing this can help you understand why sometimes relationships don't work in business or personally. Sometimes you like the person, but your styles are so radically different that what it does is it kind of separates you. Because I want to tell you something, and this sounds terrible, but it is true. Style is more important than substance initially, not long term, initially. How many times have you seen somebody who's brilliant, got great substance, but no one listens to them? It's because they don't mesh their style in a way that connects with other people. Now, substance is what matters long term. But without style, even substance doesn't have the same value. So you want to enter somebody's world. And again, if you say, well, isn't that being phony? You're acting like this person or you're using a voice like this person. No, it's called being respectful. You know, if you go overseas to another country, you're not appreciated as an American if you don't at least try to speak the language of the people you're talking to, true? And it's a lot easier to just do whatever you do than to see where someone is and care enough to enter their world. Similarly, even though we all speak the same language in this room, we all have a different nonverbal language. And so if you enter someone's nonverbal world, you're gonna have a lot more rapport. Oh, so it's not just music, it's movies too. Oh, it must just be entertainment. Well, how about politics? Every country I've gone to, and I go to 65 countries in my work, I can predict who will win and have in every election, because I started in the United States and learned a little technique over about 15 years, because I used to do this seminar literally every weekend, 3 weekends a month minimum. So I would poll people during those times, during all the elections. I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, politics never determines who wins. What determines who wins is who appeals to the culture the most visually, auditorily, kinesthetically, and has the most congruency. And of those, the ones that's most important is that they can move you emotionally and you think they're congruent. We'll even take somebody who's ugly in our minds, make them okay, because after all, the president. We change our mindset. So let's do a little test, okay? As an example, do you remember when George Bush was running against Bill Clinton in, what was it, 92, right, 92? How many remember that election? Okay, good. So you had George Bush, and you had Bill Clinton, and you had Ross Perot. Now, let me tell you something, right? Now, let's do a little test, okay? How many of you in 1992 thought George Bush was really an attractive man visually? Attractive man visually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About 15 people in 2000. How many thought Bill Clinton, regardless of his politics, was an attractive man visually? Let me see a show of hands. So did the interns. Okay, good. Okay, so about 80%, 85% of people thought he was attractive visually. How many of you thought Ross Perot was an attractive man visually? Okay, a couple blind people, good, okay. Now, so who wins the visual? Quick, who wins the visual? Quick. Bill Clinton, okay, great. Now let's go to auditory. How many thought George Bush had an attractive tone of voice in 1992? Okay, about 6 or 7 people out of 2,000. How many thought his voice was annoying and he sounded like he was whining most of the time? Let me see your hands. Keep your hands up. Now I know George Bush and I respect him immensely, but his voice sounded horrible. Look at the room. 80% of people thought he had a bad sounding voice, whiny sounding voice, not just bad. How many thought Bill Clinton, regardless of his politics, had an attractive tone of voice? Let me see your hands. Look at this. 90% liked Clinton's voice. How many thought Ross Perot had an attractive tone of voice? Okay, 2 deaf people, that's good, okay, great. So who wins the auditory battle? Quick, who? Bill Clinton. Okay, how many felt like in 1992 George Bush could move you emotionally in 92 election? Let me see your hands. 3 or 4 people. George Bush couldn't move George Bush in 1992. So about the last 2 weeks, he decided to run, if you guys recall. The rest of the time, he had no emotion, right? That was one of his strengths before. None at all. How many felt like this guy, Bill Clinton, could move you emotionally? Now notice, keep your hands up. Not as much as he looked or sounded, but still really high, 75% of the room versus 80 and 90 on the other ones. How many felt like Ross Perot could move you emotionally? When he said something, it was going to happen. Let me see your hands. Okay? So Ross, and by the way, I can tell you at the time, Ross and Clinton, Ross was slightly ahead of moving people emotionally. Most of you probably don't remember 92, but I can tell you, every country, every city I went to, we asked. And the reason was he was so intense and strong, and Clinton was more quiet. You've got a lot more time under your belt with Clinton now. And then lastly, most important one, so who wins the auditory, by the way? Who won the auditory in that area was clearly, kinesthetic, was clearly Ross Perot at that time. Right now, he's about split with his audience. But here's where elections are won and lost. Congruency. How many felt like George Bush in 1992 was really congruent? What he said, he meant. Remember, at that time, the Iran-Contra thing was coming out. How many felt he was congruent? Not even 1% of the room. How many felt like that Bill Clinton with the Jennifer Flowers affair, I didn't fully inhale, et cetera, was totally congruent? Let me see your hands. Bill Clinton was getting destroyed at this level. How many felt back then, before he left the election, that when Ross Perot said something, he flat meant it, he was going to get the job done? Let me see your hands. Now keep your hands up and look at the room. Look at this room. You got 95, 98% of the room believing this guy will get the job done. He's congruent. As a result, who was winning? Ross Perot. He's an old geezer who's going to be the president. It's cool. He didn't sound too good, but that's okay. We'll give him voice lessons. Let's get somebody here and kick some butt instead of one of these politicians. And he was winning till he made the most unbelievable decision possible. In the lead, he quits. And his reason is those Republicans are going to mess up his daughter's wedding. Who could imagine? And all of a sudden, people can't even believe this guy. He's going to be president of the United States. So when he leaves, now here's your choice. A guy that doesn't look good, a guy that doesn't sound good and doesn't feel good and is not congruent, even though he's a nice man, George Bush, versus a guy that looks good, sounds good, feels okay, but's not congruent. So the same day he announced he was leaving the race, Bill Clinton made the most important decision of his political career. He got himself a vice president who people thought was congruent. But in those days, it was Al and I. Remember that? Al and I, everywhere. You never saw Clinton alone. It was he and Al catching a football. He and Al on the bus going city to city. Al and I. This new generation. Remember that? How many think Al Gore's an attractive man visually? Okay? About 75% of the room. How many think he's attractive auditorily? About 30% of the room. How many feel like he can move you emotionally? How many feel, though, that he's congruent, that what he says he really means? Let me see your hands. Keep your hands up. Look around the room. And guess what Clinton scored here? By association, he got congruency. So now his ticket offered you all three. Bush's ticket didn't offer you any of it. And then in the last minute, who gets back in the race? He gets back in the race, and still, even though he quit, people say, well, I think he still do the job, and a bunch of people vote for him. And so Bill Clinton gets elected with the smallest percentage of the vote in any president ever elected. And basically because he patched together that process. So then you pop into 1996, and you got Bill Clinton run against who? Bob Dole. Who likes to talk about Bob Dole himself in the third person? Let me tell you what Bob Dole thinks. How many think Bob Dole's an attractive man visually? Okay, 6 people. How many thought in 1996 that Bill Clinton was an attractive man visually? Okay, notice not as many thought he was as attractive, but still way up there, totally beyond Dole. How many thought Bob Dole had an attractive tone of voice? How many thought Bill Clinton had an attractive tone of voice? So who wins the visual and the auditory? Clinton. How many felt like Bob Dole could move you emotionally? He did one speech, one, where he moved people emotionally, and he jumped in the polls right after the Republican National Convention. One. Just one good talk. People wanted to believe in Bob Dole at some level, but he couldn't sustain it. And how many felt like Bill Clinton, even if you didn't like certain things, could move you emotionally? Sure. And how many felt like Bob Dole was congruent? This is his one asset. How many felt like Bill Clinton was congruent? How many felt like his co-partner there was congruent? So guess what? You have the choice. Somebody looked good, sounded good, felt good, wasn't congruent, but he's already been there and the economy's going well, versus a guy that doesn't look good, doesn't sound good, doesn't feel good, but he's probably honest. Guess what? It's not hard to figure out who win, right? So I've done this in every election, anywhere you look. Now let's take it beyond this election. Think in history. Think of a president from modern history who you believe had the most power to influence in modern history. Somebody you thought had energy and charisma and power, somebody you'd never forget. How many of you thought of John F. Kennedy? Raise your hand if you thought of Kennedy. Keep your hands up nice and high. You got 90% of the room thinking of one man. Some of you said Reagan, some of you said other people. 90% of you, drop your hands. Why? How many thought John F. Kennedy was an attractive man visually? 98%. How many thought he was attractive auditorily? Not 95%. How many felt he could move you emotionally? How many felt when he said something, he meant it, he was congruent? Khrushchev thought so also. So some people say, well, we remember him that way because he was killed. No, was he popular only in this country or around the world? Why? Because if you walked into a visual culture, he was visual. If he was auditory, he was auditory. If he was kinesthetic, he was kinesthetic. I got news for you, it's not politics, it's your nervous system. How about parenting? What should be the best parent? A visual parent? Come here, Johnny, let's get this done. An auditory parent? Johnny, I think we should talk about this. Kinesthetic, come here, buddy. What should be the best parent to have? You want to be a vac. a visual, auditory, kinesthetic. You want to be one of these. So I don't care if it's parenting or it's politics or it's music or it's business. If you're going to succeed, you must become attractive visually, auditorily, kinesthetically, and you must be congruent. If you do those 4 factors, there is no limit to the number and quality of people you can influence in your lifetime for good. If you don't do that, you got to settle for something a lot less. And that's true in your career and your business as much as anything else. Any study you've ever seen, people who come across more visually, auditorily, kinesthetically attractive and congruent will move up in business even if their skill sets are not as high. There's no one that's better than the other. They're all important. You want to be all 3. You want to be a VAC. You don't want to be stuck in any one of them. You're obnoxious stuck in visual. You're difficult to be able to deal with people kinesthetic. You're kind of middle of the road if you're stuck in auditory. You've got to be able to enter all 3, and you can. One skill you've got to master to have an extraordinary quality of life living in the day and age we live in today, it is the skill of learning rapidly. And if you can learn rapidly, you got the world at your fingertips. If you can't, you're left in the dust. Because it's a cliche to talk about changes happening so rapidly all around us, but it's also true. We're living in a time where, things used to change over the course of an age or generations. Now an age is about 6 months. Companies manufacture a product that's a brand new innovative product. They used to expect to have a 5-year time period before somebody could knock them off. Now it happens in 3 to 6 months. I mean, the world is changing so rapidly, and there's tremendous opportunity if you're learning rapidly. The problem is none of us have really been taught how to learn. We've learned, but we've not been taught how to learn. Maybe I should first explain what learning is, because if you're not learning something, it's not because you're not smart. It's because the teacher's strategy for teaching is not getting through to you. And you're going to want to coach them so they can get through to you quickly. So let's give you an example. Here's what learning is. If you take a human being, and here's your human being, and you want this human being to learn something. Well, what is learning? Learning is when you take something that you don't understand, you don't know. So let's call it, learning is when you take an unknown, some unknown thing, and when you've learned it is when you can link that unknown directly to something you know, a known. So the way to describe learning is nothing but the creation of a relationship. Learning is when you create a relationship between the known and the unknown. When you connect those 2 things together, instantly you've known. Now let me give you an experience of what I mean. If I come along to you right now and I do this, I go, now, what just happened is your brain searched 10 billion files and found nothing. Searched every file you had nothing there, right? But what happens is, if I said to you, Zaba, 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 what's Zaba? Come on. A known, an unknown, some sound. As long as there's a known you have a reference for, and then I attach it to that, you know what it is. It's kind of like, did you see the movie Dances with Wolves? Remember when Kevin Costner is at the little camp, and the first time the Indians come to see him, do you remember that? And he's kind of freaked out a little bit because they're all 3 on horseback, and he's trying to figure out what to do, and they don't look like they're too intense. So he's trying to communicate, and he says, hi, how are you? And that's like, what's up? They have no understanding what he's talking about. So they go, what's up, and he doesn't know what that is. So then he thinks for a second, he goes, he goes like this. He goes, right? And they start looking at him like he's on drugs or something, right? And he goes, buffalo, buffalo, buffalo. And one guy starts looking at him saying, this pale face is really crazy, right? So no, the other guy goes, Tatunga. He goes, buffalo, Tatunga, buffalo, Tatunga. And what happens? In a few seconds, he knows Tatunga is, and they know buffalo is. How they learn? They learn by taking a known and linking it to the unknown, or an unknown and linking it to the known. When that relation is created, you know. That's it. That's how learning happens. So why do people not learn at times? Because most teachers do this. They take an unknown, some words you don't know, some description you don't understand, and they try to link it to another thing you don't know. Isn't that true? And so now you have nothing inside of here, no understanding, and it's all out here confusing you. It's like, I don't know about you, but I was a great student because I loved to learn, except I hated geometry, algebra, and trigonometry. Hated it. 2 reasons. Number 1, I saw no purpose for it for me. I mean, if I was an engineer or something, it'd be different. But for me, I saw no value. And by the way, people don't learn when they don't see a reason to, right? When they don't see a way to apply something, there's not a purpose for it, right? So I didn't see that. But the second thing was, if you didn't do your homework, you were screwed. Isn't that true? Because every night there were new words, new vocabulary, new relationships. So if you came into class the next morning, they went the hypotenuse of AB squared by the radius of XY, I'd be like, I am in deep stuff, man. Right? Because they were relating all the stuff that I had no relationship to. How many can relate to this in some way? Say, aye. Okay, so that's what happens very often when people try to teach, because they understand both those words, so they're knowns for them. So you say, well, how do you explain this? And they say, oh, it's just like this. Like, I'll give you an example. The best teachers always teach you something by relating to something you already know. I don't know what you believe religiously, and I'm not telling you what to believe, but most people, regardless of religion, would say Jesus Christ is a pretty good teacher since 4,000 years later, right? And information is still hanging out here. So how did he teach? When he went to fishermen, he said, now look, guys, I want you to go out and recruit Christians. Is that what he said? No, he wouldn't say recruit. They have no reference for what recruit means. He said, I want you to go out and become fishers of men. And then sure enough, they went, oh, I get it. Put a little bait out. As soon as they bite, reel them in. They understood the whole process, right? They didn't need any coaching. Instantaneously had the whole thing. But if you don't do that, you're in trouble. I'll give you an example. Who here knows a lot about electricity? Raise your hand if you know a lot about electrical components, electricity. Okay, only a couple of you. Okay, good. This will be a good example. So what if I wanted to explain to you in an electronic component what a resistor is? Well, I could explain it to you this way. If you understand the function of a resistor, all you have to understand is that wattage and ohms usually migrate together to electrical components until what happens is the oscillation rate expands geometrically, and the resistor causes those to have a wattage that is balanced. Okay? Now, how many understand that? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you understood what I just said. Raise your hand. What I said made no sense whatsoever. There is no relationship between those things. But I'm glad you think you know what dog means. That's really good. I'm really glad, okay? Okay. What I said had no relationship. I just took a bunch of electrical words and slapped them together somewhat congruently. There was no relationship. And all of a sudden, it's outside of here. It's outside of you. You can't compute it, right? So that process, right, that process is what happens when you're not learning. But if I wanted to teach you what resistors were and I did it this way, what if I said to you, have you ever seen water running through a pipe? How many have seen that? Say aye. Your brain goes, yep, I'm smart. I've seen that. So it feels confident, right? So now I say, well, imagine if you could for a moment that there was like a lever here, a flap, that you could put all the way down or part the way up or all the way up. What would that flap affect? The flow of the what? Water. This is what a resistor does to electrical current in an electrical component. How many of you instantly know what a resistor is now and what it does? Raise your hand. Say aye. How long did that take? A minute. Why? Because we related an unknown to a known. So I can learn anything. Like, you know, I went and studied these guys that were nuclear physicists, and they built, one of them helped build an atomic bomb. And I want to understand how that worked. And he started going off on all these words. But see, I don't have any embarrassment of saying, excuse me, I don't know what those words mean. Do me a favor. What's this like? Explain this to me like in a metaphor, right? And then they may give you a metaphor. Oh, he goes, oh, it's just like when atoms and electrons. No. Try bread. Try a sandwich. Let's try a different metaphor here. Something I can clearly relate to. And you know what? Sure enough, I get him to explain it. All of a sudden I understand it. Now when he uses the words, I know what the words mean. So if you're in a position where you aren't learning something, don't go, oh my God, I'm not getting it. Oh my God, they're all understanding it. Just know you don't have the same references as those people around you. So get them by having them say, what's that like? Find a similarity. Here's a simple definition of strategy. A strategy is a specific way of organizing. Strategy is nothing but a specific way of organizing your resources. Strategy is a specific way of organizing your resources. Now, we know what it means to organize, right? In a specific way doesn't mean random. It means a very specific way of organizing your resources. What are your resources? Well, it depends on the strategy. If it's financial strategy, then your resources might be money, time, decision-making, the way you feel, because that's going to affect the way you use your money. How many follow that? Those will all be those. If we're talking about, let's say, love strategies, what makes you feel loved is there's only 5 possible elements for that. The resources are what you think about, what you focus on, what you picture, what you say to yourself, how you breathe, how you move. Those are all resources. And if you use them in a specific way, you'll feel loved or unloved. How many follow that? Say I. So a strategy is a specific way of organizing your resources in order to consistently produce a specific result. Why do we want to consistently produce a specific result? Because the whole idea of a strategy is once you figure something out, you can do it as often as you want, every time, totally consistent, and it's a specific result you're after. So what's an example of a strategy? Well, as I already said, are there strategies for having too much month at the end of the money? Are there specific ways of organizing the way you spend money, the way you spend your time, the way you think about things, your emotion, your feeling, that will cause you to constantly have less money than you need? Yes or no? Yes or no? How many have mastered these in your past? Are there specific strategies for financial abundance? Ways of earning, ways of saving, way of spending, way of investing that will consistently cause you to have financial abundance? Yes or no? Of course there are. What other kinds of strategies are there? You tell me. What other kinds of strategies are there? Yes, sir. Strategies for cooking. Are there specific ways of organizing various ingredients and the heat you put them in, how much time you spend with it, that'll cause you to consistently get the exact result you want in baking, for example, or cooking? Yes or no? What do we call those? What do we call those strategies? Recipes, okay? Strategies for managing your time. Are there specific ways of organizing what you focus on, where you spend your time, how much time you spend on things in order to consistently feel like your life is being managed effectively? Yes or no? Sure. Are there strategies for becoming stressed? Are there strategies for depression? Is depression a strategy? Yes, it's hard to get depressed. You got to work at it. You got to organize the resource of your breathing and your shoulders and the muscles in your body and your face and what you picture and the tone of voice you use and what you say to yourself and what you imagine to feel depressed. It's a lot of work. Now, if you practice it a lot, you get good at it and do it at will. Okay, but it is a strategy. It doesn't happen unless you do things that way specifically. Is joy a strategy? Is there a strategy for feeling joyful or happy on a consistent basis? Yes or no? What other kind of strategies are there? Athletic strategies, peak performance strategies, ways of organizing, what you think about, way you move your body, what you notice, what you anticipate when you're in a sport in order for you to consistently perform at your peak. Somebody else. Attraction strategies. Listen, when you get attracted to someone, it is a strategy. There are specific things that trigger you to feel attracted to someone or not feel attracted to someone. It's very specific. You may not be paying attention to it consciously, but it's there. And by the way, do you have strategies already for trying to cause people to feel more attracted to you already? Yes or no? Ways of organizing, the ways in which you dress, the ways in which you speak, the way in which you look at someone, all those things, what you do, maybe where you touch them when it's appropriate, so that hopefully it increases some of that attraction. Yes or no? Oh, yes. So here's the truth. Any result you've ever produced in your life more than once, you have a strategy for. You have one problem, though. Most of your strategies are unconscious. So you don't know how you do it. You have a strategy, but you don't know how you do it. So what you do is you hope that something in the environment will trigger it and it will happen. Now, 4 reasons to master strategies. Number 1 reason, when you master strategies, you can now consistently produce any result you've done in the past. So what it allows you to do is duplicate any result you've ever done in your entire life. So if you think of anything you've done that you really like maybe you felt really attracted or really creative or really motivated or really in love, I don't know what it is. But anytime you've really felt that, you can now fire off that creativity at will, fire off that feeling of love at will, fire off that decisiveness at will. So there is no question you can do that for the rest of your life. That's the first reason you want to master strategies, consistency. Second reason you want to master strategies is it can help you to help anyone else you know to consistently get a result. See, once you know how to do this for yourself, you can also do it for somebody else. So if you have a friend, you've seen her before like totally on fire, driven, excited to do something, and now she is absolutely depressed and bored, you can help her find out what she does when she's really driven, and you can trigger that strategy for her and show her how she can trigger it for herself for the rest of her life so she never has to go through that again. Third reason to master strategies is to manage someone else. To manage someone else. See, if you work for me and I know your motivation strategy, instead of trying to motivate you the way I'd be motivated, which works for me and maybe not for you, I'll know what really motivates you and I get you to want to do something, not have to do something. There's a big difference. Like, for example, would you like to be able to get your kids to want to clean their room? You say, Tony, if you can explain that today, you are God. Okay? We're going to show you. The reason you're not getting through and getting motivated is you're trying to motivate them using your strategy. You're not doing it with their strategy. That's why it doesn't work. So once you understand strategies, you can elicit someone else's and use it to manage them effectively. And then the fourth reason to master strategies is because mastering strategies offers you really a way to model people. So if someone is outstanding, they're really, really good at something. Let's say Jason here can laugh at drop of a hat and have fun, and you're serious as a heart attack. And you go, but I just don't think anything's funny. You could model Jason's strategy for getting himself in that place where he laughs so easily, and you'll find yourself laughing. Or if, John over here is unbelievably effective at making powerful decisions, and you can't make a decision what to have for dinner, you can model John's strategy and apply it, and all of a sudden you can make the same kind of quality of decisions. So strategies allows you to model as well. So number one, helps you get a consistent result. Two, help anybody else get a consistent result for themselves. Number three, chance to manage people effectively. Number four, chance to model. What if I told you that I personally know John the baker? John the baker? Yeah. John has spent 25 years of his life to develop the ultimate chocolate cake. I know him personally. Now, the question I have for you is this. John has spent 25 years of his life to develop this ultimate chocolate cake. No one makes better chocolate cake in the world than John, the baker. The question is this. Can you and I, amateur bakers that we are, produce the same quality of chocolate cake as John the baker, even though we don't have 25 years of experience? Yes or no? Yes. How? By what? Do that again. How? That's right, by his recipe, which is also known as his strategy. So now you know what strategies are. Strategies are just like recipes, and since you know that metaphor, you already know most of there is to know about what a strategy is. Let's see, what does a recipe really do? It guarantees us that we can consistently produce a target state. Isn't that right? Like a specific quality of cake. Let's say that's the result. And so what it does is it tells us how to get that, and what it does is it gives us a set of what to start with. What's the first thing it tells us? Ingredients. So it tells us what ingredients to use, what specific ones, how much, what order, etc., to get this result. How often can you get this result when you know the recipe? How often? Every time. So the result, the chocolate cake we're going to go after, the recipe for chocolate cake we're after is called motivation, let's say. We have to find out exactly what you do to consistently get motivated. And it is as consistent as a recipe for chocolate cake. Or what is your recipe for falling in love? Many of you fall in love, but you don't know what happens. Or you have people you want to fall in love with you and you don't know their strategy. And you really love them, but you're communicating in a way that doesn't meet their strategy, so they don't feel it. So we want to be able to find out anyone's strategy, but first of all, our own to start with. So if John the baker gave me his recipe, the first thing the recipe would tell me is what are the what? Ingredients. Now, Are there unlimited elements that could go into some form of baking? Yeah, virtually unlimited, right? So you don't become overwhelmed. Years ago, bakers, people in the food business, came up with a way to take all these zillions of items and kind of group together the ones that relate to each other so they could think of them in smaller terms. And what that's called is chunking things together. And they created what's called the 5 basic food groups. So even though there might be almost unlimited types of foods, they all fit in one of those 5 groups, right? So that helps you not become overwhelmed. So you know that whatever John's recipe is going to give you, it's going to come out of one or more of those 5 groups, right? Well, in human recipes, in human strategies, there's only 5 types of ingredients as well. Lots of individual ones, but only 5 big groups. And those are, there are visual ingredients. What other kind of ingredients are there? Auditory ingredients. What else? Kinesthetic ingredients, which is sensations, right? Emotions, feelings. Olfactory ingredients, which are what again? Smell. And gustatory, which is taste. So we know, for example, to get motivated, as an example, an emotional state called motivation is the result of cooking the right ingredients in the right amounts in the right order and sequence. How many follow this? Say aye. Now, we could take these giant groups and make them a little bit more specific by saying there's 2 giant groups of visual ingredients. There are visual with a small e, which means visual external ingredients, or there are visual internal, I, ingredients. So those are, we can subset these 2. You follow me? So for example, if you were to look up now and see me standing here, as you look at my body or see my face or just see me standing in this place, you're having a visual external or internal experience. Which one? External. If you close your eyes and picture me in your mind without looking outside, that's visual internal experience, okay? Similarly, you can have an auditory external experience or an auditory internal experience in terms of ingredients. So if you're listening to me right now as I'm saying what I'm saying in this moment, you're having an auditory external experience. If you remember something I said yesterday or 5 minutes ago in your head and you hear it, that's an auditory internal experience. If you say something out loud to me, that's an example of auditory. If you say something in your head but don't speak it aloud, that's auditory internal. You can have a kinesthetic external experience, or you can have kinesthetic internal experiences, either one. Now, by the way, I pause on this one because a lot of people get confused when we start to do these. And let me give you a quick idea what I'm talking about here. If I come along here and I walk up to somebody here and I walk up to this lady and I reach over and I touch her face like this. If she goes, oh, I hate that, or ooh, that feels good. Those are emotional responses to a touch. Emotions are internal, right? They're deep inside of you. You may express them outside, but you experience them inside. If I reach over here and I touch her face like this, and she has no feeling about it, her brain just goes, oh, I was touched. You know, her skin, her muscles just note that there was a message. In that case, it's kinesthetic external because the musculature is on the outside. My moving towards her, my physical movement towards her is an example of kinesthetic external. The feeling I'm having as I move towards her, good, bad, or indifferent, is kinesthetic. If I touch her like this and she slaps me, the slap would be kinesthetic. How I felt about it would be kinesthetic. Great, you got it. Same thing can be true for olfactory. You can have an olfactory external, olfactory internal. You can smell something right now, external, or you can remember the smell of grandma's apple pie. And the same thing is true with gustatory, external or internal. You can taste something right now, or you can remember the taste. By the way, I should tell you that if you overeat on a regular basis, one of the reasons you overeat is you're not actually tasting your food, you are tasting the memory of past food. You're having a gustatory internal experience. What happens is you get something, you've had a lot of good feeling from in the past, you go to eat, or you're stressed especially when you go to eat, and as soon as you see the food, it triggers the hypnosis and you go into the state of that. And so you keep eating because you actually aren't feeling what's going on now. You're not feeling and tasting the sensations of now, you're tasting the memories. And so since you're not connected to your body in the present, you keep eating to keep triggering the memory. So it's an interesting process. So oftentimes it's so easy to change someone's overeating pattern just by taking them out of gustatory internal and putting them in gustatory external, where now they actually become associated to what's really going on. So these are the 5 ingredients. Most of us know these as the 5 senses, right? But there are 2 other words that are used for these. So when I use them, you'll know what they are and you won't be confused. They're also known as the 5 representational systems. That's a big word, but it just means that anything happens in the world, the only way you know what happens is these 5 senses represent to you what just happened, right? Visually, you get a representation. Another word for that is representation. So a representation of what you just saw or heard or felt through your 5 senses. So if I said, what representational system is this person using right now? You might say they're in visual, right? A short for that is we might say rep system, which is just short for representational system. The other word that's used to describe these 5 senses or these 5 ingredients is the word modality. Modality or mode. So if I said, what modality is that person? And you might say they're using visual modalities right now. Or they're in a kinesthetic mode or modality, okay? So whether I say senses, ingredients, modalities, rep system, representational system, your brain will just nod and go, yep, I'm smart. I know what that means, right? Modality just means one of the 5 senses, all right? Now, if John the baker gave me his recipe and it gave me the ingredients, but that was it. It said, use some flour, right? Use some chocolate, use some milk. Are you going to be able to make the same quality of chocolate cake as John the baker, yes or no? No. So we need to know more than just the ingredients. What's the second thing we got to know? Tell me. That's right. We need to know the amounts and the qualities. What are going to be the amounts and qualities of each of these ingredients? And do we use 6 gallons or 2 teaspoons? Do we use, normal milk, or do we use low fat, or do we use buttermilk? Right? We use the same ingredient, but a different quality of it is going to create a very different chocolate cake. So if you and I are using, let's say, motivation as our strategy, and you said, Tony, I made a picture to get motivated, I need to know the amounts and qualities. Was it moving or was it still, as an example? Will that change how you feel about it? Yes or no? Yes or no? A little or a lot? Okay? So the word that we'll use to describe these more specific descriptions of a mode, right, where you describe, let's say, the picture with more detail, amounts and qualities, it's called sub-modalities. These are called modalities, so these detailed descriptions are called sub-modalities. So a visual submodality might be, a way of measuring visual might be, let's say, for example, whether it's in color or black and white, whether it's moving or still. If you change those submodalities, will you get a different chocolate cake? You bet. What are some other examples of visual submodalities? Tell me. Is it close or is it far? Good. Is it bright or is it dim or dark? What other visual submodalities besides brightness, color, moving still, close, far? If the image is really big, really small, what else? Is it focused or is it defocused? Makes a big difference. Okay, someone said the speed of the movement. Is it moving slow or fast? How about the direction of the movement? Does that make any difference? What if you imagine watching a monster movie and the monster's coming at you like this? Does that feel different if the monster's going, or if the monster's going, does it feel different in your body? You bet it does. Okay, so direction and speed of movement, close or far, moving or still. How about whether you're in the picture or watching? Does that change how you feel? Yeah, that's called whether you're associated or disassociated, in the picture or if you're watching it. What are some other visuals? Well, someone said feeling. Feeling is not that. You may see something and get a feeling, but that feeling is not a visual submodality. Well, another one is it 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional, right? Give me some examples of some auditory submodalities. Give me some auditory submodalities. Okay, volume, how loud it is. Tone, pitch, what else? Timbre, which is the quality of the sound. Tempo, the speed of the sound. Rhythm, okay. Harmony, if it sounds are in harmony or cacophony. Clarity, or lack thereof. The number of sounds. Sequence of sounds. What else? Emphasis, which sounds are emphasized most? Okay. Speed is tempo. How about location of a sound? Would that change how you feel about it? Oh yeah. If you heard a sound and that sound was bump, 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 and you heard that sound, it was off in the distance over there, would that feel different than if it was right behind your head? Or what if it was in your own chest? Right? You start going, aliens, right? Right? All that process, location makes a difference. And sound has a direction very often. So if you hear an ambulance and you hear it like this, say when you think it's approaching, it has a different effect than when you think it's leaving you, as an example. Okay? Give me some examples of kinesthetic submodalities. How many realize this ain't algebra, baby, at this stage? Say I. This is the secret to turning on any emotions you want at will. That's what this is. Weight, temperature, texture, pressure, tension, rigid or flexible, something changing size you can feel or shape, throbbing, moisture, breathing, movement, location. How about another one? How about duration? Some things, right? Some things feel good for a short time, but not for a long time. Some things feel good for a long time, but not for a short time, right? So duration is also important. Now, some people say, well, what about pain? Isn't pain a submodality? No, pain is a chocolate cake, right, with tuna, right? No, pain is a result. When you have pain, it's because of what you're focusing on. Have you ever cut yourself, for example, not feeling any pain at all until you notice, oh my God, I'm cut, and then you got the pain? How many of you have that experience? Say I. It's because for your pain, you have to have a visual set of submodalities for you. Or have you ever been in major pain and then something caught your attention and you focused on that? And while you're focusing on that, you focused on a different set of submodalities and you had no pain during that time. How many experienced that? Say I. So pain is a strategy. Now you may not be setting it off consciously, but it's a strategy. And by the way, pain will happen automatically to signal to you something's wrong. But sometimes you know it's wrong and you correct it, but you keep feeling the pain, and the reason is because you keep running the strategy. Well, let's finish figuring out what it is we got to know strategies. If we go to John the Baker, he's got to tell us his ingredients, and he's got to tell us the amounts and qualities. Is there anything else he's got to tell us? Yes or no? Yeah, he's got to tell us the order and sequence, right? Because even if you have the right ingredients, put them in the wrong order and sequence, you won't get the same quality of chocolate cake. Same thing's true with a telephone number. You know somebody's number dialed in the wrong order, you're not going to reach them. You know the keys to a vault, the numbers to the vault, put them in the wrong order, it doesn't work. So you have a sequence for being motivated, for example. Some of you see something, and then you say something to yourself, and that gives you a feeling called motivated. Others of you say something to yourself, and then you get a feeling, and you say, I'm motivated, and you're motivated at that point. And sometimes people use more than three. You know, they use those three, and they recycle them to get motivated. So there is a sequence that's very important. And by the way, the order and sequence we also call the syntax. It's like if I said the dog bit Johnny. You all know what that is, right? But what if I said Johnny bit the dog? Same exact ingredients, different sequence, very different experience, especially if you're Johnny, right? So sequence is called syntax also. For short, we say order and sequence is the syntax. So you got to know the ingredients, the amounts and qualities, and the syntax, the order and sequence they need to go into. And then the fourth thing is, you got to be able to know how John cooked it. Meaning, you can have the same ingredients, right? Same order and sequence of those ingredients, same amounts and qualities. But if you cook yours, he cooks his at 700 degrees, 675, and you cook yours at 50 degrees, are you going to get the same result? Obviously not. Well, what does that have to do with a human being strategy? Well, if you make the same picture, like watch this. Let's say I told you the way I motivate myself is to make a big, bright picture that's very close. And then I say to myself, let's do it in a certain tone of voice. And then I get this feeling that motivates me. But this is how you do it. You do the right ingredients, the right tonality, right everything, but you do it in this physiology, because the physiology is your oven. The way you use your physiology cooks it. So if I say make a bright picture, and you make a bright picture like this, is that going to produce the same kind of bright picture as if you do it like this? Yes or no? No, this is cooking at 675, this is cooking at 50. So there are 4 elements to strategies. You got to know the ingredients. What did they actually do? You got to know, secondly, the amounts and qualities. Like, did they make a picture? Did they bring it close, far, big? Did they say, I hate this, I love this? Did they say it fast? They go, I love this. They say it slow, I love this. How do they do it, right? And then, most importantly, what's the sequence of it? What did they do first, second, third? And then lastly, what was their physiology like when they were doing it and for how long? They didn't cook it for 50 years. They cooked it for a certain period of time with a certain intensity. Okay? How many follow this? Say I. So you might say, okay, Tony, that's great, but how do I actually get somebody's strategy? What if I go to John the baker and I say, John, give me your strategy, give me your recipe, and he says no? Or worse, what if he says, I'd love to give it to you, but I don't know what it is? Is it possible for someone to get results without knowing how they do it? Yes, there's a term for it. We call it unconscious competence, where someone is competent, but they're unconscious about how they do it, right? They just kind of get in state. So if John said, I'd really love to give it to you, Tony, but I don't have the recipe, I just do a pinch of this, a dash of that, I'm not quite sure how I do it, would you just give up and say he's a genius and you could never get the same quality chocolate cake, yes or no? If you were totally committed to getting John's recipe, what would you do? That's right, you'd put the cook in the kitchen, you'd watch what he did, and you'd record it, and then you'd see, did I do it right, by saying, okay, now let me tell you what to do, and you have him do it and see if it works. Same thing. So step 1 to getting someone's strategy, your own or someone else, we call put the cook in the kitchen, which means either catch the person while they're in state doing something and see how they're doing it, or put them in state. How can you put somebody in state? Get them to remember a time and actually get them in that memory and actually relive it. There's a word for that. When you have someone step into experience, we call it being fully associated. So you put the cook in the kitchen, you get them fully associated. So we use the cook metaphor, say, okay, John, come to the kitchen. When John gets in the kitchen, he gets in what? And as he's in state, he gets fully associated. So he goes, oh yeah, I know, and he reaches over here to grab this, and he's about to throw it in the bowl, and you go, stop! What do you got there? Because you want to know what ingredient it is, right? And you see it's flour. You want to know the amounts and qualities. So you go, okay, let's measure it. It's 4 cups, and the quality is grade AAA wheat flour. Okay, boom, drop it in. Now there's a problem. You knocked him out of, because you broke his, so you got to put him back in. So this is what you do with a person too. You say, okay, John, remember where you were. Okay, you're here in the room, right? You're here in the kitchen, right? You reached over, got a handful of flour, and he goes, oh yeah. And he's back in what? State, fully what? Associated. You ask him, how's it feel? Where are you? Okay, I'm there. Okay, great. Boom, he reaches something else. He's about to throw it in. You go, stop. What is that? You open his hand. You notice the second ingredient is chocolate. You notice number 2 in the sequence, right? You find out what's the amount. It's 6 pounds of chocolate, right? And it's dark chocolate, right? Grade AAA chocolate, right? And so he puts that in, and as soon as he puts it in, you knocked him out of what? State. So you got to put him back in where he gets fully. So you ask him questions, say, John, remember you described to him, you get him to remember where you are, John, here you are, reached over the flour, chocolate. He goes, oh yeah. He grabs something else, about to throw it in. He goes, stop, what is it? You see the third ingredient, it's tuna. Think of chocolate cake right now. Think of chocolate. Just providing you with some new choices of imagery if you would like to change your association to chocolate cake. You continue with this until John is done, and then you see how he cooks in his oven. Now, how do you know if you have someone's strategy? Simple. You put the cook in the kitchen, you say, John, now I'm going to tell you what to do. Get 4 cups of grade AA wheat flour. Okay, go get the chocolate. Go get the tuna, go get that. You do the whole thing. Cook it at 75 degrees, at 375 or 675, whatever it is. Now let's taste it. Is the texture the same? Is the moisture the same? Wow, we got it. If you don't got it, you missed something. So you go back and do it again. Now, in the beginning, you're not good at this stuff, right? Because you're new. And so, you don't do it perfectly. and maybe you got to work at it a little bit. But would it be worth spending even an hour just to find out a person's motivation strategy, like your own, or decision strategy, or creativity strategy? Why would it be worth even a total hour of focus? Because once you got it, how long can you use it for? For your whole life, and it won't take you an hour. It'll take you 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes max, even when you're new. When you get good, you'll start noticing strategies on the fly as they're happening, because you're no longer in the dark. It's going to start showing up for you, right? You'll start to notice people mirroring. You're going to start noticing things you never noticed before. So strategies are the same way. So you can get somebody's motivation strategy by saying, okay, can you remember a time when you're totally motivated? And they go, yep. Are they fully associated? So say, can you remember a specific time? They go, yeah. Say, go back that time. Imagine you're there. How are you breathing when you're really motivated? The person goes, I don't know. Well, if you did know. Well, I know, like this sort of. Okay, boom, you're trying to get there. What were you picturing? What were you seeing? Now they're there. What was the very first thing that caused you to be motivated? Let's say, for example, you say, okay, Tony, what am I supposed to do? Let's say I want someone's attraction strategy. What do? Walk up in a bar and walk up to some girl and go, hey, baby, what's your attraction strategy? What do you picture? Right? No, you don't even have to do this. After a while, you'll start hearing it. Like recently, I went to lunch at my office in San Diego, and I came back, and instead of using the elevator, I decided to use the stairs. Why not? So the stairs, though, lead up to the back of the building, and they come up into our lunchroom area. So I came through there, and I got paged, and I picked up the phone to take the call. As I'm on the phone in the lunchroom, I hear 4 or 5 of our secretaries in there who are at lunch, and 2 of them or 3 of them just came back from lunch, and they are in a very animated state. And they're talking really loud, and they're giggling like crazy, and I'm having a hard time even hearing the call. So as I'm trying to talk to this person, I'm also hearing out of my other ear this conversation, which is unmistakable. This woman's saying, oh my God, Mary, oh my God, you missed it. You should have gone to lunch. I'm telling you something. There was this guy there. Oh my God, the minute I saw him, he was tall, and he was dark, and he's handsome. And he looked at us out of the corner of his eye. And as soon as I saw him, I thought, oh, I gotta have him. Okay, so now, guess what? I know her entire attraction strategy. What's the first trigger? Visual, auditory, or kinesthetic? Visual. What are the submodalities? Tall, dark, handsome. How do you look at her? Corner of his eye. The way you look is a submodality. You can look straight, you look corner, you can look at an angle, all kinds of things you can do. Right? So I know all those. Do I know what the second one? What was the second element? Was it auditory or kinesthetic? Kinesthetic. And if you're not sure what it was, just go, feel what muscles you use, you'll know. Okay? And then the third one was what? What was the third element of her strategy? Auditory. She said, I gotta have him, right? So here's her strategy if I was gonna write it out. It's visual external. You guys see that? Then it was kinesthetic internal, a feeling she felt. Then it was auditory, and I don't know if it was external or internal, because she probably said, I'm gonna have him in her head. I doubt if she said it out loud. So I'll say internal, but maybe she did. Okay? And we even know the submodalities. We know that this guy was large, tall, right? So it's a large image. She didn't think of him as small. We know that he was dark, which was part of her submodality she likes. And he looked out of the corner of her eye, and I think she said he smiled at her, right? So we know her submodalities. Kinesthetic, however you spell that. Okay? But you go, what is that? Okay, there's tension. Is there tension in that? Yes or no? Is there pressure? Right? Where is it? Stomach area, maybe some other areas. And then the auditory. I've got to have him. And by the way, that's the words, I got to have him. But did she say, I've got to have him? No. Was there a speed? Was there a tempo? Fast or slow? Fast. Loud or quiet? Dropping down or going up at the end? So we know even all this, we know the whole thing. Now, I can cause her to feel attracted to anybody, or I could show any man how to trigger her. Go, what if he's not tall and dark? I'll show you that's not even an obstacle. You can still trigger it as long as you trigger it in these sequences and use some of these submodalities, right? So you're going to start noticing somebody say, oh, yeah, I just bought this watch. Find out their decision-making strategy. Oh, yeah? Where'd you get it? Oh, at the store. What made you want it? I don't know. I just walked in the room because a friend of mine told me they had great stuff there. And she steered me well in the past. What's the first part of their strategy? Auditory, external. The first motivation is someone telling them. And then I walked in and I talked to the jeweler and asked him if it really was everything they said it was. So what's the second part? Auditory, external. Then what happened? I took one look out of it and said to myself, third part is look, And then again, set. Here's somebody who's very auditory. This really is beautiful. And it felt right, so I just bought it. What's her strategy? A, right? Someone told her, auditory external. She talked to the guy. Visual external, she saw it. She said to herself, auditory internal, wow, this is really great. And then kinesthetic internal felt right. That's her strategy. You wouldn't go to her and say, let me show you this watch. You'd first tell her about it. You describe it to her. You tell her things. That'll get her much more motivated. Okay, that's visual, auditory, kinesthetic. See it, right? Say it, feel it. So what most people do is they try to motivate other people using their strategy rather than using that person's strategy. Let's say you go to a restaurant and you see someone there, or you meet somebody there, or you'd like to meet somebody there, and you think they're really attractive, you'd like to get to know them. Would you just walk up and say, I want to know your attraction strategy? Obviously not. So can you get rapport with someone from a distance while you're not anywhere near their space, even without speaking to them? Is that possible, yes or no? How would you do that? You'd mirror the person. Do you have to be looking at them to get rapport with them, yes or no? No, absolutely not. So let's say I want to get rapport. I'm looking this direction, and I want to get rapport with someone over here I'm not looking at. Can you do that? Sure, all you have to do is pick eye contact. Let me pick this lady on the aisle. What's your name, my dear? Diane? So if I look at Diane here, Diane is sitting kind of a unique way, like this. So that might be awkward, so I probably wouldn't mirror that part. I might mirror part of it like this, so I'm in that, but not exactly. I don't have to mirror it exactly. It's not like knowing her thoughts. I don't have to know that. Or I could just mirror her breathing pattern. That's it, so I could do that. Or I could mirror her facial expression. Now, I would never do it looking at her. I glance at her, see where she is, and then I continue my conversation with whoever I was there with, and I just keep mirroring. Maybe the breathing, because it's the most subtle one of all. She won't even notice it, but after a while, she'll start to feel like she's in sync with me. So as I'm looking over here, what if, at the same time I'm doing that, I see somebody else over here I want to get rapport with? Can you get rapport with more than one person at a time? What if you're in a business meeting? Can you do that, yes or no? Sure, I can mirror her leg position, overall angle, and maybe her breathing, and maybe I take this lady's like head position, right? And her little smile, like this, right? So now I got rapport with two people simultaneously. See, when two people meet, if there's rapport, if there's mutual respect, mutual caring, if the person doesn't feel you're trying to manipulate them, if you really do care, when two people meet, if that rapport is there, whoever is most certain will eventually influence the other person. Period. Period. I'll give you a corny example. Columbus. How does he get the queen to give him all these ships to go on a trip that no one comes back from? Or better yet, how does he recruit people to go on a trip no one ever survives? Because when he met these people, his vision, his certainty was greater than their uncertainty. Now, if you know the story of Columbus, the real story, about halfway across the ocean, these guys started freaking out because they started going, he doesn't know where we're going. It's not like he has a map. We're all going to die. Kill him. And they were going to kill him. And one guy said, don't kill him. He's the only one certain we're going to find land. And he was. That's leadership. I'll give you a fun example. Michael Eisner is a friend of mine. Brilliant man. What he's done with Disney is unbelievable. And so I got a chance to fly with him. We went to a hockey game together, a Stanley Cup championship, and then we flew back together. And I asked him, I said, I heard this story about Disney. I said, I wonder if it's true. And he said it was, because a lot of things are urban legends, you know. And the story is this. I said, I'd heard that when they opened Epcot down in Florida, that what happened was a reporter came. First of all, it was really successful, obviously. Huge success, opening day. And all these reporters were covering things. And one reporter was a real jerk, approached Roy Disney, Walt's brother. And he said to Roy, he said, Roy, this must be a real bittersweet day for you, huh? And Roy looked at him incredulous. He said, what do you mean, a bittersweet day? I mean, Epcot's open, it's magnificent, everybody loves it. He said, yeah, Epcot's magnificent, it's beautiful, but it's got to really hurt you to know that Walt never got to see this. What a scumbag, right? But Roy was so cool, such a class act. He looked at the guy and he smiled and he said, gosh, it's obvious to me why you're merely a reporter and not a visionary. He said you're going to always have to write about other people's achievements until you understand one principle. Walt saw this. That's why you get to see it. You can have so much certainty you can transfer it to others that can live beyond your lifetime. It is a precious commodity that few will ever exercise, but all have the key to. Everyone has the key to. Leadership is not born. It's a decision to lead and not follow, to believe and not doubt, to create and not destroy, to be a force for good or maybe a force for God. But to do that, you have to defy all your fears. You have to defy all the odds. And you got to set a brand new standard for yourself, and you got to step up. And when you do that, you have a totally different experience in life. Totally different experience. In this state, there's so much you can achieve and do. So why wouldn't you stay here? I mean, how easy is it to get in this state? Heartbeat. So will you continuously? Some of you lost your certainty when I asked that question. Those of you who lost your certainty, what you did is you entertained another thought. You went, oh, I've done things before and not fall through. Oh, there must be some exception. You just created a different representation, so you went into a different state. But the answer is most of you would not keep this if we don't make another change. Because see, you could feel good all the time. You could feel attracted all the time. You could feel all the feelings you want all the time. But the only reason you don't is not because you can't. It's because you don't. And the reason you don't is you have a set of beliefs about what it's appropriate to feel or to think or to experience. So it's the appropriateness that is the real limit. It's not the capability. So as long as you have a bunch of rules, a set of beliefs, they're basically rules that you really never thought through in detail. Your rules are reactions to your past. You had pain, you make up a rule so you won't feel that pain again. Or you see somebody else and you model them. They may not have been a very good model, but you modeled the rules. And now you find yourself in a box where there's only so many things you can do and most things you can't do, and you wonder why you're unhappy. Most of us start out as a kid where there were no rules. You could do anything you want, you could express what you felt, you could think what you think, you could love who you want to love, you could do whatever you want to do, and then you gradually enter society where the door got smaller and the room got smaller, and all of a sudden there are consequences for everything, and all of a sudden pretty soon you stop living. So what we have to be able to do for you to have what you really want is we've got to dig out those beliefs that are keeping you from having what you want. And there are all kinds of weird beliefs we have. Where intellectually we know better, right? But emotionally they still control us. Like, oh, gosh, if, I'm really successful, then people will resent me and they won't love me and then I will lose all those good feelings. So I'll only succeed so much. Or if you're a woman and you're successful, men can't handle it, so you can't have a relationship and be successful. Or if you're black, or if you're brown, or if you're Indian, or if you're white, then people respond to you X way, and that's just how it is. And there's plenty of references to back up all these things, aren't there? There's plenty of racism in the world. There's plenty of men who do respond to women that way. There are plenty of situations where when you're successful, you're rejected. So then we generalize that that's everything, because we don't want to ever go through that. But as soon as we close that door, we close all of it that we really want. It's just fear that we made those beliefs out of. And what we have to be able to do is step up as leaders. The leaders they're not treated fairly, right? They're not treated nicely, of any color, of any gender, of any background. Doesn't matter who it is. But they lead. And out of that, they have a life that's quite extraordinary. It has ups and downs, but it is unbelievably rewarding. It is not a very safe life. If you want safety, you say, I want safety, you want security, then go to prison. But if you want freedom, you have to step up. And the biggest freedom you need is to free yourself from the slavery we all have done to ourselves through the belief structures that we've developed. There's more than enough obstacles in the outside world for you not to add to them by adding some in your head. And the worst ones are the ones that you make totally certain in your mind that you believe they're true. Intellectually you know better maybe, but gut believe they're true. So we must destroy, not deal with. We must destroy those beliefs. Destroy them. In order to do that, we got to remember, what is a belief? It's a feeling of absolute what? Oh my God. The very thing that I want over here. No wonder you live by those beliefs, because you're in this state when you think about them. Maybe it's a sick feeling of certainty, like you're certain it's going to be terrible, but it's still certainty, isn't it? That's why you respond to it. And you probably have put so many legs under your belief now, it's really solid. So the only way to uproot that is if we link massive, unbearable, immediate levels of to it in a real way in our gut. If we do that, it'll dislodge it. It'll give us the what? And it'll interrupt and then we have room to create a new set of beliefs that'll empower us, which we will anchor with the most massive, immediate levels of pleasure that you've ever felt before. And when that happens, your whole life changes, because beliefs, all human behavior is belief driven. Even if you're not aware of it consciously, you're doing things because of what you believe it's going to lead to. It's going to lead to more certainty. Remember those 6 needs? Or it'll give you the variety, a surprise. Or it'll give you connection that you so desperately want. Or it'll make you feel significant. Even if it's a bad way, it still feels significant. Or it'll make you grow. It'll make you contribute. So beliefs control it all. If we take care of the belief, we take care of the root of it all. If we just work on the behavior, you can change the behavior, and if you have the same belief, you'll just find some other behavior that's just as bad. Many years ago, some of you know a little bit about my story, but many years ago I had succeeded by what I thought were great standards, and I thought I knew a lot about human behavior, and things are going really well. And as my business grew, I never wanted to be a businessman. I never got into business to do business. I was more like an artist, and my work was people. And I help people sculpt their souls, teamwork with them to make that happen was my vision of what I did. And I had a lot of skills at a very young age. And then here I was, this artist, and then I realized to do your art, you have to go to art shows, and you got to set up the shows, and you got to hire people to build things and do things. And so I kind of got in business ad hoc. Never studied business, never had that in my focus. It just changed people's lives. And so because my skill was good, my business grew. But I had no business skill because I wasn't focused on that. And so I realized I had problems in that area, so I hired some people, and that was tough finding the right people. Many of you own your own businesses know how difficult that is initially. And then I finally got some people to be partners with me who I thought I really could count on. And I made them a deal. I said, look, I'm the best in the world at what I do, and I'm humble about it. I need somebody who's the best in the world at what they do. And I said, I want to be able to do what I do best. You do the rest. And they said, that's perfect. This is our skill. And we made a deal because I was already doing very well at that point. So I'd earn X amount. I do so much business. I said, here's my goal. My goal is to impact even more people than I do now, but to do just as well, or obviously, hopefully better financially, so that I'm home with my kids, because at that point I was on the road almost 200 days a year. And they agreed to do that, and they would get a percentage of my profit beyond that. Well, long story shortened, I woke up a year and a half later, and I had a lot more people in my seminars, and I was reaching a lot more people, and I was doing my best work ever. But I was also on the road now 275 days a year, because their thing was supposed to give me bigger seminars, fewer of them, so I could be at home. That wasn't happening. I was doing more events, way more events, a lot more people. And then in spite of all that, at least my saving grace for me was, wow, look at all the people's lives I'm having a chance to interact with and impact. And I came home and found out that I was $758,000 in debt. Not when my company was doing $50 million, when my company was doing like $3 million. So that was a huge amount of money. And I didn't have any way to figure out how I could pay it off. And then I found out one of them had embezzled $250,000. One of my partners, one of my good friends. And I was so hurt by that, I can't even tell you. And, everybody told me to go bankrupt, but I refused to do that because I have a belief that says, even if someone else did it to you, I'm still responsible to the other vendors, regardless of what someone else did to me, right? To me, bankruptcy didn't have integrity in it. Even though it looked like there was no way to do it, I said, I have to find a way. It's a must, not a should. And if you give yourself that escape route of bankruptcy, people will take it. I didn't give myself that escape route. And so I figured out how to turn around. A year later, I paid everything off miraculously after going on the road for about 310 days. It was unbelievably intense. And, my intensity the whole time for that many days, to give you perspective, and traveling, et cetera, et cetera. So, but in the midst of all that, I had to look at my life and go, you think you're so smart, Robbins, and that you know so much about human behavior, but you didn't predict these guys stealing your money. So maybe you're not as smart as you think you are, and it made me reevaluate things. And I flew to Fiji. I didn't own a resort there yet, but it's always been the place I've gone to escape and think and create. And I remember I was so angry, and I kept asking really empowering questions like, how do I kill these people, and things like that. And for some reason, that wasn't going in the right direction, so I got better, and I started saying, what really makes people do what they do? What really makes us do what we do? And as I asked those questions, I found myself in a place where one morning I woke up in Fiji about 7:30 in the morning, and I was like, I don't know if you have that experience where stuff just starts coming through you, And I grabbed my journal, I started writing like crazy, and I sat down in this thing called a bure, this main bure, and people came in, because I wrote from 7:30 in the morning till about 7:30 at night, 7:15 at night, and I took one short break for lunch. And I mean, I wasn't like thinking about it, it was like writing like this as fast as I could. I filled 2 journals. And my arm was all crunched up, my fingers were crunched up at the end of the day. But at the end of that, I had created what I call Destiny Technologies. I couldn't read any of it, but I had created it all. And I was on fire. And I then took these principles and I did them to myself, which made the most radical change of my entire life. I mean, it was the gift that came out of that experience. It seems to be so terrible, was taking my life to another level. And I thought my life was extraordinary. I thought it was really a phenomenal life. But I got to feel a different level that I'd never felt before as a result of this. And when I came home, my staff, people come up to me and say, what happened to you? And I'd say, what do you mean? Because I didn't tell anybody what had happened. And they saw me, they said, you just seem so centered. You seem so happy, you seem so strong. I said, well, aren't I always centered and happy? He said, well, most of the time, And what was different was this shift in me. And what I learned, and what came through me, I guess, at that time is a lot of things, but I can tell you the essence of it, and we're going to deal with part of it here. But what I learned really, or what came through me really, was that 2 things control your entire life. 2 things control what you think about every moment, what you feel, what you do, what you wear, what you drive, what you say to people, how you react to injustice. And those 2 things are your beliefs and your values. That's it. I realized that everything we do to avoid pain or to gain pleasure. But 2 people can look at the same event. One person thinks it's pleasurable, one thinks it's painful. The difference is beliefs and values. What it is you believe about it, what you value in a situation makes you make different decisions than other people. And your decisions are what really shape your destiny more than anything else, more than the environment. It's not the conditions, it's the decisions that really shape you most, okay? So I'd like to give you an example. First, let's define what values are. You might want to jot this someplace in your notes. Values are really the emotional states that you and I believe are most important. Values are the emotional states that you believe are most important for you to either feel or to avoid. Now, if you value something and you want more of it, it's probably because you link to it a large level of what? Pleasure. If you value something, that is, you think it's important to avoid, it's probably because you think it leads to a lot of what? Pain, okay? So you have 2 types of values, basically. You have those emotions you want more of. Think of them as twin targets. They're guiding all your decision-making, basically, okay? One target is the things you're trying to move towards, right? Those things you want. And the other target are things you're trying to move away from. You're trying to avoid. And every day you're making decisions, you're trying to decide, how can I get what I want and avoid what I don't want? Now, what's interesting is we all have different emotions that fit these categories. So on the towards list, for example, tell me if you would, just out loud, yell out some emotions you'd like to experience a lot more of. Okay, success, love, passion, security, adventure, peace, joy, freedom. Okay, we'll stop there. So I got success, love, passion, security, adventure, peace, and freedom. Now, how many of you value all of these states, meaning they're all important to you as a person? Let me see your hand. Say I. But do you value them equally? No. That's why you will make a decision differently than the person sitting right next to you, even if they're like a good friend. Because we all have a different level of intensity of value based upon the way we've lived, the way we've been brought up. So which one of these is number 1 for you out of this list? Which do you value most? Success, love, passion, security, adventure, peace, or freedom? Okay, now, let's take an example. Let's say you got a person whose number 1 value is, let's say, adventure, and sitting next to them is a person whose number 1 value is security. Are these two people going to make decisions the same way, yes or no? No. Are these two people going to want to work in the same kind of environment? Are they going to want to live in the same kind of environment? Are they going to want to drive the same kind of car? Are they going to want to go on the same kind of vacation? Not even close. Not even close. Because your values determine your direction. It's the most important thing to understand. They determine direction. So these are radically different directions. Radically different. What if these people are married? Does it happen? Yes or no? Sure it does. You know why? Because when you meet somebody and you're attracted to them, you go, first, before I get attracted, let me find out what your values list is and the order and hierarchy of them so I'm clear. Is that what you do? No, you get totally attracted, you fall head over heels, and then you wake up one morning and go, who's this? How could you possibly think that way? That's insane, right? Because you fell in love with the package, you didn't know exactly what their value structures were, right? So this is the kind of thing that happens. What's more difficult even is when this is within you. See, what if a person's number one value in life is security? And I say to you, let's go skydiving. They're going to do it, yes or no? No. Unless they believe skydiving is totally secure. That's where beliefs come in. So you have values and you have beliefs about what has to happen to meet that value. How many follow that? Like rules, if you will, or beliefs about what's likely to happen. Like if you go skydiving, you're going to get killed. Well, if that's your belief and your number one value is security, no way. If you think skydiving is the most fun, exciting thing in the world and your number one value is adventure, you're there. How many follow? Okay? So this kind of tells you how that works. Now, we also have a list of emotions we're trying to avoid. Tell me some of the emotions you'd like to avoid feeling. Anger, guilt, rejection, feeling like a failure, feeling depressed, feeling alone. Notice how quick you guys were to make this list. That didn't take any time at all for you guys to come up with this list. People are much more associated with what they don't want than what they do want. Now, out of this list, feeling angry, guilty, feeling rejected, feeling like a failure, feeling depressed, or feeling alone, how many of you would like to avoid all of these emotions if you could? Say I. But are they all equally important to avoid, or some more painful to you than others? So some you'll work harder to avoid than others. You're more motivated to avoid than others. So which one on this list would you work the hardest to avoid having to feel? Anger, guilt, rejection, failure, depression, or feeling alone or lonely? What happens though, let's take an example here. What happens if you got a person whose number one value in life is they want to be successful, and the emotion they want to avoid against everything else in life is they don't ever want to be rejected? Anybody see a bit of a challenge here? You better believe it. What's the problem? In order to be successful, at least in cultural terms, must you risk rejection, yes or no? Absolutely. Now here's the kicker. People do more to avoid what? Pain than they'll ever do to gain. So if these are equal, like one's the top of your towards list, one's the top of your away from list, you'll do more to avoid this. So here's what you'll do. You'll work hard to succeed. You'll take 3 steps forward, and then as you do, you go, oh my God, I could get rejected. And you'll take 4 steps back. And then you'll call that self-sabotage. You're not sabotaging. You're simply following the rules that you've set up for your brain. It's just executing what you set up. Like, for example, when you become more successful, as you succeed, you have to risk rejection to succeed, right? Once you succeed, your chances of rejection increase or decrease with success. Increase geometrically. Why? Because when you succeed, many people look at you and that reminds them of what they've not done. And so in order to feel significant, they make you wrong. Like you must have done something or taken advantage, or you're not honest, or you're not whatever. Because if you're honest and good and everything else and you succeeded, then why didn't they, is what they say to themselves. Now you may not judge them at all. You may think they're the greatest person in the world. They judge themselves. So they have to tear you down so they can still feel significant. So when you succeed, people don't even know you, never met you, will judge you and have very strong opinions about you. Never spoken to you, know nothing about you whatsoever. It's all their fear coming out. So the bottom line is, when you got this person will what you call sabotage, what I would call follow instructions, right? So how many of you found yourself taking 2 steps forward and 3 steps back at times? Let me see your hand. Say I. Then I guarantee you have values that are in conflict. And unless you resolve these, you will continue to have this problem. You must solve this. Whether you feel successful or not is based on your beliefs about what has to happen to succeed. Are you capable of succeeding? What is success, right? So even if you have it up here, your beliefs will play a huge role in whether you feel it or not. Same thing with rejection. To be rejected, you have to have some rule that says when this and this and this happens, then I feel rejected. Like, for example, how do you know when it's time to feel bad? How do you know? Someone said you subconsciously tell yourself, yeah, you have not values. The values are the emotions you're after. The beliefs tell you when it's time to feel good or feel bad. So some people think they should feel bad when they should feel good. It's because they got some weird belief. Right? So the beliefs really determine when you feel pain and when you feel pleasure. The values determine the direction of your life. So what's an anchor? An anchor is a created association. See, anchors are not inborn, right? This is something that we make up, we create. And it's very important to understand that because it means you can change them at will. And it'll change the way you think and feel. So an anchor is a created association. A created association between a specific trigger and a specific state. So an anchor is a created association between a specific trigger and a specific state. Okay? One more time, an anchor is a created, you're not born with it. It's a created association between a specific trigger and a specific state. So for example, the American flag is an anchor for most people in this room of some sort, right? Most of you have probably good feelings when you think about it for the most part. And so were you born with that? No, you learn to associate the stars and stripes to a set of feelings or emotions, maybe primarily pride, for example. But you had to learn that association. You were not born understanding what the golden arches meant, but now you know. You were not born having certain phrases built into you, like if I said to most of you something like plop, plop, fizz, fizz. How do you spell relief? You people are scary. You know better, okay? Or if I said Winston tastes good like a... Okay, good. So all those triggers, those are anchors. Advertisers understand the power of anchoring. That's what most commercials are. A commercial is an anchor. Now, how does an anchor occur? Let's take a look at that, because I don't have to teach you how to anchor. I have to teach you that you are anchoring so you can do it consciously, because some of you with good intent are actually creating negative anchors with yourself or people that you care about. So let's look at what creates an anchor. An anchor occurs anytime a person is in an intense state. So an intense state is one in which a person is fully what? Fully what? Outstanding. So is depression a fully associated state? Can it be a negative state, yes or no? Can you anchor in negative feelings? Can you anchor in positive feelings? Absolutely. So anytime somebody's in an intense state, positive or negative doesn't matter. All that matters is they're there, man. They're feeling it. They're fully associated. If, two key words here, if at the peak of that experience, if at the peak, someone, second key word, consistently does anything unique. Okay, so if someone's experiencing intense feelings, however they got there, you put them there, they were already there. But if once somebody's in an intense state, positive or negative, if while they're at the peak of that state, someone consistently does anything unique, a certain look they give you, right? Or a certain thing they say, or a certain touch, right? Like if I said to you, something to, okay, that's now an anchor, right? If you can't, then you, okay? So we've got some verbal anchors. I have some visual anchors with you guys, the way I look at you at certain times to trigger you. How many had a parent that had you anchored? Like if they said your full name, Anthony, you went, I know what that means. How many had one of those? Or they gave you a look and you were like, oh, ooh, 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 ooh. I mean, you knew what that meant, right? How many had a visual anchor from your parent, right? As soon as you saw that, you knew that that look was linked to a specific state because you'd had it happen before. So this is all that's happening. So what do advertisers do as a classic example? Well, the average commercial is how long on television? How long? 30 seconds, and they sell you a product. Now, how do they do that? Do they go through in those 30 seconds and explain in detail how the product works, why it's superior, how they manufactured it, et cetera? Is that how they do it? Yes or no? No. See, the only way they do it, in fact, do most ads have anything to do with the product? Zero. They have nothing to do with the product. I mean, have you ever seen a Levi's 501 jean commercial? Do they have anything to do with the jeans? No. But how many of you at the end of it know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that sex happened nearby? No question. Because they link that feeling to them. Or how about a beer commercial? What happens in a beer commercial? Do we get reality? Do we get two big fat guys with giant beer bellies, drunk as skunks, grab each other by the head, pounding and vomiting, going, love you, little buddy. No. What do we get? We get sex. Have you seen one of those Coors Light commercials, the new ones? The Coors Light commercial, the new one, starts with a camera zeroing on a woman who's unzipping her pants. That's how it starts. She rips it off, and she's wearing a bikini underneath, and she goes jogging on off. And the guy goes, give me a silver bullet. That's a hard one to figure out, isn't it? Right? It's all about feeling and emotion. Old Milwaukee beer. 6 old guys haven't been out for any work for some time, or out fishing, hanging out. They open one little can of Old Milwaukee beer and 6 blonde bombshells parachute in, right? Now, not everybody goes for sex. Some people say, that disgusts me. I want family values. So the commercials that get you are the ones like McDonald's, the family place, right? McDonald's is the family place. McDonald's is the place you're supposed to go when you want to be close with your family. That's what they'd have you believe. Like, I really want to be close to my family, so let's go to McDonald's. Right? Let's bring a candle, put it on the plastic tray, sit there and have a dinner together, right? McDonald's new phrase is McDonald's makes your day. If McDonald's makes your day, you better go back to bed. Okay? But the bottom line is, it's all about, what do? They use imagery. A beer commercial, a jet goes by. What's a jet doing in a beer commercial? If he's drinking, we're all in trouble. But it puts you in what? So they use imagery, sounds, etc., to put you in a state, and then consistently at the peak of that state, they flash the beer, they flash the item, they flash it, till later on you know better, but you buy it. Nike sells that if you wear these shoes, you'll be Michael Jordan. There's no difference between Nike shoes or anybody else's shoes. They're the same shoes. But the whole thing's based on an illusion, that if you wear this, you will be anchored miraculously into peak performance, right? You're going to be peak performance if you're peak performance, not the shoes. And we know that intellectually, but they still anchor us. Now, this doesn't just happen in advertising, though. Where it really affects us most is where we live. So how does anchoring occur? Well, here's an example of a negative anchor. Let's say John's father just died. Is he likely to be in an intense state, yes or no? So in our culture, most of us consider someone passing on a great loss. So now he's in a deep state of depression or sadness. So while he's in this intense state, some well-meaning friends come by, and they look at him so sad, and they go, John, hang in there, buddy. Hang in there. So if one person goes up to John, like 2 people are there, and one goes, hang in there, John. Now he's in an extremely intense state, and at the peak of that intensity, someone is doing something kind of unique. If that's not bad enough, the other person right next to him sees him and goes, yeah, John, hang in there, man. Same thing. What's happened? Without realizing it, these 2 men have negatively anchored John. So now let's say 10 months have gone by. John's okay about his father passing away because after all, he was 132. He was beginning to stink. It was time to go. And he was okay about it now, okay? And he's really happy. And he goes to a party, and he goes inside the party, and somebody comes up to him and goes, hey, John, how's it going, bud? What happens within 5 seconds? Anybody know? He's totally depressed, and he doesn't even know why. How many of you ever had this happen where you're doing fine, all of a sudden something happened, you really had some real anger or real sadness or real hurt? How many of you ever had this experience? Say, I. You say, but Tony, no one touched me. Is touch the only kind of anchor? No, anchors can be smells. The most powerful anchor of all is smell. The reason is when you're a fetus, as you're developing, before your brain fully develops, your nose fully develops. It goes to the deepest part of the brain called the reptilian portion of the brain, so smells will put you in state faster than anything. But also it could be a piece of music in the background you're not noticing, but a while ago you heard that while you were in a certain state. And wham, man, now you're depressed and can't figure out why, or sad, or hurt, or whatever the case may be. So anchoring's happening all the time. Anytime you're in an intense state, you're being anchored. Do you think there are any anchors potentially, possibly for this weekend at all that may have been set? I've got you anchored so many ways so that I've picked anchors when you go into the world that I know will be naturally triggered by your environment. So that experiences you had here will start to show up automatically. Because if I just count on your intellect to do it, you're going to get busy. But if I have loaded you, which I have, with a gazillion triggers, then all these things, whether it be songs, whether it be phrases, whether it be situations, whether it be things in your own physiology, will cause you to use this stuff again. The reason you're doing it is it's so anchored. But you want to do your own anchoring as well, okay? So that's what anchoring really is. Now you might say, well, Tony, what if I've got this negative anchor? How do I get rid of it? That's a good question. You're doing it by something we call collapsing an anchor, which I'm going to show you. But let me ask you a question first. Can you anchor yourself? Sure you can. All you have to do is put yourself in a total peak, what? And at the peak, consistently do anything unique. Use a sound, use a look, use a touch. You do it again and again and again at the peak. Then what do? Change your state and then test it. If you test it and it works, obviously it works. If you test it and it doesn't work, you were probably off on your timing. Like you really didn't do it at the peak. A lot of people say, well, how do I know when the peak is? You don't. You trust your unconscious. You do it too soon and too often, and gradually your brain gets good at it, okay? Or if it didn't work, maybe you didn't get yourself fully in state. You got to get fully associated in this. I'll give you a little description. Let's say I'm John, and I got this negative anchor on my arm, okay? How do I get rid of it? I collapse the anchor. How do I collapse it? 2 steps. Step 1, I create a series of positive anchors in my own body, a series of them. So how do you do that? You put yourself in a peak state. Now you say, well, how do I do that, Tony? Well, you can do it by changing physiology, or you could do it by remembering a time and then fully associating to that. So let me give you an example. I'll do one for real. Let's see. Pretend I got this negative anchor here. So I'm going to do 2 steps. I'm going to create a series of positive anchors. Then I'm going to fire the positive anchor and negative anchor simultaneously in the nervous system. And they will collide in the brain. And what they do is the one that's strongest then dominates and eliminates the other one. Okay? So how would I anchor myself? Well, I think of a time in my life when I felt really, really great, really strong. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Yes! And what I do is at the peak, I do something really unique. I don't go, yep. Okay? That's not really unique. It's very rare you're going to go yes with that intensity and touch that specific part of your body. So that's really unique. And I don't have to do that. I could have gone yes, yes. I could have done whatever. But it's what I'm choosing for me because the state I want to be is strong. So I think of another time when I felt just unstoppable because I want to get rid of the negative feeling. I think of another one, yes. I think of another one, yes. Think of another one. No, not that one. Let's see. Yes, yes. One more. Yes. Okay, now what do? Interrupt your pattern, get out of state so you can see if it works, right? And so now I got this thing. I think about it and I just go, yes! And I can feel it in my body instantly. So I got an anchor that works. If it didn't work, it's because I didn't really get fully associated. Or sometimes people like try to anchor themselves in states, you know, with triggers that take them out of state. Like they want to anchor laughing. They go, ah! Okay, that's not the best anchor for that, okay? You want something more consistent, okay? So now I got this thing. So how to get rid of the negative? I do this, watch. I go, yes! And if you watch somebody when you do this, it'll freak them out if they saw what you see. So don't like, oh my God. Because what you'll see very often is one side of the face will go up, one side of the face will go down, asymmetrical. It's not going to stay that way. It's because you fired totally different sensations in the brain simultaneously. And when they collide, the ones that's strongest will collapse the other one. So, or sometimes they'll just look at you for a second like this and they'll just kind of stare at you and see almost no change. And if you just wait, hold their hands together or whatever it is you're collapsing, you watch them and then all of a sudden they'll go. You'll see this change in breath. Then you pull their hands apart or whatever it is that was being anchored. In my case, I pull this apart. Now, it's really important you stack the positive anchor. What stack means is you do more than one. Why? What if I have this super negative anchor here, and on my right side over here, I try and create a positive anchor. I think over time I felt pretty good, and I go, yep, yep. Guess what? Now I'm depressed on both sides. Because this is not more powerful than this. How many follow that? Say aye. You might say, well, Tony, but what if, you know, I don't know where I was touched. Maybe I wasn't touched. It's just when I'm around my boss, I freak out, man. I totally freak out. Or authority figures. Well, here's what you do. You create a series of positive anchors, right? And then all you have to do is, remember I taught you about files, you know, on Friday night, how your brain links things together? All you have to do is think about your boss. Every touch, every conversation is all in that file. So all you do is you got the positive anchors, you think about your boss, you think about your boss, you think about your boss. And now all of a sudden when you think about your boss, you feel strong for some reason, right? And it literally will collapse it. So you don't need to know the content to get rid of something. You just reprogram the impulses in your nervous system, and that you can do literally in a couple of minutes. And I made this kind of crazy and insane and fun, but you can do this for anything in the future. And I still use this. Something comes up really bugs me, boom, I bring out my power anchor, boom, I bring out the other, back and forth, wham, I fire them both off. Feelings change. Versus I could go in my head 1,000,000 times trying to work that out. It'll never work doing it in your head. Never. Even if you think it does, it'll come back. This won't come back because you're literally rewired. Now, I built my whole career by doing demonstrations with a variety of tools like this. I can remember one of my early demonstrations. It was in New York City. And this woman, I used to challenge anybody, give me your worst problem. This one woman was really, really mean. And she goes, fine, what about me? I've been in therapy 6 or 7 years. Let's see you solve my problem. So what's your problem? I hate my father. I hate his guts. Haven't spoken to him in 6 years. The therapist says we're making progress, but I still hate his guts. I said, well, come on up here. I'll handle it in 1 minute. She said, oh, yeah, sure. I said, come over here. I grab her right hand, I yank it. She looks at me. I said, who do you like? Clearly you hate your father. Who do you like? Who do you love? And I just gradually got her in state. And then I anchored all her favorite best friends' faces and her boyfriend in this hand. Then I grabbed her left hand. I said, put your father's face in there. And you could just see her face looking like this when she looked at him. And all I did was back and forth, gradually doing it. All of a sudden I grabbed her hands and just wham, pulled them together really hard. And she went like this for a second. Lasted about 5 seconds. She watched her eyes get really big. Waited, pulled her hands apart. Said, how do you feel about your dad? Just like I said, how do you feel about your husband? She went, I love him, of course. It was like nothing had ever gone on. I said, yeah, but what about all the things he's done to you? She said, well, I did some pretty mean things to him too. But I love him. That was it. And it looks like a miracle. It's not a miracle. It's using the human nervous system that our Creator gave us the way it was designed to be used. But no one ever taught us. We have the greatest, absolute greatest gift in the world right here. And if you like computers, you got the almost incredible computer on earth here. But the problem is no one ever gave you an owner's manual. And it's not user-friendly, right? So you got to know how to use it, right? That's what it really is. So, by the way, this young girl has been to, that was like 15 years ago. I think she maybe have missed 2 or 3 seminars in all those years of my coming to New York. And her father came and everything else. So she's lying on her back for 6 years. It took me a minute. Not because I'm so smart, because I was just doing the right effective thing, the right strategy. You can do this for the rest of your life. Because I did this so fast and it was kind of playful, don't take for granted what you have right now in your right hand. You got a tool to change how you feel about anything. All you got to strengthen it, think of the other one, fire it off, and collapse it. That's a hell of a lot better than analyzing it or making yourself nuts or writing for hours in your journal. I'll give you one last example. I'm sure you remember the story. Many of you know that Federal Express is based in Memphis, right? And so when you send something, it doesn't matter where you send it from in the country, it goes to Memphis first and it gets rerouted to where it's going to go. And when Federal Express was first starting, there's a story about they had this huge distribution center that was about the size or bigger than this main room in the early days. And it was filled with 50, 60 different conveyor belts, to move all the packages around. It's the lifeblood of Federal Express at that time. And if those things stop moving, any one of them, they're going to lose a lot of money because planes are going to be late, all heck's going to break loose. One day, not 1, not 2, not 3, every single one of the conveyor belts stops simultaneously. They immediately think it must be an electrical problem, but all the lights are on, everything else is functioning perfectly. They are freaking out. Every minute this is down, they're losing tens of thousands of dollars. So they call the repairman and they said, look, we got an emergency, we need you here now. And are you ranting and raving? He said, look, I'm 5 minutes away. I'll be right over. Guy comes over, he walks in the room, the place is dead stop. The owner is just freaking out. You got to help me. Guy looks around, assesses the situation for a moment, then walks straight to this one pole right in the middle of the room. He opens this little metal box. He takes out one screwdriver. He turns one screw 1/4 of an inch, and everything in the whole place starts up. Every conveyor belt's moving. The noise is working perfectly. I mean, the owner is beside himself. He's so happy. So he comes to the guy and says, oh, my God, you saved my life. How much do I owe you? And he said, $10,000. The guy said, $10,000? He said, you were here for what, 4 or 5 minutes? He said, that's right, $10,000. And the owner's a little upset. So he says, well, you know what? How about you give me an itemized bill on that? The guy said, I don't need to leave to do that. Give me a pen and paper and I'll give you an itemized bill. The guy gets a pen and paper, he writes it down. Owner reads it, nods his head, smiles, says, you're right. Goes to the safe, pays the guy in cash. You know what the note says? Turning screw, $1. Knowing which screw to turn, $9,999. So there's nothing we've done here that's really been complex. It's all simple, pretty common sense for the most part. But what you've learned is not just to turn screws. That's the common sense part. You've begun to learn which screw needs to be turned. And that's where all the power is.
Before you finish listening, Nightingale Conant wants you to know about another inspiring, empowering program by Tony Robbins. Are you tired of settling for less than you can be, less than you can achieve, or less than you deserve? Would you like to learn to live with passion so that you can turn your everyday experiences into extraordinary, life-changing events? In the best-selling Tony Robbins audio program, Live with Passion, you'll acquire the vital life tools that will help you tap the power of your own passion.
No one can live a life that's fulfilled without a sense of meaning. See, we've been put here for a reason. The question is why? And the answer, I think, is different for every one of us. It's different for me than it is for you, and yet it's the same. Every one of us has been put here. Every one of us is unique and different and special. And I believe our Creator, if I may use the word God, if I may, God has put you here for a reason. The question is, what is it? God does not create things without a purpose. Everything on earth serves a purpose. Why are you here? What are you here to do? What are you here to become, to create, and to give? These are some of the most significant questions that you can answer in your life. And even when you answer them, I'm sure that as your life expands, you'll come up with better answers as you get more experience and you get closer in touch with your own innermost being and maybe closer in touch with your Creator as well. I'm really going to the essence of giving your life what you deserve, which is knowing that there are no mistakes, knowing that every little thing you do has a consequence. It can be a positive consequences if you choose it. The most powerful thing that has consequence in your life, though, is the thing we talk about so often, but I got to say it again, and that is what's really ultimately shaping our lives are our decisions.
Join America's results coach, Tony Robbins, for Live with Passion and begin to push past your obstacles, redefine and improve your life, and get started today, living with more passion, happiness, and fulfillment than ever before. This concludes Tony Robbins' Unleash the Power Within. Thanks for listening.